Tak sangka lah Cik Ya dapat tengok Datuk Seri Tengku Zafrul, Menteri Keuangan Malaysia berucap tadi. Macam-macam yang Datuk Seri kongsi pasal pentingnya literasi keuangan dalam fasa pemulihan pandemik COVID-19 ni. Pasal voucher perlindungan tenang. Semuanya untuk manfaat kita semua. Selamat datang Cik Ya ucapkan kepada semua ke Bulan Literasi Keuangan 2021, Anjuran Financial Education Network atau FAN. Sebelum itu, daftar diri anda terlebih dahulu dengan menekan butang daftar dan anda berpeluang untuk join pertandingan cabutan bertuah tau. Jom ikut Cik Ya kita masuk ke dalam. Cik dengar kata ada macam-macam. Apalah agaknya yang macam-macam tu. Jom. Wah, seronoknya. Walaupun secara online aja, tapi Cik Ya dapat rasa meriah dia tu. Cik Ya yakin mesti ada yang tertanya apa sebenarnya Bulan Literasi Keuangan. Bulan Literasi Keuangan 2021 atau FLM 2021 dianjurkan oleh Jaringan Pendidikan Keuangan atau Financial Education Network FAN. Ia bertujuan untuk memberi panduan dan pendidikan keuangan bagi menguruskan keuangan dalam waktu susah macam sekarang ini. Ada macam-macam program dianjurkan secara online. Antaranya pertandingan, webinar, pameran, klinik hemat nasihat keuangan, klinik perancangan keuangan, ada sudut kanak-kanak. Jom ikut Cik Ya, kita ke tempat lain pula. Sekarang ini Cik Ya dekat sudut klinik hemat nasihat keuangan. Dekat sini ada 22 institusi perbankan di bawah satu platform maya. Program ini memberi peluang kepada anda untuk berhubung secara langsung dengan institusi perbankan bagi mendapatkan hemat nasihat atau perundingan berkaitan produk. Elok sangatlah kepada anda kat luar sana tu yang memerlukan bantuan atau hemat nasihat berkaitan pinjaman atau pembiayaan. Dekat sini pula sudut pameran, satu saluran untuk anda dapatkan pelbagai nasihat dan panduan pendidikan keuangan. Ada program peningkatan kemahiran dan latihan semula upskilling, reskilling, macam tu lah. Dan peluang untuk menjana pendapatan di bawah satu platform. Menarik kan? Ada pameran secara maya dari kementerian, dari agensi, persatuan, syarikat dagang, macam-macam lagi lah. Sesuai sangat untuk yang mana-mana baru habis belajar kat universiti tu. Yang mana baru habis sekolah, usahawan untuk mengetahui cara macam mana nak nguruskan kewangan. Janganlah dapat gaji terus habiskan. Sebelum Cik Ya terlupa, jangan lupa layari laman mycoverage.my untuk dapatkan maklumat berkenaan voucher perlindungan tenang. Yang tadi YB Menteri Keuangan kita sebut tu lah. Ini pula sudut webinar. Webinar pendidikan berkenaan pengurusan keuangan peribadi untuk golongan muda, ibu bapa, keluarga, orang dewasa, peniaga mikro kecil dan sederhana dan pekerja gig. Sekiranya anda mengikuti webinar ini dari awal hinggalah ke akhir, anda akan mengumpul mata ganjaran yang tinggi dan melayakkan anda untuk menyertai pertandingan cabutan bertuah. Cik Ya dengar hadiah-hadiah dia menarik. Ada voucher Lazada, ada voucher Shopee, ada voucher Grab. Sukalah tu. Siapa yang suka shopping online tu? Yang penting anda kena daftar diri terlebih dahulu ya. Program-program yang dianjurkan bukan untuk orang dewasa aja, untuk kanak-kanak pun ada. Dekat sudut ini ada macam-macam aktiviti online menanti anak-anak dekat luar sana. Ada pertandingan, ada game, ada juga pameran Datuk Lat secara online. Inilah tempat paling Cik Ya suka, tempat bergambar. Dekat sini anda boleh bergambar untuk kenang-kenangan. Dah bergambar nanti bolehlah ngepost ke Instagram, Facebook kan. Seronok kan? Macam-macam program berbentuk pendidikan keuangan ada. Semua secara maya. Dari rumah je anda dah boleh mengetahui cara untuk menguruskan keuangan dan mendapat khidmat nasihat dari institusi perbankan pilihan anda. Yang ada adik ataupun anak kecil pun boleh join dekat Kids Corner. Menarik kan? Jadi, jom sertai FLM 2021. Ajak sekali kawan-kawan, saudara mara semua tahu. Bagi tahu diorang ada cabutan bertuah. Di kesempatan ini juga Cik Yan nak mengajak pelajar-pelajar institusi pengajian tinggi untuk menyertai pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story. Maklumat lanjut, layari aja fe.network.my. Okeylah, Cik Yan nak balik dulu ya. Cik Yan nak mengajak semua orang kampung Kajak Temenung join program FLM ni. Ingat, jaga diri, patuhi SOP.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon to everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our webinar today. This webinar is held in conjunction with the Financial Literacy Month 2021 organized by Financial Education Network. The aim is to provide financial literacy for consumers, micro-enterprises, and SMEs in helping them to making sound decisions in order for them to navigate their finances during this challenging time. And together with us today, we have distinguished guest, Datin Arlina Arif, Director Development and Inclusion Department, Bank Negara Malaysia, Puan Nur Fazlin, General Manager Operations and Business Development Division, Agency Counseling dan Pengurusan Kredit, or better known as AKPK, and Encik Gunasekaran Sundram, graduate from AKPK Debt Management Program. Our topic today is redress the financial stress. Help is always available. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the pandemic has inevitably impacted our economy and whether directly or indirectly, the livelihoods of our consumers too. We noted there are consumers that has lost their jobs or experience reduced in their income, and as a result, they are not able to meet their debt commitment. So allow me to start our discussion today with my first question. Why is it so important for consumers to seek help when they know that why is it important for consumers to seek help early when they know that they are facing financial difficulties? I wish to start this discussion with Puan Nur Fazlin from AKPK to share her perspective on this, and followed by Datin Arina, and of course, not last but not least, Encik Gunasekaran. Over to you, Puan Nur Fazlin.
Thank you, Haslinda. To answer your question, yes, it is important for us to seek help early when we are facing financial difficulties, because we want to prevent issues from getting out of control. And we do not want the issues to escalate even more to the next level where solution by then can be difficult to obtain. Yeah. So sharing the experience that we have at AKPK, when we talk about financial difficulties, is more normally about people not managing their debts very well. For example, there are consumers who come to AKPK quite late. For instance, there is a hearing date fixed by the court because the consumer would have defaulted in their loan repayment and whatsoever. But what happened is that the customer does not come to AKPK until the last minute. For instance, the hearing is say just next week, and the customer only approached AKPK this week. So it's a bit like the time is a bit strained or a bit tight. So here timing is important, meaning that if the customer were to come and see AKPK earlier, we could have put in a proposal for a debt management program, which is a DMP in AKPK, and on behalf of the borrower, and we will be able to sort of like discuss with the banks on what is best for the borrower to repay back the debts. And the consumer, on the other hand, of course, can avoid the hassle of going to the court and so on. So here we are saying that the thing is, when debt is unmanageable, especially when we have a lot of financial commitments like having to pay our housing loan, your car loan, your personal loan, credit card, and so on, it can be really stressful and can affect you as a person. So here the financial challenges can somewhat sort of like affect your mental state. And when you are emotionally troubled, you will be like sort of like thinking how you're going to pay off your debts, you know. And sometimes our relationship with family and friends can also be affected. So because of that, it is important for us to be aware of what we should do when we are facing financial challenges. So that's from me for now. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Puan Nur Fazlin. That was a very good sharing. So if I can just summarize, we have to come early so that things will not go out of control, and timing is very important so that AKPK can give timely help. And Datin Alina, what about you? Can you share your thoughts on this, please?
I would like to say that actually help is always available. When I say that is that whether we are in a pandemic situation or, you know, a normal situation or the new normal situation, help is always available. And for borrowers, they should always remember, go to the financial institution, go to the banks and seek help and approach them early enough so that if you have any issues, get it settled and get help from the banks. The banks are obliged to help you. And this is where Bank Negara would like to stress that, we have always insisted that assistance will always remain available as long as it's required. So that is the thing that most financial consumers, borrowers must remember. You need to go to your bank, and having failed that, then seek other help. So since the pandemic started, there has been many instances where there is auto moratorium and then targeted repayment assistance. And these are things that sometimes you cannot decide on your own. You need to speak to your banker, all right? Speak to your banker, understand what is available to you upfront. And if you don't understand, please ask. I know bankers sometimes their language is a bit too, how do I say it? Too canggih, if you don't mind me using the word. And people do not understand. So therefore, every borrower who's approaching the banks must be able to understand what is available for them in terms of assistance from the banks. And you are advised to request the bank to explain everything to you. For example, if you're going to take a targeted repayment assistance, do understand that that may come with some cost, and depending on what kind of assistance you apply for, it might lead to higher cost. So there is a need to understand that. And if you did not lose a job, nor get retrenched, or having a lower income, there is a need to assess whether you really need such assistance, and from there, engage back with the banks, discuss, and know what is the terms and conditions that will be put in front of you. So again, don't be afraid. Just go and seek help and do it as early as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Datin. So yes, for all the consumers here today, the most important thing is that first step is to go back to your bank, discuss and get them to explain in detail, and do it early, yeah, Datin? And yeah, okay. And now we would like to hear from Encik Guna Sekaran. Over to you, Encik Guna.
Okay, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Gunasekaran Sundram. I'm a 58 years old guy. Okay, first I start off with my own personal along problem. Quite some time back, I was staying with my mother's house with my brother and my wife. And what happened was, I went into a long problem because my brother's house was going on auction. That was the first option he was going. So what I did was, I told my brother I will help him. I spoke to my wife. My wife told me, we will help him to take over the house first. Later on, we will pay him back. So one day I was in my office, my brother walked in and he told me to sign an IOU slip for $10,000, which I didn't see the money. He told me that he wants me to pay. He wants to pay the court to settle off the house. So what I did was I signed the IOU slip, and the along guy took my ATM card. He told me monthly he has to take from my salary $1,000, but I was earning only $850 a month. I also am a banker. So what happened was, from there, a lot of things happened. I couldn't pay. My wife is a normal staff only. I couldn't pay. I start borrowing a lot of money to settle off all these alongs. This along guy, because I have to pay another 150. I have to look after my family. I have got one son. I have to pay the household things and everything, which I'm staying with my mother. This has been dragging on very long. I start borrowing from my relatives and all. So friends and relatives start giving me money. The thing is, when they give money, I cannot pay them back. So that means what I'm trying to say is, I become more and more, I start borrowing money. I owe a lot of people money. And at one point of time, I was staying with my brother at that time. He told me to leave the house. Okay, he told me to leave the house. I said, why do you want me to go with my son and my wife? He said, no, he wants me to leave the house within 2 days. So I left the house. I went and rented. Okay, before I leave to the house, that point of time, to say sorry, come back to you again. My wife met an accident. 1996, June 10. I almost lost her. Okay, she was hit by a one-ton lorry. She was under the lorry for 100 meters. And she lost her hand, left hand. The left hand, the Allen fracture on the shoulder broke. She couldn't carry her hand. She was admitted in Tawakal nearly over 3 months. Then she came back. So when she came back, after that, my brother asked me to leave the house. I can't even eat. I can't even have my lunch. I don't even money have. My wife and I don't have money to take lunch. You know, how do you want me to go and rent another house? I was telling him, he says, no, you leave. After all this help, his housing loan help, his debt with his friends, all I helped. Some alone came looking for him in the house. I also settled everything. But end of the day, I paid the interest. The interest that I paid for him nearly about 250 over 1,000. But the amount that I borrowed from the alone is only about, I think about 40,000 to 50,000 only. You see, I was paying. And then what happened? I shifted. When I shifted, I couldn't pay the housing. I mean, I shifted, I rented a house, I couldn't pay. At that point of time, I took a very bad, drastic action. I thought of losing my family twice. I thought of going away somewhere where, you know, to do something very bad. I tried. So I looked back and told myself, if I'm going to go, what is going to happen to my wife? You think the Along going to come and just keep quiet? They're going to come after my son and my family. So I said, no, let me sort of another thing, whatever problem that I'm going to solve, let me talk to the Alongs and all. So I was going through this, that house that I rented, he wants to sell the house. He wants to ask us to move out also. So my wife said, we will buy over the house. Okay, but we got no money to buy over the house. My mother-in-law came in between, and my wife, her jewelry, all the jewelry she sold, all I sold. We found it, we couldn't take, we couldn't do anything. We start paying the along, we start paying, you know, our debts and all, everything and all. And this house came in between. We also got a house. We bought a house. I don't know how to pay the house, the housing loan also. So what happened was, my mother-in-law helped me also on this about few months. So my wife started paying for the housing loan, start selling the jewelries and jewelries and jewelries. We had a lot of jewelries at that point of time. A lot of jewelries we had. So I don't have a car. I only ride a Chris motorbike. Okay, this motorbike also, it was a lucky draw that I got. Okay, I did not buy it cash or whatever it is. So from there, my wife was expecting. The house that I said downstairs got no room, only upstairs. So we moved from there to another house, a terrace house. So that house that I moved away, I rented because that house belongs to us. So what happened was, I couldn't pay because I was paying this along nearly a month, nearly about $6,000 a month, where my salary only $850. I think you can imagine how much I've been borrowing after that from friends and relatives. Nobody wants to come and see me. Nobody wants to come and see my family. Nobody wants to come and see. Nobody wants to come see me. Even my friends and my family members. Nobody came and helped us. One day, it was so heavy rain. I went to see my sister. My tire punctured. I just asked her to $10 to patch up my tire. She said she got no money. You see, this is what happens to me when I went into a long problem. After that came housing loan problem. I couldn't pay. The bank they lelong my house. What happened was, after lelong the house, the bank suing me bankruptcy. And my wife saw the paper, star paper. She called me up. She told me, the bank is suing us. Now what is going to happen? We're all going to lose our job. I don't know what to do. I went to the banker. I went to the bank. I spoke to the bank. There, when I went to the bank, the credit officer told me, no. After auction the house, the balance I still have to pay. and I have to pay in one go. So I don't know what to do. I almost cried to her. I told her that no, I couldn't pay. I got no money to pay. This is what I'm going through. I'm with Along. Now it is housing loan and all. Then she said no. Then I came down. One of the staff told me what happened. Then she told me, go and seek help from Bank Negara. I said, how to go and seek help when the banker itself told me I cannot. She said she cannot help me. How to go and seek help? She said, go and get help from Bank Negara. So I went there. As I walked in, it was on the left-hand side. I still remember. I walked in. I printed out my secret report. There was this officer, a Malay lady, was seated down there, and she told me, she called my number. Then I went and saw her. She was the first person. Sorry, she was the first person. She told me, come, let me see your problem. I only had two things in my hand. One was the secret report. The other one is the bankruptcy report, bankruptcy letter. I don't have anything else. I went and seek help from her. She told me, no problem, Guna. Let me call the banker first. She called the banker. She spoke to the banker. And she told me first thing is, go to AKPK. They will help you. I said, I don't know where is AKPK. I don't know what is AKPK. She told me AKPK in Maju Junction. Go and seek help from them. This Bank Negara officer, she was the first God that I've seen her, like a God. She told me, your problem can be solved, but you go and seek help from AKPK. Okay, I went to AKPK. The door that opened, I saw the first person was Encik Khalid. Sorry to mention the name, but I got to mention the name. I saw Encik Khalid. Okay, he asked me to go and sit. Before sitting, asked me to register myself. So I registered myself. I went and sat. I saw a few people sitting down there in the chair. I suppose that same problem like me, or it's not that. So one of the officers came from there. He told me, anybody new here or anybody today new to AKPK? Then I took out my hand. I said, I'm new. He asked me to go into the room. About 7 of us went into the room. We went and heard one ceramah. Actually, what is AKPK means. And the 3 things that I learned from there is, in 15 minutes, I learned 3 best things in my life. What is AKPK? How AKPK can help you? And within how many days AKPK can solve your problem? And the 4th thing, AKPK is all free. All free. Okay. After 15-20 minutes from the ceramah, I came out. I was seated. Then my first counselor was Miss Annie Tan. She called me into the room. That time also, I only 2 papers in my hand. She said, she saw my secret report. She saw my letter. She said, Guna, she did not tell me anything. Guna, okay, please go and bring this document that I need. You can bring along your wife because it's a joint venture housing loan. Okay. And I said, okay. The next day, I came to AKPK. I brought the documents. I showed her the documents. She said, okay, you can go into where the PC is, the computer is. Please key in. There are certain questions are there. Please key in. So I told my wife to go back first. I will key in and all. Just wanted to share with you, I don't know how to key in a computer also. Because I'm a rank and file. I'm an office boy. I promoted as a clerk. Then I was promoted to officer. I'm a rank and file. I'm always in all these ledger books and all. I'm not good in PCs and all. I went there. There's one staff who came there and asked me, macam mana I nak tolong you? Then I said, I don't know how to key in. I don't know how to start the thing also. She said, let me start for you. Sit down and key in. She sat beside me. I keyed in all the important things. I keyed in. Then the copy of it, I sent it to Miss Tan. Then I waited for a while. Then she called me into the room again. Then she said, 2 days time, she will call me. In 2 days' time, she called me in. I came with my wife. Before talking to the bank, she asked me, after seeing my breakdown and all, can you pay 400? Sorry, can you pay this figure? Sorry, can you pay this figure? I saw the figure, I was shocked because I was owing the bank very big sum. And she asked me to pay, can you pay this sum? Can both of you all, can you and your wife can pay this sum monthly? I said, why not can? I said, no problem. But my bankruptcy, he says, no problem. Can you all pay? I said, yes, we can pay. No problem, we can pay. So she said, okay. That was the 4th day. The 5th day, she called us in back. They told me that from this month onwards, you pay this figure for a certain amount of years. She gave me a proposal. This month, you start paying for certain years. She gave me a proposal. We start paying. Okay, it's downline about 4 years, 4 to 5 years. We paid every month without fail. Every month without fail. And that point of time, I've introduced so many people to AKPK. Don't wait and seek for anybody's help. Go to AKPK, tell your problem, you can get. Within down the time, the 4 years, I learned something from AKPK. Don't have to go and get sick from anybody. Either you go to AKPK with your bank's problem, Along's problem, you sit down and talk to them. I become a very brave person. I don't want to run away from anybody. No doubt I owe people. I don't have to run. I'm not cheating them. I cannot pay. So I need to talk to them. So when I came to see, after Ms. Pistan told me to pay monthly 400, we start paying. We did not fail. We did not fail a single month. We did not miss a single month of the payment. After the 4th year, after the 4.5 years, paid, I had some cash. I left the bank, sorry. Immediately I left the bank. Reason because I had, with the stress and all, I had a heart problem. I had an angina attack, they call it. Angina attack. I was admitted in Damai Hospital. After that, I was I was transferred to IJN. So the doctor told me, he says, Mr. Guna, I couldn't do anything with your son because your vessels, because it's too narrow. And please try to reduce your stress, he told me. If can, your stress makes you this kind in this stage. So my wife was crying. And my both son was too young. Okay. And I left the bank job. And I came out. I did a lot of odd jobs. Odd jobs, I did a lot of like hotel taxi driving, personal driving, because I need to have more money. My wife was looking after the AKPK's problem. I was looking after all the Along's problem. I don't want them to come to my house. Okay, I don't want them to come to my wife's office. I don't want them to call my wife. Every month, when they call, I pay, I pay, I pay. So I started calling each and everybody and tell them I cannot pay any more interest. I only can pay your principal amount monthly, certain amount that I can afford to pay. I spoke to all the Alongs. So I had one list of names that I even borrowed $30, even $30 I went and borrowed to a lady, old lady who's selling fish. That lady's name also I written down in the list. I should settle before I die. So what I did was, we settled off AKPK's problem first. And Along's problem I was settling. We settled AKPK's problem. I had some money and all. We went to the bank and negotiated. The bank refused. We went back to AKPK. There was a negotiator there. He called me in. He told me, no problem, Guna. Just give me a day. I'll negotiate for you. He negotiated whatever that I had that point of time to settle my housing loan, my car loan, and my credit card. My credit card was not a big amount. My car loan was not a big amount. My housing loan was very, very big amount. And AKPK brought it down and gave me a figure, and I could settle that money within 4.5 years. Okay, I have settled. They given me a release letter from the bank. AKPK has given me a release letter. After that, I concentrate on my Along. and my wife. So we start paying alongs. We call them in and then we start talking to them. Just wanted to share. Along is not is someone you can solve. Even you got housing loan, car loan problem, all you can go to as Datin was saying just now. Please go to the bank as it is now. Go negotiate. If you cannot negotiate, please go to AKPK. Please don't wait for tomorrow. There'll be no tomorrow for you. Don't go last minute like what I did. I went last minute. I was very, very lucky to tell you, very, very lucky to save our jobs. Very, very lucky to, very, very lucky. It is very lucky. I couldn't believe that I can solve my housing loan problem within 7 working days. I couldn't believe. I could not believe. So please. Then about downline around 8 years back, I called Along and I had all the lists that even I borrowed for $30 right up to 20 over 1,000 people. 20 over 1,000 ringgit to people all I have settled. Today, and my wife, we have saved a lot of money and she have bought our house. I don't owe anybody. I can walk out anytime. I can go to people's function. Before, I don't even go to function. I don't even go to my family function. Don't even invite me for a function. Because they all find that I owe the bank. I owe people. They're scared. When I call them also, they're scared. They don't even pick up my call because they're scared I ask them the money. But now, if I don't go to their function, they'll be very sad. Every day they'll be calling, make sure tomorrow function, make sure next week's the function. Now, I'm not saying anything. I'm just telling to you, you have a problem, you need to seek help. As it is now, a lot of people having problem with this and all. But what I did, drastic thing, wanted to do 2 drastic things. I don't want anybody to do that. If you can, please go early and seek help. Help is not along itself. Please go and seek help from banks. You cannot go and see Bank Negara people. You cannot go to AKPK. If you find, if you find you are in very bad shape, please run to AKPK first. Okay, please run to AKPK. And you tell the AKPK what is your problem. They are all the counselors, they don't see who are you. You can be a taxi driver or you can be a GM, they don't bother. You walk into their door, they are there to help you. They are there to, their front counters and their officers, all they're excellent people. They can solve your problem, they can solve. Just to thank in Datin Jaya, Bank Negara, I don't know her name today, but I tell you, she was the most wonderful person to show me what is AKPK is. And I feel like crying, but I feel like something very different in my life. She's like a God for me. Told me that you can solve your problem, but you must go to the right place. Don't seek any Along's help. Along is not a problem solver. It is always the more problems you face. They are good. Alongs are good because they pay you there and there. But when they collect from you, it's not good. It is affect all your family, your work and everything. If you have anything to do with housing loan, car loan, personal loan, credit card loan, please go and seek help from AKPK. If you need more infos, Bank Negara people are there. They are always there. The staffs are always there. You go and print your secrets report. Now you can even print your secrets report, in AKPK. Go and seek assist. Please do not go and do something that I try to do. Please don't. It doesn't benefit. You look back and see your family will get, your family will be there, and they cannot help you, they cannot do anything for you. Okay, this is my experience that I've shared, to share with you. The last thing is,
thank you.
Please go and seek help from AKPK and Bank Negara, and they're always there to help you all. Don't wait for last moment. Please don't wait for last moment like what I did. Today I bought a house. My wife bought a house, and we are happy. My son is working. my other son is leaving to college. I don't have to owe people. I don't have to go and it's all because of two things I did. One I went to bank. One I went to the bank. One I went to Bank Negara. The other one I went to AKPK. AKPK, the 15 minutes of the counseling changed my life.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gunasekaran, for sharing your very personal story. I'm sad and also very moved on your story, and at the same time, I'm also very pleased and very happy that you managed to resolve your financial problems and are now living a better life. And I think you mentioned many times to go to AKPK early, and also you mentioned the person who helped you to lead you to AKPK is a staff or a personnel at Bank Negara. So with that, I would like to pose my, thank you again, Mr. Gunasekaran. With that, I would like to pose my second question to Datin Alina. You mentioned about the bank just now, and Mr. Gunasekaran also mentioned about AKPK, but maybe I would like Datin to comment as Central Bank or Bank Negara, what can Bank Negara do to help consumers in facing their financial distress?
Thank you, Puan Haslinda, and thank you, Mr. Gunasekaran, for giving definitely a testimony that help is there, and we can continuously get help. Going back to Puan Haslinda's question, as a central bank, we are definitely one of our roles is to ensure that the financial institutions treat their financial consumer fairly. The word is fairly. So whatever it is, the financial institutions are supposed to be there to help. However, sometimes if you do seek help and you feel that you're not given the right kind of help, nor you think that the bank can do further, please go and complain first to their call centers or their complaint center, because all banks have complaint centers and they are supposed to look into your issues first. Failing which, then you come to Bank Negara. All right. When you come to Bank Negara, there are various ways that you can get help. One is through link. Just now, Mr. Gunasekaran mentioned that you can walk in. We no longer have that for the time being, but you can make appointment and come to Bank Negara because of the SOPs and all that. So make an appointment first and then come. But nevertheless, it's actually a few digits away. You can actually call Telelink. All right. There are officers there, and these are not clerks. These are officers who are well trained to help you, and they will do their best to help, and they will not turn down any of the calls. And in fact, if you ask me, we are very we are very strict to ensure that we do not have any drop calls, and all calls are entertained, and it's normally open during office hours. So Bank Negara has a one-stop center to help financial consumers with advisory and to help them get redress from the financial institutions. And again, I have to stress the fact that no problem is complicated. Even if it is very, very complicated, we'll escalate it to the right kind of officers to help. So this is the Bank Negara's role, to make sure that assistance is available. And then even then also, if you're not satisfied, there's the Ombudsman office for financial services. So they are supposed to help to give an independent and a fair and efficient avenue to resolve disputes between financial consumer and their financial institutions. So in the end of the day, it's back to the fact that help is available anywhere, and everywhere. And of course, when you come to Bank Negara, we will assess the issue. And in most cases, we find that AKPK can help. So that's why, a lot of people like Mr. Gunasekaran, they were asked to go to AKPK. And again, AKPK has also assisted thousands of people, if not in the millions. Puan Fazlin will be able to tell you better. But in the end of the day, consumers must reach out. Yeah, these are your rights. And you have the right for a fair treatment from the banks. And if you don't, there are avenues for you to go to and to make sure that your issues are resolved.
Thank you, Datin. Thank you for sharing with us the various channels that consumers can resort to. And My next question is posed to Puan Fazlin. I think over the years you have been with AKPK, and I'm sure you have had a very extensive experience in dealing with consumers with financial distress. So if you can actually share with everyone here today the early warning signals of the financial distress, and what are the steps that the consumers can take to address this. And last but not least, what is, or maybe if you can further add or strengthen AKPK's assistance in providing this help to the consumers to address this financial distress. Over to you, Puan Fazlin. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Haslinda. So here, when do we actually get help? So we normally would realize that we are now facing really tight cash flow position every month. That is actually the first sign that you need help. For example, when you need to juggle your monthly expenditure because the money is limited, or when you use your credit card to support the monthly expenses. But here, after hearing from Mr. Guna just now, I just want to remind everyone not to resort to unlicensed money lenders, along, which is totally going to be a wrong decision altogether. And because just now I mentioned that your cash flow is you tend to miss certain payment, and maybe also sometimes you don't pay your bills on time. And because of that, you will be like choosing which bills to pay first. Maybe this month you pay your housing loan, next month you pay your car loan and things like that. And because of that, this thing will escalate to become a bigger problem where banks are gonna start sending letters of demand or recall your facility. And in the case of Mr. Guna, just now you heard that he received a bankruptcy actions against him. Okay, so this is when you should start seeking for help. So there is also this question, how early is early? There are signs to indicate that you are in financial predicament. There are signs that we can actually ask ourselves, if you see any of these signs, you should take some actions to sort of like do something about it. Don't wait until it's too late. First of all, for instance, you spend more than you earn, you're not living within your means. That's normal. And then you relieve paycheck to paycheck. We just need to wait for the next salary to come in, and then we are missing our bills altogether, and then we are starting getting calls from the banks. And then, as I mentioned, the banks are taking legal action against us. But the thing is, on the other hand, it is about in terms of savings, we should see if we are not saving, meaning that if there were to be any emergencies to occur, we are gonna resort to, like borrowings or using our credit card, borrowing for family and friends, so things like this are already indication. So these are like early warning signs to say that you need to own up and sort of like decide that you need to do something about it. So in terms of AKPK, what we do is we always stress on 4 A's lah. First, we are saying that the first A is you need to acknowledge. You need to come to your senses, to reality that you have a problem. Like Mr. Guna, he did. He acknowledged that he had a problem, so he walked to the bank and asked for help. Okay, so but unfortunately, there are people out there who do not realize that they have financial trouble and they continue to, live with their current lifestyle and things like that. So they live in denials. So the first A is actually to acknowledge. The second A is to analyze, which you need to assess your financial standing. Maybe you want to prioritize certain bills or debts which is now overdue and things like that. So you need to analyze. And lastly is to act. Act is where you need to sort of like go and see your banks. Like I think Alina mentioned much earlier that the banks are ever willing to help you. They have got plans for repayment assistance, relief plans for you to be able to pay back your debts. And then lastly, of course, there's AKPK. So now coming back to AKPK, what do? We promote prudent financial management as a way of life for all Malaysians. We want Malaysians to be financially resilient. We provide financial education, we provide financial advisory, and as what Mr. Guna experienced was he enrolled into our debt management program. So we have got 11 branches altogether, and our branches are now open, but we are also making ourselves available online. You just go to our website and fill up the necessary forms, and we will get back to you. And the best thing of all is the services offered by AKPK is free of charge. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that sharing, Puan Fazlin. I think it's most insightful because you've got the 4 A's that you mentioned just now. You have to acknowledge, you have to analyze, and then you have to act proactively. And then last but not least, AKPK. And you also mentioned that AKPK is available whether online or offline. Yeah, so that I think shouldn't be an excuse for any consumers not to reach out to AKPK. Thank you, Puan Fazlin. Okay, my last questions. My last question to Encik Gunasekaran. We heard your story just now, and we know that you have successfully graduated from the debt management program with AKPK. So we'd like to hear more from you, Encik Gunasekaran. Maybe you can share how you actually the process, or how you actually engage AKPK, how you the process for you to get yourself out from the debt management, and what is your advice to all the consumers out there, especially those who are struggling with their debts now?
Okay, I just wanted to share. As on Fazlin was telling to you all, sharing, don't wait for last moment. As it is now, you know you cannot pay for the first month itself. You know, if you are earning, and then you got your monthly payment for all these utility bills and everything. As it is now, you can't even do anything. Please go and seek help. Go and seek help. What I'm trying to say is, don't wait. Don't wait. Don't wait. Go and seek help from AKPK, or AKPK is the best place to get help. If you ask me how I came out from Sun, is I really struggled. I struggled a lot when I came out, and I and my wife was very, very happy. I got a wonderful wife. She's a wonderful person. She helped me a lot, and she told me, whatever happens, we don't even eat, go and pay AKPK. She used to tell me that. Okay, we pay. And then what I'm trying to say is, once you are in that program, in AKPK's program, please go and pay monthly. Don't if you got a problem in a year, you got a problem. If they gave you a proposal, go according to that, and don't you pay for 1 year, then you stop. Then the bank come after you again, you go back again to AKPK. It's not fair for them. When you need, they are there. Make use of them. They will help you settle all your problem. You can settle all your problem, and you find very easy, very, very, very easy to talk to them. Their counselors are very good. They will advise you like no. So last not least, please go to AKPK. Don't go to Along. Don't. Because AKPK is free, and I always like to thumbs up for 2 people here. There's one is Bank Negara, and the other one is AKPK. That's all I can say this. See, they are the best people that I've come across in this world. They are the friends and also family for me. They are first friends and first family. AKPK and Bank Negara. Okay.
All right. Thank you, Encik Gunasekaran. I think we heard from you, and that the lessons and the way that you managed to come out of this difficulty is definitely useful advice and tips for all the consumers. Thank you for that sharing, Encik Gunasekaran. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we've come to the end of our session today. But before we end, I'd just like to remind everyone to take on the pop quiz that we have at the end of the session. You will be eligible for lucky draw prizes if you take on the pop quiz. Yes. So don't forget to participate. And to all the 3 panelists here today, thank you very much for your sharing. I think it has been very useful, and I really hope that everyone here has benefited. With that, thank you very much, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Datin talking. Thank you, Rufasi. Thank you to everybody.
Karen. Yeah.
Syah, kena tipu ke Syah? Tolong Syah, tolong.
Ah, tak ada cerita banyak. Aku dah duit. Tolonglah, aku dah duit. Dah ramai cerai aku. Sakit. Sebelah ni kau tengok mata aku. Tolonglah. Aku merayu dengan kau.
Kau sabar, kau relax. Duit tu aku garanti akan masuk. Kau sabar, kau relax. Aku ada kereta mewah. Rasmi jangan. Hanya kiri.
Siapa lagi boleh tolong aku?
Saya dah tu, join je lah aku.
Kali ini jalan yang terbaik untuk aku.
Kau masuk 2,000.
Aku tak sanggup lagi.
Kau dapat 4,000.
Oi Tom, kau kenapa? Macam-macam. Ni, cas yang dikenakan disebabkan kau hantar lewat. Dah, sekarang bayar.
Tuan, minta maaf tuan. Saya tak ada duit sekarang ni tuan. Tunggu gaji hujung bulan boleh tuan?
Aish, kau ni. Itulah masalah yang aku selalu dengar daripada kau. Lain kali, simpan dulu sebelum belanja. Bukan kau belanja dulu baru simpan. Faham?
Faham tuan?
Aish, Tom.
Tuan, tuan. Tuan boleh tak ajar saya cara urus wangan secara lebih hemat?
Kau sanggup luangkan masa dan komitmen untuk aku?
Boleh tuan.
Okey, baiklah. Benda pertama yang perlu kau betulkan adalah mindset kau. Kau perlu pastikan kau ada pengurusan kewangan yang baik dalam jangka masa panjang dan juga waktu tempoh persaraan kau. Perkara yang seterusnya, kau perlu buat simpanan sekurang-kurangnya 3 hingga 6 bulan gaji. Kau perlu peruntukkan sama ada 5%, 10% ataupun 20% untuk simpanan dan pelaburan. Dengan ilmu kewangan yang mencukupi, matlamat kau untuk menyimpan akan lebih jelas. Dengan ilmu yang kau ada, kau perlu bezakan pula sama ada keperluan ataupun kemahuan. Tanpa keperluan, jangka hayat hidup kau akan berkurang. Sebagai contoh, makanan yang seimbang. Dan untuk kemahuan pula adalah perkara yang berlebihan yang menyebabkan jika kau layan, wang poket kau akan berkurang. Sebagai contoh, walaupun perut dah kenyang, tapi kau tetap nak makan makanan yang mahal. Dan perkara yang seterusnya, aku nak kau gunakan aplikasi percuma dalam smartphone untuk mencatat setiap perbelanjaan kau. Dan kau boleh baiki cara kau berbelanja. Tom.
Ya tuan.
Sini. Aku dah tetapkan appointment untuk kau berjumpa dengan financial consultant. Aku cadangkan kau ambil takaful. Takaful bagus untuk perlindungan kewangan kerana ia dilaburkan di tempat yang pasti, patuh syariah dan tiada syubhah.
Okay, ni borang takaful. Sudah I explain kat you tentang takaful, okay?
Dengan adanya takaful, kau akan terlindung daripada 3D, iaitu death, disease dan disable.
Oh, macam tu tuan. Apa langkah seterusnya tuan?
Just follow all the steps dan insyaAllah aku doakan kau berjaya.
Baik tuan. Terima kasih tuan.
Akhirnya, dengan ilmu kewangan yang telah dicorakkan, mengundi bukanlah jalan penyelesaian.
Untuk masa hadapan, aku perlu bijak menyimpan, menguruskan kewangan, melabur pada tempat yang pasti dan yang paling penting, aku tidak akan terjebak dengan kancah financial scam lagi. Bukan sekali lagi. Aku tahu. And this is my great story.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera warga negara Malaysia. Saya Asha Aziz. Dalam vlog kali ini saya nak kongsikan kepada anda tips yang saya praktikkan dalam menyimpan duit. Pertama, sediakan belanjawan setiap bulan. Belanjawan ni dapat bantu kita mengutamakan perbelanjaan yang wajib seperti pinjaman loan dan langganan. Dalam belanjawan ni, kita boleh bahagikan pendapatan kita kepada perbelanjaan dan simpanan. Pastikan simpanan yang dibuat sekurang-kurangnya 10% dari jumlah pendapatan yang kita terima setiap bulan. Kedua, rekod perbelanjaan kita setiap hari. Merekod perbelanjaan sangat penting untuk menentukan ke mana duit kita mengalir. Kebiasaannya kalau kita tak rekod, kita mungkin akan terlebih berbelanja dan akhir bulan, kita sendiri tak yakin ke mana duit kita pergi. Walaupun untuk secawan kopi. Perbelanjaan kita dapat direkod di telefon bimbit dengan menggunakan aplikasi rekod kewangan ataupun di kertas atau buku kecil yang kita mudah nak bawa ke mana-mana sahaja. Pastikan setiap hari data-data perbelanjaan direkodkan tanpa ada satu pun yang bocor. Ketiga, buka akaun simpanan pelaburan dividen. Secara peribadi, saya merasakan akaun simpanan pelaburan sangat penting dan perlu ada pada setiap orang. Ini kerana akaun simpanan pelaburan memberikan kadar pulangan yang lebih tinggi berbanding akaun transaksi biasa. Selain menyimpan kosong, duit simpanan kita juga akan bertambah sekiranya kita menyimpan di akaun simpanan pelaburan. Keempat, jadilah pembeli yang bijak. Sebelum membeli belah, kita perlu membuat senarai barangan yang hendak dibeli. Ini untuk mengelakkan kita daripada terlupa dan membeli barangan yang tak sepatutnya. Jangan lupa untuk membuat perbandingan harga. Utamakan pembelian ketika jualan murah atau jualan gudang. Kan lebih jimat. Kelima, potong pembelanjaan yang tidak penting. Sekiranya pembelanjaan kita terlalu tinggi, simpanan kita akan makin berkurang. Oleh itu, pembelanjaan seperti langganan hiburan boleh kita kurangkan. Contohnya langganan internet yang berlebihan ataupun langganan gym. Kelima-lima tips ni boleh dimulakan dari sekarang sekiranya kita mahu simpanan kita baik untuk masa depan kita. Ingat, simpanan yang baik pada masa kini dapat membantu kita di masa hadapan. Saya nak mula menyimpan daripada sekarang. Tiada siapa yang boleh larang untuk masa depan yang cemerlang, gemilang dan terbilang. Ikut tips, triks yang dikongsi supaya tak pening-pening nanti hidup ke depan lebih baik dan aman dari masa kini. Marilah kita menyimpan untuk masa depan, dapat banyak kebaikan, hidup pun terus aman.
Ada story? Tak ada toy, tapi ada story.
I was born in a low-income family. I have to work as a part-time waiter every day to pay for the university on my own. If I were rich,
I'm sorry, Mr. Gao. Because MCO, you know, we have decided to let you go. Today is your last day. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Teo. How can you achieve financial freedom at the age of 25?
I have my financial goals since I was at the age like 17 to 18, and I've started plenty at that time. I spent almost all my free time learning the stock market, learn how to invest, how to grow my money.
Investment. Can I be like him? "20% return per month seems like too good to be true. But what if it's real? Just try for a little bit money. It shouldn't be a problem, right?"
Thank you for calling.
Since that day, my life changed. I don't have to work anymore, but just receiving the high money return from the investment plan. Things seem to be better and better. Until one day... Where's my money?
The number you dialed is not in service.
Yeah, one friend she told me she earned a 20% return per month from her investment plan. Then she asked me whether to join I see betul tak? She said let's show you the transaction history. And I see really betul also.
It is almost 1 year from that investment scam. I was so immature and always thinking of getting rich fast at that time. And that's why I will be trapped by the scammer. From that incident, I learned that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Now, I earn, save, manage, grow, and most importantly, protect my money properly. Whenever I think I'm deviating from my financial goals, I will watch this video I recorded right after I lost all my money in the investment scam. I'll keep this in my mind as a lesson forever, and I'll write a successful method story in the rest of my life.
Tak ada toy, tapi ada story.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicole. I'm a student from Inti International College Subang, and this is my Do It story. My story started beginning of last year after I finished my SPM exam and decided to start looking for a job to become more financially independent. I finally managed to get a part-time position nearby my place after a whole month of scouting for jobs. Thus then began the exhausting first steps of working. Some days were definitely tough, especially working in customer service. But finding solutions to the plights of customers is pretty rewarding, not gonna lie. I remember blowing my first pay on completely unnecessary stuff and realizing it a bit too late. Thus then began my journey of managing my income better. Like people say, money come, money go. Quickly I realized how I needed to start better managing my income if I wanted to achieve the goals I have set. Firstly, what I did was better organize my priorities and set my goals straight. Not gonna lie, I also needed to have a bit of a talk with myself to stop spending money unnecessarily. I had 3 main goals. Firstly, was to save enough money to help my parents pay off a few of my semesters. This seemed like the right thing to do, and I liked the idea of me investing in my own future. Secondly, I wanted to have some pocket money for when I start college, cause these textbooks aren't cheap. And lastly, the way my mom brought me up, she always asked me to make sure I look out for my community as well. That's why I always set aside some money to buy provision for the underprivileged at least once every 2 months. Now usually my budget and my pay doesn't allow me much room to save each month. That is why I always try to work a few extra hours or on public holidays to earn that little bit extra money. This can get a little hard at times, but the money earned from those days allow me to save for the unforeseeable future. And as the saying goes, the art isn't in making money, but saving it. Thankfully, I've been able to abide by my set budget as well as manage my time between working and studying. Things can get a little hard at times, but just remember to always keep going forward and putting your best into everything. That's all from me today. Thank you for listening to my Do It story, and I hope everyone has a pleasant day ahead. Bye bye! And quickly I realized how I needed to start.
Syah, kena tipu dah Syah. Tolong Syah, tolong.
Tak ada cerita banyak. Aku dah duit. Tolonglah, aku dah duit. Dah ramai cerai aku. Sakit. Sebelah ni kau tengok mata aku. Tolonglah. Aku berani dengan kau.
Kau sabar, kau relax. Duit tu aku garanti akan masuk. Kau sabar, kau relax. Aku ada kereta mewah. Rasmi dah. I'll make you rich.
Kira siapa lagi betul aku?
Saya dah tu, join je lah aku.
Kali ini jalan yang terbaik untuk aku.
Kau masuk 2,000.
Aku tak sanggup lagi.
Kau dapat 4,000. Join je lah aku.
Tom! Oi Tom, kau kenapa? Macam-macam. Ni, cas yang dikenakan disebabkan kau hantar lewat. Dah, sekarang bayar.
Tuan, minta maaf tuan. Saya tak ada duit sekarang ni tuan. Tunggu gaji hujung bulan boleh tuan?
Aish, kau ni. Itulah masalah yang aku selalu dengar daripada kau. Lain kali, simpan dulu sebelum belanja. Bukan kau belanja dulu baru simpan. Faham?
Faham tuan.
Aish, Tom.
Tuan, tuan boleh tak ajar saya cara urus wangan secara lebih hemat?
Kau sanggup luangkan masa dan komitmen untuk aku?
Boleh tuan.
Okey. Okey, baiklah. Benda pertama yang perlu kau betulkan adalah mindset kau. Kau perlu pastikan kau ada pengurusan kewangan yang baik dalam jangka masa panjang dan juga waktu tempoh persaraan kau. Perkara yang seterusnya, kau perlu buat simpanan sekurang-kurangnya 3 hingga 6 bulan gaji. Kau perlu peruntukkan sama ada 5%, 10% ataupun 20% untuk simpanan dan pelaburan. Dengan ilmu kewangan yang mencukupi, matlamat kau untuk menyimpan akan lebih jelas. Dengan ilmu yang kau ada, kau perlu bezakan pula sama ada keperluan ataupun kemahuan. Tanpa keperluan, jangka hayat hidup kau akan berkurang. Sebagai contoh, makanan yang seimbang. Dan untuk kemahuan pula adalah perkara yang berlebihan yang menyebabkan jika kau layan, wang poket kau akan berkurang. Sebagai contoh, walaupun perut dah kenyang, tapi kau tetap nak makan makanan yang mahal. Dan perkara yang seterusnya, aku nak kau gunakan aplikasi percuma dalam smartphone untuk mencatat setiap perbelanjaan kau. Dan kau boleh baiki cara kau berbelanja. Tom.
Ya tuan.
Sini. Aku dah tetapkan appointment untuk kau berjumpa dengan financial consultant. Aku cadangkan kau ambil takaful. Takaful bagus untuk perlindungan kewangan kerana ia dilaburkan di tempat yang pasti, patuh syariah dan tiada syubhah.
Okay, ni borang takaful. Today I explain kat you tentang takaful, okay?
Dengan adanya takaful, kau akan terlindung daripada 3D, iaitu death, disease dan disable.
Oh, macam tu tuan. Apa langkah seterusnya tuan?
Just follow all the steps dan insyaAllah aku doakan kau berjaya.
Baik tuan. Terima kasih tuan.
Akhirnya, dengan ilmu kewangan yang telah dicurahkan, mengundi bukanlah jalan penyelesaian.
Untuk masa hadapan, aku perlu bijak menyimpan, menguruskan kewangan, melabur pada tempat yang pasti dan yang paling penting, aku tidak akan terjebak dengan kancah financial scam lagi. Bukan sekali lagi. Aku tahu. And this is my big story.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera warga negara Malaysia. Saya Asha Aziz. Dalam vlog kali ini saya nak kongsikan kepada anda tips yang saya praktikkan dalam menyimpan duit. Pertama, sediakan belanjawan setiap bulan. Belanjawan ni dapat bantu kita mengutamakan perbelanjaan yang wajib seperti pinjaman loan dan langganan. Dalam belanjawan ni, kita boleh bahagikan pendapatan kita kepada perbelanjaan dan simpanan. Pastikan simpanan yang dibuat sekurang-kurangnya 10% dari jumlah pendapatan yang kita terima setiap bulan. Kedua, rekod perbelanjaan kita setiap hari. Merekod perbelanjaan sangat penting untuk menentukan ke mana duit kita mengalir. Kebiasaannya kalau kita tak rekod, kita mungkin akan terlebih berbelanja dan akhir bulan, kita sendiri tak yakin ke mana duit kita pergi. Walaupun untuk secawan kopi, perbelanjaan kita dapat direkod di telefon bimbit dengan menggunakan aplikasi rekod kewangan ataupun di kertas atau buku kecil yang kita mudah nak bawa ke mana-mana sahaja. Pastikan setiap hari data-data perbelanjaan direkodkan tanpa ada satu pun yang bocor. Ketiga, buka akaun simpanan pelaburan dividen. Secara peribadi, saya merasakan akaun simpanan pelaburan sangat penting dan perlu ada pada setiap orang. Ini kerana akaun simpanan pelaburan memberikan kadar pulangan yang lebih tinggi berbanding akaun transaksi biasa. Selain menyimpan kosong, duit simpanan kita juga akan bertambah sekiranya kita menyimpan di akaun simpanan pelaburan. Keempat, jadilah pembeli yang bijak. Sebelum membeli belah, kita perlu membuat senarai barangan yang hendak dibeli. Ini untuk mengelakkan kita daripada terlupa dan membeli barangan yang tak sepatutnya. Jangan lupa untuk membuat perbandingan harga. Utamakan pembelian ketika jualan murah atau jualan gudang. Kan lebih jimat. Kelima, potong perbelanjaan yang tidak penting. Sekiranya perbelanjaan kita terlalu tinggi, simpanan kita akan makin berkurang. Oleh itu, perbelanjaan seperti langganan hiburan boleh kita kurangkan. Contohnya langganan internet yang berlebihan ataupun langganan gym. Kelima-lima tips ni boleh dimulakan dari sekarang sekiranya kita mahu simpanan kita baik untuk masa depan kita. Ingat, simpanan yang baik pada masa kini dapat membantu kita di masa hadapan. Saya nak mula menyimpan daripada sekarang. Tiada siapa yang boleh larang untuk masa depan yang cemerlang, gemilang dan terbilang. Ikut tips, triks yang dikongsi supaya tak pening-pening nanti hidup ke depan lebih baik dan aman dari masa kini. Marilah kita menyimpan untuk masa depan, dapat banyak kebaikan, hidup pun terus aman.
Ada story? Tak ada toy, tapi ada story.
I was born in a low-income family. I have to work as a part-time waiter every day to pay for the university on my own. If I were rich,
I'm sorry, Mr. Kao. Because MCO, you know, we have decided to let you go. Today is your last day. Thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. Teo. How can you achieve financial freedom at the age of 25?
I have my financial goals since I was at the age like 17 to 18, and I have started brand new at that time. I spent almost all my free time learning the stock market, learn how to invest, how to grow my money.
Investment. Can I be like him? %20% return per month seems like too good to be true. But what if it's real? Just try for a little bit money. It shouldn't be a problem, right?
Thank you for calling.
Since that day, my life changed. I don't have to work anymore, but just receiving the high money return from the investment plan. Things seem to be better and better. Until one day... Where's my money?
The number you dialed is not in service.
One friend she told me she earned a 20% return per month from her investment plan. Then she asked me whether to join and I see betul kak. She said, let's show you the transaction history. And I see, really betul.
It is almost 1 year from that investment scam. I was so immature and always thinking of getting rich fast at that time. And that's why I was betrayed by the scammer. From that incident, I learned that there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Now, I earn, save, manage, grow, and most importantly, protect my money properly. Whenever I think I'm deviating from my financial goals, I will watch this video I recorded right after I lost all my money in the investment scam. I'll keep this in my mind as a lesson forever, and I'll write a successful method story in the rest of my life.
Tak ada toy, tapi ada story.
Hello everyone, my name is Nicole. I'm a student from Inti International College Subang, and this is my Do It story. My story started beginning of last year after I finished my SPM exam and decided to start looking for a job to become more financially independent. I finally managed to get a part-time position nearby my place after a whole month of scouting for jobs. Thus then began the exhausting first steps of working. Some days were definitely tough, especially working in customer service. But finding solutions to the plights of customers is pretty rewarding, not gonna lie. I remember blowing my first pay on completely unnecessary stuff and realizing it a bit too late. Thus then began my journey of managing my income better. Like people say, money come, money go. Quickly I realized how I needed to start better managing my income if I wanted to achieve the goals I have set. Firstly, what I did was better organize my priorities and set my goals straight. Not gonna lie, I also needed to have a bit of a talk with myself to stop spending money unnecessarily. I had 3 main goals.
Firstly, was to save enough money to help my parents pay off a few of my semesters. This seemed like the right thing to do, and I like the idea of me investing in my own future.
Secondly, I wanted to have some pocket money for when I start college, cause these textbooks aren't cheap. And lastly, the way my mom brought me up, she always asked me to make sure I look out for my community as well.
That's why I always set aside some money to buy provision for the underprivileged at least once every 2 months. Now usually my budget and my pay doesn't allow me much room to save each month. That is why I always try to work a few extra hours or on public holidays to earn that little bit extra money. This can get a little hard at times, but the money earned from those days allow me to save for the unforeseeable future.
And as the saying goes, the art isn't in making money, but saving it.
Thankfully, I've been able to abide by my set budget as well as manage my time between working and studying.
Things can get a little hard at times, but just remember to always keep going forward and putting your best into everything.
That's all from me today. Thank you for listening to my Do It story, and I hope everyone has a pleasant day ahead. Bye bye! And quickly I realized how I needed to start.
Bruh.
Syah, kena tipu tu Syah. Tolong Syah, tolong.
Tak ada cerita banyak. Aku dah duit. Tolonglah, aku dah duit. Dah ramai cerai aku. Sakit. Sebelah ni kau tengok mata aku. Tolonglah. Aku merayu dengan kau.
Kau sabar, kau relax. Duit tu aku garanti akan masuk. Kau sabar, kau relax.
Aku ada kereta mewah. Rasmi dah. I'll make you rich.
Siapa lagi betul aku?
Saya dah tu, join je lah aku.
Kali ini jalan yang terbaik buat aku.
Kau masuk 2,000.
Aku tak sanggup lagi.
Kau dapat 4,000.
Tom! Oi Tom, kau kenapa? Macam-macam. Ni, charge yang dikenakan disebabkan kau hantar lewat. Dah, sekarang bayar.
Tuan, minta maaf tuan. Saya tak ada duit sekarang ni tuan. Tunggu gaji hujung bulan boleh tuan?
Aish, kau ni. Itulah masalah yang aku selalu dengar daripada kau. Lain kali, simpan dulu sebelum belanja. Bukan kau belanja dulu baru simpan. Faham?
Faham tuan.
Aish, Tom.
Tuan, tuan boleh tak ajar saya cara urus wang?
Assalamualaikum dan selamat sejahtera kepada semua penonton yang bersama-sama kami pada hari ini. Saya perkenalkan diri saya, Ratna Syairah binti Kamaluddin, Pengarah Eksekutif Persatuan Institusi Perbankan dan Keuangan Islam Malaysia IBIM. Dan pada hari ini, webinar ini yang bertajuk Tangani Masalah Keuangan, Bantuan Sentiasa Tersedia dibawakan oleh Financial Education Network sempena Bulan Literasi Keuangan yang bertujuan untuk memberi panduan dan pendidikan keuangan bagi membantu individu menguruskan keuangan mereka dengan baik, terutamanya di dalam waktu yang sukar ini. Dan bersama-sama saya adalah 3 panel, 3 jejaka yang saya hormati. Yang pertama adalah Encik Nur Rafiz bin Nazri, Pengarah Jabatan Link dan Pejabat Bank Negara Malaysia. Selamat datang Encik Nur Rafiz. Encik Mansur Kesot, Ketua Jabatan Pengurusan Cawangan dan Khidmat Pelanggan AKPK. Assalamualaikum Encik Mansur. Dan yang ketiga Encik Nur Zuriman bin Zulkafli, Alumni Program Pengurusan Kredit AKPK. Selamat datang Encik Nur Zuriman. Jadi kita semua dah bersedia ya untuk kita mengulas tajuk pada hari ini, Tangani Masalah Keuangan dan Bantuan Sentiasa Tersedia. Ya, sebelum kita mulakan, saya ingin memberi sedikit pengenalan lah. Kita telah pun mengalami dan menghadapi situasi pandemik COVID-19 daripada tahun lepas lagi. Ya. Dah hampir 2 tahun kita hidup bersama-sama dengan COVID-19 dan banyak norma-norma lama yang telah bertukar kepada norma-norma baru. Dan apa yang lebih memberi kesan kepada kita adalah tentang individu yang terkesan dari segi kehilangan pendapatan, kehilangan pekerjaan dan mereka mengalami masalah untuk menguruskan keuangan mereka. Everybody struggle ya, sebab perkara ini datang dengan tiba-tiba, tiada persediaan yang dilakukan. Namun begitu kita pun dah melihat kerajaan serta institusi-institusi berkaitan, terutama institusi perbankan dan Bank Negara Malaysia AKPK banyak menyediakan saluran-saluran dan perkhidmatan-perkhidmatan untuk bantuan kepada mereka-mereka yang terkesan. Jadi saya ada beberapa soalan lah untuk ni dan saya ingin bertanyakan pertama sekali kepada Encik Mansur ya, yang merupakan Ketua Jabatan Pengurusan Cawangan dan Khidmat Pelanggan AKPK. Ya, soalan saya, kenapa kita perlunya seseorang itu mendapatkan bantuan awal ketika menghadapi masalah dari segi keuangan? Silakan Cik Mansur.
Terima kasih Puan Ratna. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Yang saya hormati sahabat-sahabat panel saya, Encik Nur Rafiz, Encik Nur Zuriman dan tuan-tuan dan puan-puan yang saya hormati sekalian. Baik, soalannya oleh Puan Ratna tadi adalah berkenaan dengan mengapa perlu mendapatkan bantuan awal. Ini sebenarnya mengingatkan saya Puan Ratna kepada satu kisah beberapa tahun lalu lah, di mana seorang pelanggan, ini bukan Encik Nur Zuriman ni, ada seorang pelanggan pernah datang ke AKPK. Saya ingat lagi masa tu pada hari Jumaat petang, ada seorang pakcik datang membawa masalah rumah sebab rumahnya hampir dilelong. Dan rumah tarikh lelong dia pula adalah pada hari Isnin berikutnya. Jadi bayangkan dia datang pada hari Jumaat, tarikh lelong ditetapkan pada hari Isnin. Sebesar mana semangat kita nak membantu pelanggan ni, masa tidak mengizinkan kita untuk membantu sebenarnya. Sebenarnya apabila kita berhubung dengan bank pun sebenarnya cuba untuk membantu. Tapi sekali lagi masa tidak mengizinkan. Jadi itulah pakcik itu pun sebenarnya membuat saya berfikir sebenarnya hari Sabtu Ahad apa agaknya perasaan dia mengenangkan rumah nak dilelong pada hari Isnin. Saya bawa contoh ni disebabkan kebiasaan di AKPK bila bercakap berkenaan dengan masalah keuangan dia selalunya dikaitkan dengan masalah hutang. Dan contoh yang saya bagi tadi mungkin agak drastik tapi dia memang kadang-kadang berlaku di AKPK. Dan memang masalah keuangan ni boleh mengubah gaya hidup seseorang. Dia boleh menyebabkan perubahan gaya hidup yang agak drastik. Dia bukan saja akan mempengaruhi individu tersebut, tapi dia akan mempengaruhi individu di sekelilingnya. Jadi kalau kita tengok AKPK pun pernah membuat satu survey di kalangan kita punya pelanggan-pelanggan yang datang yang menghadapi masalah keuangan tentang punca mengapa mereka berada di dalam masalah keuangan ni. Dan kalau saya boleh membuat rumusan, dia terbagi kepada dua. Nombor satu, memang betul seperti mana Puan Ratna maklumkan tadi, adalah disebabkan faktor luar jangka. Contohnya macam keadaan sekarang ni lah, apabila dunia dilanda pandemik COVID-19, maka ada setengah daripada mereka kehilangan pekerjaan, ada yang kurang pendapatan berkurang. Dulu mungkin suami isteri bekerja, sekarang mungkin salah seorang dah kehilangan kerja. Selain daripada itu mungkin tekanan kos sara hidup disebabkan pendapatan yang berkurang. Dan lain-lain daripada faktor luar jangka ni mungkin perniagaan yang tidak lagi berdaya maju contohnya pun ada. Dan kita tak boleh menolak kemungkinan ada setengah individu mungkin menghadapi masalah kewangan disebabkan menanggung kos perubatan yang tinggi. Akan tiba-tiba menanggung kos perubatan yang tinggi. Dan selain daripada itu mungkin bencana alam, banjir, kemalangan dan sebagainya. Jadi itu adalah faktor luar jangka. Faktor kedua pula, ini agak menarik. Ini yang faktor luar jangka tadi merangkumi lebih kurang 60% daripada individu yang menjalani survey kita. Manakala 40% mengatakan mereka menghadapi tekanan ataupun masalah keuangan disebabkan pengurusan keuangan yang lemah ataupun tiada pengurusan keuangan langsung lah kalau saya boleh kata. Jadi di sini kurang kesedaran untuk menguruskan keuangan, tiada simpanan. Kan kita selalu menekankan bila bercakap pengurusan keuangan mesti ada simpanan. Di AKPK kita selalu berpesan sekurang-kurangnya 10% daripada pendapatan kita perlu diguna untuk simpanan. Terutama untuk kecemasan lah. Sebab kalau tiada simpanan, bermakna setiap kali ada kecemasan, kita akan bergantung pada hutang. Kan? Bila cemas, dia guna kad kredit. Bila cemas, dia guna kad kredit. Selain daripada itu, mungkin membiayai kehendak untuk gaya hidup. Pendapatan kita ni memang terhad, sepatutnya kita guna untuk keperluan. Tapi selalunya kita punya kehendak tu banyak. Kita punya kehendak itu tidak terbatas. Jadi apabila kehendak kita tidak terbatas dan sumber pendapatan kita terhad, kita selalunya akan menggunakan hutang untuk membiayai kita punya kehendak. Sebab tu pengetahuan keuangan penting dan sebab itulah kita selalu berkata mencegah itu lebih baik daripada mengubati, kan? Sebab tu di AKPK seperti mana Puan Ratna maklumkan tadi disediakan pendidikan keuangan untuk menyemai pengurusan keuangan berhemat di kalangan rakyat Malaysia. Keupayaan menguruskan keuangan yang baik akan membantu peminjam membuat keputusan yang betul dan terhindar daripada masalah. Baik Puan Ratna.
Okey, terima kasih Cik Mansur, satu penjelasan yang baik ya. Jadi kita dapat melihat bahawa bantuan pengesanan awal dan mendapatkan bantuan awal ini penting untuk individu-individu. Tak kiralah masa sebelum terkesan pun kita dah kena sentiasa bersedia memahami bagaimana cara terbaik dalam pengurusan keuangan supaya bila tiba waktu-waktu yang sukar ini kita tidaklah orang kata apa, kita dapat mengawal lah, kita dapat bendung apa yang permasalahan yang akan datang. Sebab financial ni kalau tak diuruskan dengan baik memang merungsingkan, ya, tak kiralah siapa pun. Jadi terima kasih Cik Mansur. Saya nak tanya pada Cik Nur Hafiz. Cik Nur Hafiz, Pengarah Jabatan Link dan Pejabat Bank Negara Malaysia, tentunya banyak berkomunikasi dengan publik ya, dengan pihak umum dan juga mendapat email-email ataupun aduan-aduan daripada pelanggan. Tentunya Cik Hafiz juga boleh berkongsi dengan kita pada hari ini mengapa kita perlu untuk mendapatkan bantuan awal ketika menghadapi masalah dari segi keuangan. Silakan Cik Hafiz.
Okay. Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera kepada Puan Moderator, ahli-ahli panel dan juga kepada viewers semualah. Okay, sebenarnya dari sebelum pandemik COVID-19 ni pun Bank Negara memang sentiasa menyarankan agar semua pengguna keuangan mendapatkan bantuan awal sekiranya menghadapi masalah keuangan. Secara pendeknya, kepentingan dia ni ialah untuk membendung masalah keuangan tersebut menjadi tidak terkawal. Sebab itu yang kita tak nak. Kita nak bendungkan dia daripada awal, sebab kalau dia dah jadi tak terkawal, akhirnya akan memberi kesan buruk kepada kesejahteraan seseorang itulah secara menyeluruh. Bukan dia saja, mungkin ahli keluarga dia dan orang-orang terdekat dia pun akan kena tempiasnya. So itulah pentingnya kita nak dapatkan bantuan awal. Tetapi apa yang saya nampak dalam masyarakat kita secara amnya, memang kita ni macam agak keberatan lah untuk berhubung dan berbincang dengan bank masing-masing daripada awal ni. Saya pun tak tahu kenapa, mungkin ada stigma ke, ada rasa malu ke kalau orang lain tahu macam kita ni ada masalah keuangan kan. Macam contoh yang Cik Mansur cakap tadi, kami dekat link ni pun banyak menerima aduan pasal rumah nak kena lelong, lagi 2-3 hari nak kena lelong pun baru datang bank negara, baru datang dekat link, kereta nak kena tarik, dan rumah tu pula dengan kisah-kisah macam rumah itulah satu-satunya tempat mereka dan keluarga mereka tu berteduh, kereta tu pula lah satu-satunya aset yang digunakan untuk menjana pendapatan, nak pergi kerja, mungkin yang bawa Grab kan. Jadi inilah kesan buruk yang saya katakan tadi. Kalau rumah dah kena lelong, nanti keluarga nak duduk kat mana, nak berteduh kat mana. Kereta dah kena tarik, nak bekerja macam mana. Jadi benda-benda macam inilah yang pentingnya kita perlu mendapatkan bantuan awal. Selalunya bila dah sampai ke tahap tindakan undang-undang dan mahkamah telah diambil oleh bank, tak banyaklah yang kami pun dapat bantu. Sebab ialah proses undang-undang kita harus hormati kan. Sebagai rakyat Malaysia, rukun negara, kita kena patuh pada undang-undang lah. Jadi sepatutnya bila seseorang itu telah nampak tanda-tanda akan menghadapi masalah kewangan, seharusnya dia terus menghubungi dan berbincang dengan pihak bank. Contoh tanda-tanda yang biasanya kita semua boleh sedar lah. Kalau macam katalah kita dapat notis kena berhenti kerja ataupun kena potong gaji, tak ada allowance ataupun kita tak boleh buat OT dah in the future. So benda-benda macam tu kita dah tahu dari awal, dan kita pula macam tak dapat nak cari kerja baru ataupun tak nampak jalan macam mana nak tambah pendapatan kan. So itu semua tu tanda-tanda lah tu. Jadi satu lagi macam yang Cik Mansur cakap tadi, sakit kritikal kan. Kalau kita dah kena diagnose, dapat sakit kritikal dan memerlukan perbelanjaan yang besar untuk khidmat kesihatan di masa depan, itu pun satu tanda-tanda. Terutamanya kalau kita tak ada insurans yang cover penyakit tersebut lah. Jadi untuk pengetahuan semua bank di Malaysia ni ada Customer Resolution Unit atau CRU yang sentiasa bersedia untuk berbincang tentang sebarang masalah yang dihadapi oleh pengguna mereka. Jadi secara ringkasnya saya ingin menekankan bahawa sangat pentinglah untuk kita mendapatkan bantuan awal. Apabila kita telah mula nampak tanda-tanda, kita akan menghadapi masalah kewangan tu. Dan dia punya mesej je satu je, bantuan memang sentiasa tersedia. Terdapat pelbagai saluran yang sedia ada untuk mendapatkan nasihat dan bantuan bagi pengguna membina semula kehidupan. Itulah respon saya, Puan Moderator.
Terima kasih Cik Nur Hafiz. Ya, betul sangat kalau kita dah rasa ada bakal tanda-tanda yang bakal menyebabkan pendapatan kita akan terjejas masa akan datang, kita kena cepat-cepatlah mendapatkan bantuan daripada pihak-pihak yang tertentu ya. Kita kena tangani masalah keuangan kita dan kita kena faham bahawa bantuan sentiasa tersedia. Saya tertarik dengan Cik Nur Hafiz cakap tadi, takut nak jumpa bank. Kalau dah ada masalah, kadang-kadang dia memang tak nak jumpa bank. That is what is happening now. Yang mana ramai yang dia tak nak jumpa bank bila ada masalah kerana mungkin dia ada rasa bank ni kalau saya jumpa dia akan suruh saya bayar penuh. Ya, tapi dia tak pernah cuba untuk berjumpa, tak pernah jumpa untuk berbincang dan bagi tahu exactly apa permasalahan dia. Ada juga yang pergi ke pihak ketiga. Saya juga mengambil kesempatan untuk memberitahu kepada pihak umum kalau ada masalah dengan urusan perbankan, jangan pergi ke pihak ketiga. Siapa pun pihak ketiga tu yang kata dia boleh bantu sebab berkemungkinan besar, dan saya rasa betul lah bank tidak akan melayan. Bukan dia tak nak layan kita sebagai pelanggan dia tak nak layan pihak ketiga. Kerana ada akta-akta yang mereka kena patuhi, akta PDPA semua tu kan. Jadi kita jangan, kita pergi sendirilah kepada bank untuk kita tanyakan bagaimana kita nak selesaikan, apa solusi daripada bank. Ya, dan saya juga yakin bahawa perkara ni sepanjang pandemik ni pihak pelanggan bank telah pun faham. Sebab they have to respond to the bank sekarang ni kalau dia ada masalah untuk mendapatkan moratorium, penangguhan bayaran, restructure, reschedule dan segalanya. Dan nampak kesan bahawa pihak bank memang membantu, dan pihak AKPK juga sedia untuk memberi khidmat mereka kepada pelanggan-pelanggan yang memerlukan. Okey, terima kasih. Saya nak menjemput pula Cik Nur Zuriman Zulkafli. Yang ni memang very special kerana beliau merupakan alumni kepada program pengurusan kredit AKPK. Saya berterima kasih, pihak kami berterima kasih kepada Cik Nur Zuriman kerana sudi nak berkongsi pengalaman ni, pengalaman yang mahal. Ya, tapi dia sudi berkongsi, dan macam Cik Nur Hafiz kata tadi, mungkin ada yang segan, ada yang malu dalam keadaan situasi ni, tapi Cik Nur Zuriman telah menunjukkan kita tak perlu malu, tak perlu segan sebab kita yang menghadapinya. Jadi Cik Nur Zuriman mungkin boleh berkongsi keperluan untuk pelanggan yang terkesan mendapatkan bantuan awal bila mereka menghadapi masalah dari segi keuangan. Saya jemput Cik Nur Zuriman.
Terima kasih kepada Puan Moderator, dan juga selamat pagi saya ucapkan kepada para panelis lain dan juga para penonton sekalian. Itulah dia, berdasarkan soalan yang dikemukakan pada awal tadi oleh Puan Moderator. Kenapa pentingnya ketika waktu awal untuk kita bertindak tu? Berdasarkan pengalaman saya sendirilah. Ketika waktu awal, sebagai contoh macam Cik Nur Hafiz pun tadi ada bagi beberapa senario, indikator, contohnya mendapat notis pemberhentian kerja, mendapat surat pengurangan gaji, atau contohnya pengurangan allowance, tidak boleh OT, atau mungkin beberapa lagi faktor-faktor lain. Jadi dikala kita mendapat tu, jadi maknanya kita masih lagi mampu, maksud saya mengatur langkah, kerana banyak lagi langkah ke hadapan untuk kita hadapi cabaran keuangan yang akan mendatang ni. Kalau kita just biar dia berlalu aja tanpa buat apa-apa, benda ni akan semakin membesar dan masalah tu akan menjadi merebak. Tapi contohnya, sebagai contoh, kalau kita ada masalah dan lebih awal lagi kita contohnya berjumpa dengan pihak bank atau mungkin terus dengan pihak AKPK, jadi kita boleh mengatur perancangan untuk masa depan. Kita boleh ajukan, okey, kemampuan saya banyak ini, sekian-sekian. Komitmen saya banyak ini. Jadi insya-Allah dengan langkah-langkah awal ni, kita boleh, orang kata, stay afloat. Kalau tidak, yang kita khawatir, kalau kita tak bertindak, walaupun kita dah dapat tahu lebih awal, nanti itu yang boleh menyebabkan kita, orang kata, drowning. Kita boleh lemah pasal kita terhimpit. Komitmen perlu dibayar. Kemudian panggilan telefon, email, SMS, semua itu akan membuat kita runsing. Tapi kalau kita buat langkah lebih awal, insya-Allah dengan buat langkah lebih awal tu, semuanya lebih, orang kata, kita lebih in control. Kita boleh nampak lagi, okey, di masa depan inilah apa aku perlu buat, ini apa. Jadi dengan cara begitu kita merancang lebih awal. Jadi bila kita merancang, insya-Allah kita akan lebih terurus untuk hadapi masa depan. Itu pun saya bercakap berdasarkan apa yang telah saya alami lah. Maknanya katanya saya dulu pun kuatir-kuatir juga kan. Ini kita bercakap 10 tahun dululah, lebih 10 tahun dululah. Di kala mana orang pun kata AKPK ni masa tu pun masih baru. Betul, saya pun mula takut juga. Tapi kita dah saya ada kawan-kawan saya bagi galakan, kata jangan takut, AKPK di sini untuk membantu apa semua. Jadi alhamdulillah saya pun pergi beberapa sesi dengan AKPK. Jadi saya pun faham akan komitmen yang daripada pihak saya dan apakah AKPK akan bantu, dan alhamdulillah saya telah menguruskan bagi saya masalah saya dengan baik, dan terima kasihlah kepada AKPK yang telah banyak membantu saya. Itulah dia. Terima kasih Puan Ratna.
Baik, Cik Nur Zuriman, saya dengar pun macam ada goosebumps sikit ya, sebab kita tak tahu bila kita berhadapan dengan masalah keuangan ni, memang macam saya cakap tadi, dia satu perkara yang sangat merunsingkan. Follow up daripada bank, kita dapat panggilan nombor-nombor yang kita tak dikenali, tapi kita tahu tu adalah daripada pihak bank bertanyakan bila kita nak bayar. So jika kita tidak mengambil langkah awal, perkara ni akan lebih teruk di masa hadapan. Perkataan masa hadapan tu sebenarnya kadang-kadang we try to just kita just tidak mahu melihat masa depan tu. Jadi kita tak apalah, tak payah bayar dululah sebulan, 2 bulan, 3 bulan, dan akhirnya benda tu bertimpa-timpa. Dan dia mempengaruhi kehidupan kita, isteri, suami, anak-anak, keluarga, dan lama-kelamaan ia akan menjadi satu masalah yang sangat berat. Bukan hanya untuk kita tapi terjejas satu keluarga dan bermulalah episod-episod lain. Jadi perkara hutang ni tidak boleh dibiarkan begitu saja. Dan alhamdulillah Cik Nur Zuriman telah pun bersama dengan AKPK a few sessions dan faham apa komitmen dari Cik Nur Zuriman sendiri dan juga bantuan daripada AKPK, jadi lebih mudah untuk menyelesaikan masalah ni. Jadi sangat baiklah perkongsian tu dan saya tak sabar nak tanya nanti lagi. Dan sekali lagi ya tuan-tuan, puan-puan yang menonton webinar ini dijalankan sempena Bulan Literasi Keuangan oleh Financial Education Network dan bertujuan untuk membantu dan memberi bimbingan pendidikan kepada individu dalam menghadapi waktu-waktu sukar dari segi keuangan ni. Jadi kita telah pun habis soalan pertama kita. Terima kasih semua panel. Jadi ingat ya, kita kena mendapatkan bantuan awal supaya masalah ini dapat dikawal. Kita bukanlah nak bendung masalah ni, kita nak lepaskan masalah ni, kita nak kawal dan supaya masa depan menjadi lebih baik. Ya, tak adalah call-call bila nak bayar, memang merunsingkan kalau kita dapat panggilan macam tu. Jadi saya nak terus kepada soalan kedua. Okey, soalan kedua saya special untuk Cik Nur Rafiz. Tentunya Cik Nur Rafiz telah boleh menjawab dengan baik ni, nak mengulas peranan Bank Negara Malaysia dalam membantu pengguna menghadapi masalah keuangan. Jadi Cik Nur Rafiz, silakan.
Okey, macam Puan Moderator cakap tadilah, saya pengarah Jabatan Link. So Jabatan Link ni sebenarnya berfungsi sebagai pusat khidmat nasihat lah bagi pengguna keuangan dalam memberikan maklumat yang jelas dan tepat, antaranya berkenaan SECRIS, bantuan-bantuan lain berkaitan keuangan yang diberikan oleh Bank Negara sendiri ataupun oleh kerajaan. Contohnya Bank Negara ada menyediakan tabung-tabung khas untuk membantu pengguna keuangan, terutamanya perusahaan kecil dan sederhana lah. Contohnya kemudahan semua sektor ekonomi, all economic sector EES, otomasi dan digital, agro makanan dan perusahaan mikro. Kelulusan pembiayaan tabung-tabung tersebut adalah tertakluk kepada syarat kelayakan kemudahan pembiayaan dan penilaian oleh institusi yang berkaitan lah, sebab Bank Negara cuma sediakan dana je, tabung je. Dia punya urusan nak buat loan dia apa semua tu kepada kita berikan kepada institusi keuangan yang menyertai program-program tersebut lah. Bank Negara Malaysia juga sentiasa memastikan institusi keuangan memberikan bantuan yang berkesesuaian dengan keadaan keuangan yang berkaitan. Dan kami juga berusaha untuk memberi kesedaran tentang bantuan yang sedia ada melalui pendidikan keuangan. Contohnya Bulan Literasi Keuangan ni lah, FLM ni, webinar ni sendiri. Ni pun salah satu caralah Bank Negara berusaha untuk memberikan kesedaran kepada semua pengguna-pengguna keuangan di Malaysia. Tadi pun saya ada cakap pasal semua bank di Malaysia ada Customer Resolution Unit atau CRU kan. So sekiranya anda tak berpuas hati dengan keputusan yang dibuat oleh CRU dan tak dapat capai kata sepakat lah dengan bank anda boleh sama ada pergi ke Ombudsman for Financial Services atau OFS atau datanglah ke BNM Telelink, BNM Link ataupun boleh call our Telelink lah. Tapi seperti yang saya katakan mula-mula tadilah, walau apa sekalipun, nak pergi ke saluran mana sekalipun, pergilah awal. Jangan tunggu hingga saat akhir. Nampak aja ada tanda-tanda anda akan menghadapi masalah kewangan, sila pergi segera. Semua saluran-saluran ini sentiasa menunggu kedatangan anda lah untuk berbincang elok-elok lah, untuk memastikan masalah ini dapat dikawal daripada awal. Jadi kalau betul-betul nak jawab soalan lah, peranan bank negara dalam membantu pengguna menghadapi masalah kewangan. Sebenarnya bank negara berusaha untuk memastikan pengguna tidak menghadapi masalah kewangan yang serius. Maknanya dari awal lagi kita cuba bantu, supaya dapat bantuan awal ni. Itu yang penting. Itulah tajuk utama webinar kita hari ni kan, bantuan awal. So itulah dia yang sebenarnya peranan bank negara ni. Tapi ialah ada yang akan menghadapi masalah kewangan atas sebab-sebab yang tak dapat dielakkan dan tak dapat mencapai kata sepakat dengan bank masing-masing, hubungilah kami. Hubungilah BNM Link, telefonlah Telilink ataupun boleh submit melalui web form kami, melalui e-link, dan bantuan memang sentiasa tersedia. Itu mesej utamanya. Jangan tunggu hingga saat akhir. Itu je. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Cik Nur Hafiz. Okey, jadi memang banyak peranan Bank Negara Malaysia dan especially Link itself, satu jabatan yang menerima aduan-aduan, menyebarkan kesedaran, memberikan informasi-informasi, dan saya juga melihat Bank Negara Malaysia juga aktif di media sosial, terutama di waktu-waktu ini untuk memberikan informasi dan maklumat berkaitan bantuan yang diberikan, dan ia amat berguna. Dan Cik Rafiz, sedikit dari berkenaan Link, dia ada di beberapa negeri sebagai dia punya chapters kan? Mungkin Cik Rafiz boleh bagi tahu?
Betul. Sebab tu nama jabatan ni Jabatan Link dan Pejabat Bank Negara Malaysia, Pejabat BNN. Sebab kami ada di Pulau Pinang, di Terengganu, di Kuala Terengganu, di Johor Bahru, Kuching untuk Sarawak, dan Kota Kinabalu di Sabah. Semuanya ada 5 pejabat bank negara yang lain lah selain daripada HQ ni.
Jadi boleh lihat dia ada di mana-mana. Jadi kalau para pelanggan memerlukan bantuan, boleh ke pejabat Link, boleh tengok di media sosial, di website Bank Negara untuk mendapatkan maklumat lanjut tentang Link dan bagaimana untuk menghubungi mereka. InsyaAllah semua persoalan akan cuba untuk dibantu. Nak kata selesaikan tu bukan di pihak Link lah, dia akan bekerjasama dengan pihak bank untuk menyelesaikan urusan yang dihadapi oleh pelanggan. So terima kasih Cik Rafiz. Saya pun dapat ilmu baru, banyak sharing session ni sangat bagus, dan terutamanya kepada para penonton yang bersama-sama kita pada hari ini. Tangani masalah kewangan, bantuan sentiasa tersedia, tajuk webinar kita pada hari ini diharapnya dapat membuka minda sedikit macam okey, saya ada masalah, saya boleh buat macam ni, saya boleh buat macam tu, saya boleh hubungi AKPK, boleh hubungi bank, boleh hubungi Bank Negara. Banyak saluran, channels yang ada untuk membantu para pelanggan. Baiklah, kita teruskan lagi dengan soalan saya yang seterusnya, soalan saya yang ketiga, dan soalan ini saya nak tujukan kepada Cik Mansor, Ketua Jabatan Pengurusan Cawangan dan Pelanggan dan Khidmat Pelanggan AKPK. Cik Mansor ni dah experience dah lama di AKPK, dan mungkin boleh berkongsi dengan kita tanda-tanda awal. Bagaimana kita dapat melihat tanda-tanda awal seseorang itu bakal atau sedang menghadapi masalah keuangan. Apakah langkah-langkah yang perlu mereka ambil, dan apakah peranan AKPK dalam membantu pengguna menyelesaikan masalah keuangan yang dihadapi. Sebabnya kadang-kadang kita, macam kita cerita, the panels dah share tadi, kadang-kadang kita tak sedar. Tetapi bagi yang tak sedar tu, dia tahu tapi dia macam buat-buat tak tahu. Lain dengan Cik Nur Zuriman, dia tahu dan dia ambil langkah yang betul untuk membantu diri beliau untuk menghadapi masalah ni. Jadi Cik Mansor boleh kongsi macam mana kita nak kenal pasti tanda-tanda seseorang itu bakal atau sedang menghadapi masalah kewangan?
Baik, terima kasih sekali lagi Puan Ratna. Seperti seperti mana yang telah dibincangkan tadi dan Cik Nur Zuriman pun tadi ada maklumkan, dan seperti mana survey yang kita telah buat di AKPK, faktor utama masalah keuangan adalah faktor luar jangka. Akan jadi masalah kehilangan pekerjaan dan pendek kata masalah yang boleh melibatkan gangguan ke atas keuangan lah. Jadi kalau ada tanda-tanda sebegini, bermakna ini adalah petanda yang paling awal untuk mendapatkan bantuan. So itu tanda-tanda bakal menghadapi masalah keuangan. Macam mana pula tanda-tanda bila dah berada dalam masalah keuangan? Kebiasaannya apabila seorang berada dalam masalah keuangan, nombor satu sudah tentu dia akan mengalami kesempitan aliran tunai lah. Kan? Dan kesempitan aliran tunai ini kebiasaannya dia akan mengubah gaya hidup lah sedikit sebanyak. Kalau kesempitan aliran tunai dah datang tapi gaya hidup tak bertukar, bermakna masalah akan menjadi lebih besar lah dekat situ. Dan petanda kedua, sekiranya ada masalah, ada pinjaman, maka pembayaran balik pinjaman akan mula bermasalah, kan? Dan tapi sebelum tu mungkin individu ini akan menggunakan kad kredit terlebih dahulu untuk menyara kehidupan dia. Bermakna bertambah parah lagi lah kalau gaya hidup sama, pendapatan kurang, jadi mereka ni akan bergantung pada kad kredit. Kad kredit akan dimaksimumkan. Dan selain daripada itu mungkin akan berlaku gangguan ke atas pembayaran pinjaman yang lain. Mungkin individu atau peminjam ni dia akan membuat pilihan tau. Bermakna mungkin bulan ni bayar rumah tapi tak bayar kereta. Bulan depan bayar kereta tak bayar rumah. So dia akan buat pusingan sebegitu. Dan paling dahsyat sekali mungkin ada setengah tu dia akan menggunakan dia akan mengambil tunai daripada kad kredit untuk membayar hutang kad kredit yang lain. Itu pun boleh menyebabkan masalah hutang yang besar sebab hutang dia akan bertambah. Dan masalah hutang ni bila dibiarkan, seperti mana Puan Ratna dan ahli-ahli panel maklumkan tadi, apabila tindakan undang-undang telah diambil, ianya akan melibatkan kepada masalah yang lagi besar lah. Jadi itu tanda-tanda sebelum dan selepas. Bermakna bila selepas tindakan undang-undang dah berlaku saja, bermakna akan berlakulah era-era yang lain yang menyebabkan tekanan hidup. Jadi macam mana AKPK boleh membantu? Seperti mana Encik Rafiz maklumkan tadi, bantuan sentiasa ada. Kalau ada masalah, pertama pergilah ke bank. Kita pun selalu menasihatkan pelanggan-pelanggan kita, kalau kita ada masalah, bank adalah rakan karib kita, masih lagi kawan kita. Bank adalah kawan kita sebelum dan selepas mendapat pinjaman. Jangan lari daripada bank lepas dapat pinjaman pula. Jadi selain daripada itu, kalau tidak berjaya di bank, boleh pergi ke link, dan kalau sudi, datanglah ke AKPK. AKPK ni sebenarnya pun adalah ditubuhkan oleh Bank Negara Malaysia. Lama dah ditubuhkan AKPK ni. Dan matlamat dia lebih kurang sama seperti Bank Negara, seperti dimaklumkan oleh Encik Rafiz tadi. Dia adalah untuk mempromosikan kesejahteraan keuangan di kalangan rakyat Malaysia. Financial wellness lah di kalangan rakyat Malaysia. Jadi ada 3 perkhidmatan yang disediakan oleh AKPK. Dan semua perkhidmatan ini percuma, maklumlah ditubuhkan oleh Bank Negara kan. Jadi perkhidmatan kepada pelanggan AKPK beri percuma. Nombor 1, kita ada pendidikan keuangan. Ini adalah untuk menerapkan pengurusan keuangan berhemat di kalangan rakyat Malaysia. Ini percuma ni. Selain daripada itu, di AKPK kita ada nasihat keuangan. So bila dah belajar tapi masih memerlukan maklumat lanjut dan sebagainya, di AKPK ada nasihat keuangan. Jadi berlainan dengan apa yang orang ramai selalu fikir, mungkin sebelum ni kita berfikir ataupun ada pendapat mengatakan AKPK ni hanyalah untuk orang yang dah ada bermasalah je. So bermakna bila datang ke AKPK dia dah chop dah, orang ni mesti ada masalah. Sebenarnya itu tidak benar, sebab nasihat kewangan di AKPK ni dibuka nombor satu memang kepada orang yang memang dah bermasalah, dan selain daripada itu kita menggalakkan juga mereka-mereka yang belum bermasalah sebelum membuat apa-apa keputusan keuangan yang besar, datanglah ke AKPK untuk mendapatkan khidmat nasihat supaya kita boleh membuat keputusan yang betul dan terhindar daripada masalah. Okey, itu nasihat keuangan. Jangan bimbang, nasihat keuangan ni adalah confidential. Okey, kalau pelanggan tak bercerita dengan orang lain tak akan tahu. Sebab kita biasa dengar orang akan tanya, saya datang ke AKPK ni majikan saya tahu atau tidak? Kan? Jawapannya tidak, kecuali encik sendiri yang bagi tahu. Okey? Tapi selalunya selain daripada dia tanyalah isteri dia tahu ke tidak, suami dia akan tahu ke tidak. Kita jawab tidak lah, tapi sebenarnya sepatutnya kalau ada masalah tu patut berbincang dengan orang yang berdekatan dengan kita dulu. Kan? Suami, isteri, ahli, berbincang dengan ahli keluarga lah. So itu adalah nasihat keuangan. Dan selain daripada itu di AKPK kita ada juga produk yang yang paling laris di pasaran, iaitu program pengurusan kredit. Program pengurusan kredit ni memang kita sediakan untuk mereka yang dah ada hutang tapi ada masalah untuk membayar balik hutang. Dia beginilah, selalu di AKPK ni kita melihat pelanggan-pelanggan kita sebenarnya tak ada siapa yang ingin bermasalah, kan? Tapi kalau memang masalah tu datang, maka datanglah ke AKPK ataupun link ataupun bank untuk mendapatkan bantuan. Jadi melalui program ni kita akan membantu pelanggan untuk membuat penyusunan semula hutang. Dan konsep program pesan kredit ni kalau saya boleh kongsi ada dua. Nombor satu, apabila kita menguruskan balik pembayaran balik pinjaman pelanggan, kita akan membuat mengikut aliran tunai. Bermakna kita akan memastikan supaya peminjam ini boleh membayar hutang mengikut kemampuan masing-masing. Pada masa yang sama mempunyai kos sara hidup yang cukup untuk sustain kehidupan, kan. So nombor satu, bayar hutang mengikut kemampuan, dan nombor dua, apabila AKPK membantu, AKPK akan membantu secara holistik. Bermakna kalau ada 10 hutang, 10 lah kita akan bantu supaya masalah tersebut boleh diselesaikan sekaligus. Jadi apa jenis-jenis hutang yang boleh dibantu di dalam program pesan kredit ni? Sebenarnya semua hutang yang biasa kita ada lah, yang kita biasa kat sini ada ni. Hutang rumah, hutang kereta, hutang kad kredit, pinjaman peribadi, kan? Semua tu layak untuk dibantu di bawah program ni. Bermakna apabila pelanggan masuk saja ke dalam program ni, nombor satu, paling penting sekali, bayaran balik pinjaman akan dikurangkan. Sebab bayar mengikut kemampuan, kan. Selain daripada itu, kita juga boleh mencadangkan kepada bank untuk mengurangkan sedikit kadar faedah supaya beban pembayaran balik dapat dikurangkan. Jadi Puan Ratna, kebaikan untuk masuk ke dalam program ni, nombor satu, pelanggan boleh kembalikan aliran tunai ke landasan yang betul. Bermakna cukup duit untuk kos sara hidup yang selesa dan cukup untuk membayar hutang. Selain daripada itu, moratorium untuk tindakan undang-undang. Sebaik saja pelanggan masuk ke dalam program ini, tindakan undang-undang semua akan dibekukan buat sementara selagi pelanggan membuat bayaran. Dan selain daripada itu, bayaran hanya perlu dibuat setempat. Jadi berapa banyak pinjaman yang ada pun selepas itu, bayaran hanya perlu dibuat ke AKPK sahaja. Kan ada 10 pinjaman ke, tapi kebiasaannya setakat ini pelanggan yang datang ke AKPK mereka mempunyai 4 hutang. Dan untuk pengetahuan semua, hutang yang paling banyak berada di dalam program pesan kredit adalah kad kredit. Okay, jadi kalau kita ada kad kredit, berhati-hatilah. Kad kredit itu tidak bersalah, kan, sebab kad kredit pun ada banyak kebaikan. Tapi kalau disalah guna, dia akan mendatangkan masalah. Last sekali, ini pun agak special. AKPK sekarang adalah ahli kepada rangkaian sinergi sosial. Rangkaian sinergi sosial ni dia menggabungkan semua agensi yang memberi manfaat sosial di Malaysia di bawah satu bumbung. Okey, jadi di dalam rangkaian sosial sinergi ni, kalau saya boleh sebutkan, dia ada AKPK, Pekeso, Diat Mara, MDEC, Tekun, Miasa. Itu contohnya. Jadi apa yang akan berlaku dekat sini? Semua agensi ni memberi peluang manfaat masing-masing. Contohnya ada yang memberi peluang pekerjaan, ada yang memberi modal pusingan, ada yang memberi sokongan mental dan sebagainya. Jadi saya ambil contohlah, katalah pelanggan A ni datang ke AKPK dengan masalah hutang dia. Dalam keadaan sekarang ni, dalam keadaan COVID, masalah hutang, AKPK akan bantulah di bawah program pesan kredit. Jadi bagaimana kalau pelanggan dia memerlukan pekerjaan baru? Di situlah datangnya fungsi sinergi sosial ni. Bermakna di sini kita mungkin boleh ajukan pelanggan ni kepada Pekeso untuk pekerjaan baru. Di Pekeso mempunyai satu sistem job matching di situ, jadi kita boleh ajukan kepada Pekeso. Kalaulah pelanggan ni tak berminat lagi untuk bekerja, katalah dia memerlukan reskill, memerlukan kemahiran, kita boleh hubungkan mereka kepada Diat Mara contohnya. Dan kalau mereka perlukan modal pusingan untuk perniagaan, kita juga boleh ajukan kepada Tekun contohnya. Ada beberapa lagi agensi di bawah sinergi sosial ni, bermakna pelanggan tidak perlu pergi ke semua tempat untuk mendapatkan manfaat. Mereka cuma perlu pergi ke satu tempat sahaja dan mereka akan dihubungkan kepada mana-mana agensi yang mereka perlukan. Jadi di sini sebenarnya AKPK cuba membantu secara total untuk memberikan solusi yang lebih menyeluruh kepada pelanggan. Puan Ratna.
Baik Cik Mansur, terima kasih banyak. Saya rasa begitu jelas penerangan yang diberikan oleh Cik Mansur berkaitan dengan langkah-langkah yang perlu diambil, peranan AKPK, dan menarik perhatian saya adalah rangkaian sinergi sosial. AKPK has gone beyond the mandate of pengurusan kredit, malahan juga akan membantu pelanggan, hubungkan pelanggan ni macam bridge lah hubungkan pelanggan dengan agensi-agensi lain tentang apa yang mereka perlukan. Sesuatu yang sangat bagus kepada pelanggan yang menghadapi masalah kewangan untuk mendapatkan perkhidmatan dan nasihat ini daripada AKPK. Jadi tadi saya recap sedikit, Cik Mansur ada cakap tentang bagaimana kita nak mengenali tanda-tanda yang kita bakal atau sedang menghadapi masalah kewangan. Saya tadi pun Cik Rafiz ada sebut mendapat notis daripada majikan tu dah satu tanda dah. Sama ada kehilangan pekerjaan atau turun pengurangan pendapatan, dan juga jika mengalami sakit, itu juga satu tanda yang kita bakal menghadapi situasi yang mungkin lebih terkesan di masa hadapan bila kita tak mampu lagi untuk bekerja. Kita hanya bergantung kepada satu single income dari pasangan kita, dan masalah-masalah yang lain akan datang. Jadi juga telah diberitahu oleh Cik Mansur, kad kredit, penggunaan kad kredit yang tinggi juga merupakan satu contoh tanda-tanda awal kerana aliran tunai semakin sempit. Jadi kita swipe sajalah apa yang boleh kita swipe. Saya rasa tidak suka untuk mengenali tanda-tanda awal ni kerana ianya dalam kawalan kita lah, sebab kita boleh nampak. Kita sendiri tahu berapa banyak lagi tinggal dalam simpanan, berapa banyak perbelanjaan sebulan. Jadi perkara-perkara ni boleh membantu kita untuk menyedari situasi diri kita dalam financial position dan lekas-lekas mendapatkan bantuan dan boleh hubungi bank yang terutamanya, hubungi AKPK, hubungi Cik Rafiz and team di link dan sangat bagus, dan saya berharap agar penonton yang bersama kita hari ini mengambil peluang ni untuk do financial check, tengok balik akaun kita, hutang-hutang kita, sebab kita kena tangani masalah kewangan ni dan kita tahu bahawa bantuan sentiasa tersedia untuk kita oleh institusi-institusi dan agensi-agensi yang berkaitan. Jadi saya terus ke soalan saya yang terakhir untuk webinar kita pada hari ini, tangani masalah kewangan, bantuan sentiasa tersedia. Soalan saya untuk Cik Nur Zuriman sebagai alumni kepada program pengurusan kredit AKPK. Bagaimanakah, apakah yang telah menyebabkan Cik Nur Zuriman sedar yang Cik Nur Zuriman ni memerlukan bantuan, dan terutamanya yang paling saya rasa berharga adalah nasihat ya daripada Cik Nur Zuriman sendiri yang pernah menghadapi masalah dan telah pun keluar graduate daripada masalah tersebut, dan alhamdulillah sekarang dah kembali kepada biasa ya keadaan ni, insya-Allah boleh dikongsikan dalam pengurusan keuangan kepada para penonton kita. Silakan Cik Nur Zuriman.
Ya, terima kasih Puan Ratna. Jadi izinkan saya berkongsi sedikit. Jadi yalah, pasal perkongsian ni lebih saya bercerita lah ya. Jadi lebih kurang tahun 2004-2005 masa tu, kalau mungkin para pendengar kalau di kalangan yang muda-mudi sekarang ni mungkin masih sekolah lagi, tapi bagi mereka yang dah mula bekerja masa tu, kalau contohnya lah pergi ke mana-mana shopping kompleks, jalan-jalan di mana-mana, contohnya Siar, Kaki Lima ke apa, ketika tu saya bukan kata sekarang, saya katakan ketika tu, begitu banyak sekali promotor yang mempromotkan kad kredit, begitu mudah. Jadi, dan dia bukan sekadar promote saja, dia promote siap bagi hadiah. Dia ada bagi hadiah instant, ada bagi hadiah kalau approve dapat hadiah yang lebih menarik, sekian-sekian begitu. Jadi dan ini telah membuatkan ialah sebagai orang kata gula-gula ini kan, kita pun tertarik, jadi kita pun apply lah. Ini masalahnya bila kita apply satu, tiba-tiba kita buka mail sekali dapat 3 keping. Contoh kita apply daripada satu bank A, sekali dia bagi ada Visa, ada Master, sekali ada satu lagi. Banyak ya. Okey, jadi mula-mula kita pun simpan, kita pakai satu je. Tapi lepas tu kita pun, itu satu bank, lepas tu kita selalu pula jalan apa semua, kita pun bank ni bagi, bank ni bagi. Jadi masa tu saya rasa tak ada had lah. Jadi banyaklah bank yang mengeluarkan kad kredit yang mana individu seperti saya ni boleh orang kata apply je, lepas tu senang dapat. Masa tu senang dapat. Jadi yalah, dah senang dapat, pakailah pula kad tu kan. Jadi satu ketika saya mendapati diri saya, aliran tunai saya agak bermasalah. Maksudnya saya mendapati pendapatan yang saya dapat dengan tuntutan komitmen untuk membayar kad kredit ini, tuntutannya sangat besar. Kita dah tak boleh nak tutup lubang sana lah. Mana tutup sini, tutup sini, sini terbuka, tutup sana terbuka. Tapi yalah, kita di pejabat, jadi kita pun berborak lah dengan kawan. Jadi kebetulan orang yang duduk sebelah saya tu, dia pun adalah peserta. Masa tu dia peserta, dia lebih awal daripada saya. Dia pun maklum dengan saya. Apa kata kau pertimbangkan AKPK? Jadi saya pun bagi tahu kat dia lah, kat AKPK ni kalau masuk macam nama ni kena blacklist ke kata. Salah ni kata. Dia kata tak, dia kata kau jangan risau, dia kata. Kau pergi dulu, kau dengar, dia kata. Bukannya dia nak menyusahkan kau, dia kata. Kau dengar dulu, dia kata. Saya pun, masa tu saya bincang dengan isteri saya. Jadi maka kami pun setuju, saya pun pergilah. Saya pergi ke AKPK masa tu di bangunan Maju Junction. Jadi setelah saya rasa 2 sesi penerangan, pada sesi ketiga tu pihak AKPK tanya saya lah, okay, pendapatan saya sekian-sekian, berapa you mampu bayar. Jadi AKPK akan tolong bayar, saya bayar pada AKPK, AKPK akan bayar pada semua pihak bank tersebut. Dan tidak ada sebarang cas dikenakan pada saya. Saya pun lepas tu masuklah dalam, masa tu dipanggil Debt Management Program, DMP bawah AKPK. Alhamdulillah, saya pun masa tu masuk tahun 2000, awal 2010 tak salah saya. Dan memang kalau mungkin ada yang masih ingat lagi iklan AKPK tu. Kalau you dah masuk AKPK punya program, AKPK masa tu dia buat iklan, orang tu punya tenang di tepi tasik, peace of mind, kan. Begitulah saya rasa tenangnya setelah masuk dalam program AKPK. Kenapa saya cakap tenang? Kerana begitu banyak bank-bank yang kita berhutang ni, pasal kita dah bayar dan komit bayar dengan AKPK, maka tiada lagi gangguan nombor telefon. Telefon yang berbagai-bagai, kejap-kejap telefon. Tuan bila nak bayar? Tuan bila nak bayar? Tuan bila nak bayar? Kemudian surat, macam-macam color dia. Pink, merah, merah jambu. Kan? Semua minta duit. Ini semua tu stop. Semua tu stop. Tapi kita komit, kita bayar dan Alhamdulillah. Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala mudahkan dengan kata saya pun semakin saya pendapatan bertambah apa semua, ada bonus sikit sebanyak. Jadi dapatlah saya tutup yang mana yang hutang yang bank yang rendah tu. Dan akhirnya Alhamdulillah saya rasa 2014 saya pun berjaya tutup habis, graduate lah daripada AKPK ni. Dan saya amat bersyukur. Allahu Akbar. Saya amat bersyukur. Kerana melalui bantuan yang disalurkan ni maknanya kita memang terurus. Dan saya pun agak bersyukur bila saya mendapat tahu sekarang ni rupanya Bank Negara pun dah hadkan berapa banyak kredit kad aja yang satu individu ni boleh. Jadi itu pun satu benda yang sangat bagus bagi saya untuk mengawal. Bak kata Cik Mansur tadi, kredit kad ni tak salah. Yang salah spending habit lah. Kita punya pada diri kita sendiri kan, kalau kita belanja tak bayar, tu salah kita sendiri. Tapi kad kredit tu tak bersalah. Bank pun adalah sebenarnya partner, dia membantu kita kan. Jadi bagi saya AKPK, pengalaman saya memang sangat membantu saya. Dan Alhamdulillah hari ni pun saya rasa masa bermulaan dengan COVID-19 ni punya masalah tahun 2020 pun, ialah awal-awal lagi mula kerajaan dah bagi blanket moratorium kan, 6 bulan. Kemudian tahun ni pun saya rasa kerajaan bagi pilihan lagi siapa yang nak sertai. Jadi Alhamdulillah. Jadi bantuan oleh pihak bank, oleh pihak AKPK, even Bank Negara sentiasa ada dan itu amat membantu. Jadi saya sarankan kepada para pendengar, para sahabat di luar sana, jika anda semua terkesan, jangan khawatir, jangan buat tindakan melulu lah. Paling penting jangan buat tindakan drastik, jangan melulu yang kurang bijak. Bagi saya, berjumpalah dengan pihak AKPK, pihak bank anda untuk mendapatkan bantuan dah terlebih dahulu. Itulah saranan saya dan insya-Allah kita kerjasama ini kerjasama maknanya di pihak kita sebagai peminjam dan juga di pihak bank dan juga AKPK, kita boleh sama-sama selesaikan kemelut yang kita hadapi ini. Itulah nasihat saya buat Akmal. Terima kasih.
Baiklah, terima kasih Cik Zuriman, sangat berharga, sangat ikhlas perkongsian tu. Jadi sebenarnya tidak sukar untuk kita mendapatkan bantuan. Bantuan tu memang ada, hanya terpulang pada kita sendiri untuk pergi mendapatkannya. Dan saya juga yakin AKPK, Bank Negara, institusi perbankan akan menyediakan bantuan. Sebab itulah kita kata bantuan sentiasa tersedia untuk mereka yang memerlukan. Jadi untuk pengetahuan semua, webinar ini tangani masalah keuangan, bantuan sentiasa tersedia adalah dijalankan bersempena dengan Bulan Literasi Keuangan oleh Financial Education Network yang bertujuan untuk memberi panduan dan pendidikan keuangan bagi membantu individu menguruskan keuangan dengan baik, terutamanya dalam masa yang sukar. Jadi perkongsian kita daripada awal tadi sebenarnya telah merangkumi semua soalan-soalan, menjawab persoalan-persoalan kita, dan saya amat berharap agar para penonton, pendengar dapat informasi yang baik ini dapat digunakan sebaik-baiknya untuk menguruskan keuangan kita supaya kita dapat mengawal keadaan dan tidak terjerumus ataupun terjebak di dalam masalah yang lebih besar. Ya, jadi saya rumuskan bahawa segalanya perlu ada kesedaran dan kita kena buat financial check diri, kita dapatkan bantuan, banyak saluran-saluran yang ada dan juga kita mempunyai niat untuk menghadapi masalah ini, faham komitmen agar kita dapat keluar daripada apa-apa juga permasalahan, terutama masalah keuangan. Jadi saya akan menutup webinar ini, dan sebelum itu jangan lupa sertai kuis selepas ini dan anda berpeluang untuk memenangi hadiah cabutan bertuah yang menarik. Dan dengan itu saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Encik Nur Rafiz Nazri, Pengarah Jabatan Link dan Pejabat Bank Negara Malaysia. Terima kasih Cik Rafiz, insya-Allah berjumpa lagi. Cik Mansur Kesot, Ketua Jabatan Pengurusan Cawangan dan Khidmat Pelanggan AKPK. Terima kasih Cik Mansur. Satu perkongsian yang amat baik, dan terutama sekali kepada Encik Nur Zuriman bin Zulkafli, Alumni Program Pengurusan Kredit AKPK. Cik Nur Zuriman, kami doakan semuanya baik-baik saja dan terima kasih di atas perkongsian. Terima kasih semua, semoga berjumpa lagi. Tangani masalah kewangan, bantuan sentiasa tersedia.
Being financially literate empowers us to achieve our life goals and pursue our dreams. Money is part of our everyday life. Knowing how to manage money well is therefore an important life skill. Life is also filled with uncertainties. We do not know what will happen next year, what more in a decade.
As you prepare for your financial future, besides knowing what to do, you also need to know what to look out for. There is a Malay proverb, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Now this best summarizes the importance of financial planning.
The pandemic has been challenging for many people on multiple fronts. Not only did many suffer a significant and prolonged loss of income, getting help was difficult in the early stages due to movement restrictions.
While the low interest rate environment has drawn more investors to seek investment opportunities, there is always a concern that they are easily influenced by emotions, which can put them in a vulnerable position, particularly for first-time investors with little experience in investing.
A lot of our members faced a lot of troubles financially. There was problems with not having enough savings, there was loss of jobs, loss of incomes. So it has been a very challenging time.
Dengan adanya ilmu pengurusan kewangan, ianya dapat membantu meningkatkan keyakinan kita dalam membuat keputusan kewangan yang baik, terutamanya dalam memastikan kelangsungan hidup apabila pendapatan terjejas. Ini memerlukan satu tindakan yang bersepadu dalam membantu mereka yang terkesan menangani cabaran ini.
Bank Negara Malaysia coordinated the most extensive repayment assistance and financial relief programs in our history, working closely with agencies like AKPK, the Credit Guarantee Corporation and the financial industry. We continue to ensure that these programs remain available to borrowers that might still need help.
For EPF, what we have done, we provide some tools to our members to help them get through this time. We provide retirement advisory services, which gives free financial planning advice. We provide the Belanjawanku Guide, which helps our members budget their daily expenses. And we also provide a Money Matters Guide to help them in terms of addressing what their financial priorities are.
This investor education initiative, InvestSmart, seeks to create more informed investors who are self-reliant and capable of making sound investment decisions.
Bagi pihak PIDM, di samping inisiatif-inisiatif kesedaran awam PIDM, fokus kita kini adalah untuk bersama-sama dengan agensi yang lain untuk membantu orang ramai untuk membina daya tahan keuangan yang lebih kukuh untuk masa hadapan.
Jaringan kerjasama ini telah memberi sumbangan, pendapat dan peluang dalam berkoordinasi dan berkooperatif dalam melaksanakan pelbagai program dan aktiviti untuk mempromosikan penyebaran pendidikan keuangan kepada murid, guru, ibu bapa dan komuniti setempat.
Sentiasa kenal pasti matlamat keuangan anda, tetapkan objektifnya.
Be responsible with your finances because your financial troubles don't just affect you, they affect the people that you love the most.
Use your money wisely. The most important thing is your food for your children. This is where financial literacy will help you manage your money wisely.
Be financially literate so that you can take control of your money. As they say, knowledge is power.
Bank Negara bersama ahli dan rakan usaha sama FAN telah berganding bahu dalam memberi panduan dan mesej pendidikan kewangan. Usaha ini kita teruskan melalui Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 di mana pelbagai program pendidikan kewangan akan disediakan dalam membantu rakyat Malaysia di dalam fasa pemulihan.
Kemudi kewangan anda dengan bijak. Jom sertai kami di Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 pada Oktober ini yang dianjurkan khas untuk anda oleh Jaringan Pendidikan Kewangan FEN.
Tentukan hala tuju kewangan anda.
Mari bersama-sama kami.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us
At the Financial
Literacy Month
2021.
Assalamualaikum hai semua. Nama aku Naziha. Jadi hari ni bukanlah aku nak cerita pasal nama aku, tapi aku nak cakap berkaitan dengan My Duit Story. Akak, jomlah kita main. Sabar jap, biar akak habiskan cerita akak dulu. Jadi, aku dibesarkan dalam keluarga yang sederhana. Aku ada 7 adik-beradik dan aku adalah anak bongsu. Kejap dulu aku ada adik ni. Oh, okey, itu adik saudara aku. Hihi. Jadi, sejak kecil aku diajar untuk menabung. Mak aku akan bagi aku duit belanja RM2 setiap hari. RM1 untuk sekolah kebahasaan dan RM1 untuk sekolah agama. Kadang tu mak aku bekalkan roti ke sekolah. Jadi duit belanja tu kadang-kadang aku tak guna pun. Dan aku masukkan dalam tabung. Bila dah capai ratus-ratus tu, aku akan beritahu mak aku dan duit itu akan disimpan dalam bank. Oleh itu, menabung tu jadi satu perkara yang biasa bagi aku sampailah aku besar. Okey, itu kisah bermulanya aku menyimpannya. Kemudian, lepas aku habis SPM, aku ada banyak masa lapang sebelum aku dipanggil masuk ke mana-mana IPT. Jadi, aku gunakan masa tu untuk jana pendapatan sampingan. Hasil duit gaji yang aku dapat, aku simpan sebanyak 60% dan selebihnya aku gunakan untuk keperluan harian aku. Benda sama juga aku buat lepas habis matrik. Dan bila-bila ada cuti siam kat universiti, selain daripada buat part time, aku juga jual beberapa hasil seni aku. Contoh kaligrafi, potret dan kitchen. Memandangkan aku peminat seni, jadi aku rasa ia adalah satu perkara yang menyeronokkan bila kita boleh jana pendapatan sampingan daripada minat itu sendiri. Terakhir sekali aku nak kongsi berkaitan dengan cara pengurusan kewangan aku. Simpanan aku adalah secara berperingkat. Segala duit hasil aku menabung dan buat part time, aku simpan dalam 3 akaun bank yang berbeza. Setiap satu mempunyai fungsi yang tersendiri. Okay, bank pertama tu aku jadikan sebagai akaun simpanan kekal, di mana duit yang aku simpan dalam bank ni aku takkan sentuh. Dan simpanan ni penting untuk aku gunakan pada masa hadapan. Bank yang kedua aku jadikan sebagai akaun simpanan sementara. Untuk yang ini, aku akan pastikan sentiasa ada simpanan dalam akaun bank ni. Dan aku hanya akan guna simpanan aku sekiranya ada keperluan. Bank yang ketiga aku jadikan sebagai duit belanja aku untuk beli barang keperluan dan juga kehendak, bayar bil, sewa rumah dan sebagainya. Daripada situ, aku belajar urus kewangan aku dengan baik dan syukur sampai sekarang aku tiada masalah kewangan yang kritikal walaupun terjejas dalam PKP disebabkan wabak COVID-19. Oh ya, sebelum aku terlupa, aku juga ambil langkah berjaga-jaga dengan mendaftar insurans dengan takaful. Sekiranya berlaku sebarang kemalangan terhadap diri aku, insurans ni dapat membantu meringankan kos pembiayaan perubatan dan sebagainya. Jadi, sebelum aku undur diri, aku nak pesan dan ingatkan kepada kita semua, duit ni tidak boleh beli ke segalanya, tapi dengan duit, segalanya boleh berubah jika tidak diurus dengan baik. Moga bermanfaat.
Life is always full of surprises. I am Nisa, and this is my Do It story. I was in my 3rd year for my engineering degree. I only have 1 year left to finish my studies, and I can't wait to graduate. That has been my dream for the past 5 years. And the journey I went through was hard, mentally and financially. On 19th December 2019, I received an email that shook me to the core and changed my life entirely. I was tired. Why now? Why me? I am sad and furious about it, but all of the sadness couldn't top the fear of telling my parents about it. I couldn't bear to see their faces, worried and scared that their daughter might not graduate. We never had any savings, and even if we have, the amount would be insufficient. I was so mad at myself because all this while I never saved any money. I was always spending my money carelessly, and at that moment I realized that my financial knowledge is zero, empty. Quitting my studies was never an option, so I took a break for a fair few months. After analyzing the situation, I chose to not give up. I discovered ways to generate my income. I was an active freelance MC in the past 2 years, so I've decided to conduct a workshop on public speaking. And it turned out that the feedbacks were amazing, and I've never been happier. I took some part-time jobs as a promoter. It was not much, but the salary helped a lot. Speaking of multitasking, I asked my friend to join me as partners to open a business. I started saving using a method of saving green money only. If I have any 5 ringgit, I will insert that note into my money box. Even though it seems everything is smooth sailing, I can't deny the moments where I was frightened, insecure, and vulnerable. I can't thank God enough for blessing me with my family and friends. And they always say, this too shall pass. I have learned on how to manage my money with the known 50-20-30 rule, popularized by Senator Elizabeth Warren, where I allocated 50% of my income to my needs, 20% to my savings, and 30% to my wants. Additional to that, I discovered about investing, unit trusts, bitcoins, and so much more. All in all, life doesn't always turn out the way we planned, but sometimes that's because what we planned wasn't supposed to be our life. Start saving now. You will thank yourself in the future. Thank you, and good luck.
My name is Ain, and this is my great story. I'm a 3rd-year degree student, and also I'm a mother. Having my baby was a turning point in my life. It was definitely the beginning of a new chapter for me. Raising a kid alone, one of the biggest issues was definitely financial stability. So I tried improving my financial status through a couple of ways. I even started a bakery, to support both me and my daughter. And before the pandemic and I was attending classes, the thing that I dreaded most was definitely being away from my baby. I became a single mother very soon after my daughter was born. And shortly after that, my aunt, who is a Takaful agent, she suggested that I take an insurance plan for my daughter to cover her educational and medical expenses in case anything should happen. I was hesitant at first, but then she convinced me and I did it. When we were finally more financially stable, I decided to use all my savings and get a college degree. But unfortunately, a month before that, my daughter came down with a viral infection and she was admitted to the hospital. I spent sleepless nights taking care of her. I needed a lot of assistance to handle her at the hospital, and the medical bill was quite hefty as well. But throughout the whole thing, all I thought was, thank God I had the insurance. Because if it weren't for that, I would have to start from scratch again, saving up for college and maybe even delay my degree. So that was one of the smartest decisions I've made in my life. It's been 3 years now since that happened. My daughter is now 5 years old and is healthier than ever. From time to time, I do still think about what happened before and often wonder where would I be right now in life if things went a different way. The insurance that I took is like a safety net, and it definitely lessened my headache thinking about her well-being while I'm away studying. God knows what would have happened to me if I didn't choose to protect my money years ago. I hope that through my story, it would spark an interest in learning more about financial management, like protecting your money in case of emergencies. Life doesn't always go as planned, so you need a backup. Save, earn, grow, and protect your money. Sediakan payung sebelum hujan. You'll thank me later.
Hi, my name is Ara.
And this is
Our Story.
Bayangkan dalam tempoh 3 bulan, saya tak ada income langsung. Saya dah saving tak ada. Saya memang boros dan saya rasa waktu tu bisnes saya dah start lingkup dan saya rasa saya gagal. Hai, nama saya Muhammad Faid bin Isyamuddin dan ini kisah duit saya. Sebagai seorang mahasiswa, saya rasa duit yang mak ayah bagi memang tak cukup untuk tampung perbelanjaan saya. Walaupun saya dapat PTPTN, tapi cukup-cukup untuk bayar yuran kolej, yuran pengajian, makan, minum, simple-simple tu boleh lah. Jadi cara saya nak dapat wang tambahan ialah dengan saya berniaga. Saya dah start berniaga ni daripada zaman saya sekolah lagi, sekolah menengah. Dan apa yang membuatkan saya start buat bisnes adalah sebab saya memang minat. Saya dah pernah jual handphone, saya dah pernah ada bakery, saya pernah jual burger tepi jalan dan sampai sekarang saya ada produk saya sendiri iaitu produk cermin. Nak dijadikan cerita, waktu tu hidup saya memang mewah. Saya berbelanja, saya tak fikir pun ke mana perginya duit saya dan saya akan dapatkan apa saja yang saya nak. Sebab saya rasa masa tu saya punya pendapatan ni boleh tampung saya punya perbelanjaan hidup. Memang saya rasa happy lah. Saya boros lah kiranya masa tu. Dalam bisnes ni, of course ada naik turun dia. Sebelum zaman COVID tu, income saya dekat brownie saja dah cecah 20,000 sebulan. Masa tu dah memang maintain. Jadi start je PKP ni, semua jenis bisnes kena tutup, termasuklah saya punya bakery ni. Waktu tu saya dah memang hilang punca pendapatan saya. Yang saya dah dapat sebelum ni, saya rasa saya dah shock, hilang macam tu je. Bayangkan dalam tempoh 3 bulan, saya tak ada income langsung. Saya dah saving tak ada. Saya memang boros dan saya rasa waktu tu bisnes saya dah start lingkup dan saya rasa saya gagal. Waktu tu, saya dah mula sedar betapa pentingnya pengurusan kewangan ni. Walaupun PKP hanya 3 bulan, tapi dengan income 20,000, sepatutnya bisnes saya dah boleh bertahan untuk tempoh 5 ke hingga 6 bulan. Kat situ saya boleh nampak bahawa saya ni tak ada strategi, tak ada planning dalam pengurusan kewangan. Jadi saya tekad nak bina balik sebuah perniagaan hasil daripada kesilapan yang pernah saya buat sebelum ni. Produk yang saya nak keluarkan, saya nak cipta kelainan di mana produk ni belum lagi dapat tempat dalam pasaran. Saya nak jadi lain daripada yang lain. Sejak daripada tu, saya mula sedar sebenarnya PKP ni banyak beriktibar pada kita semua. Bukan saya seorang yang terjejas. Puluhan ribu orang kat luar sana hilang kerja, hilang sumber pendapatan mereka. Waktu tu saya fikir duit yang saya ada ni bukanlah semata untuk diri saya seorang diri. Dengan duit yang saya ada, saya nak ada tim saya sendiri dan saya nak besarkan perniagaan saya. Bila perniagaan saya ni dah cukup besar, dah stable, lebih ramai orang dapat jana pendapatan mereka bersama dengan saya.
Best jugalah dapat jadi seorang dropship. Melalui perniagaan ini, saya dapat belajar banyak perkara. Faktor utamanya bagaimana untuk menjana sumber kewangan tambahan. Selain itu, mempunyai perancangan terhadap pengurusan kewangan di mana saya boleh belajar untuk menyimpan. Sebagai seorang pelajar, sumber kewangan tersebut dapat saya gunakan bagi membiayai yuran pengajian saya di universiti.
Okey, kali ni saya ada strategi dari segi pengurusan kewangan saya supaya hidup saya lepas ni lagi berstruktur. Tips dia, saya gunakan formula 50, 30 dan 20. Yang mana 50% tu adalah untuk keperluan atau komitmen wajib setiap bulan. Saya nak bayar sewa rumah, duit kereta, sara diri, 50% tu saya akan pakai. 30% ni lebih kepada kehendak ataupun kepuasan diri. Andai kata kalau saya nak makan tempat best-best ataupun saya nak beli baju baru, saya akan guna 30% ni. 20% pula, ini yang paling penting. 20% tu saya akan bahagi kepada 3 aspek. Melabur, menyimpan dan melindung. Daripada aspek simpanan, 20% saya akan simpan dalam bank dan duit tu saya tak akan usik kecuali bagi urusan kecemasan atau situasi terdesak sahaja. Untuk aspek terakhir pula, saya dah ambil insurans pelindungan diri. Perkara ini ramai orang agak remeh. Mereka sebenarnya tak sedar sekiranya berlaku kecederaan pada diri yang merosakkan anggota badan kita, kita akan dapat wang papasan. Kena ingat, malang tak berbau. Insurans inilah yang akan membantu kita. Kesimpulannya, apa yang saya dapat lihat dulu dan sekarang ialah perbezaan dari segi pengurusan kewangan saya yang kini lebih berstruktur. Saya dapat bezakan antara keperluan dan kemahuan untuk diri saya. Saya yakin dengan perniagaan saya ini, saya mampu bertahan dalam pasca pandemik COVID-19. Kerana apa? To acquire money requires valor. To keep money requires prudence. And to spend money well is an art. Saya Faid Isyamuddin dan inilah kisah duit saya.
Assalamualaikum hai semua. Nama aku Naziha. Jadi hari ni bukanlah aku nak cerita pasal nama aku, tapi aku nak cakap berkaitan dengan My Duit Story. Akak, jomlah kita main. Sabar jap, biar akak habiskan cerita akak dulu. Jadi, aku dibesarkan dalam keluarga yang sederhana. Aku ada 7 adik-beradik dan aku adalah anak bongsu. Kejap dulu aku ada adik ni. Oh, okey, itu adik saudara aku. Hihi. Jadi, sejak kecil aku diajar untuk menabung. Mak aku akan bagi aku duit belanja RM2 setiap hari. RM1 untuk sekolah kebahasaan dan RM1 untuk sekolah agama. Kadang tu mak aku bekalkan roti ke sekolah. Jadi, duit belanja tu kadang-kadang aku tak guna pun. Dan aku masukkan dalam tabung. Bila dah capai ratus-ratus tu, aku akan beritahu mak aku dan duit itu akan disimpan dalam bank. Oleh itu, menabung tu jadi satu perkara yang biasa bagi aku sampailah aku besar. Okey, itu kisah bermulanya aku menyimpannya. Kemudian, lepas aku habis SPM, aku ada banyak masa lapang sebelum aku dipanggil masuk ke mana-mana IPT. Jadi, aku gunakan masa tu untuk jana pendapatan sampingan. Hasil duit gaji yang aku dapat, aku simpan sebanyak 60% dan selebihnya aku gunakan untuk keperluan harian aku. Benda sama juga aku buat lepas habis matrik. Dan bila-bila ada cuti siam kat universiti, selain daripada buat part time, aku juga jual beberapa hasil seni aku. Contoh kaligrafi, potret dan kitchen. Memandangkan aku peminat seni, jadi aku rasa ia adalah satu perkara yang menyeronokkan bila kita boleh jana pendapatan sampingan daripada minat itu sendiri. Terakhir sekali aku nak kongsi berkaitan dengan cara pengurusan kewangan aku. Simpanan aku adalah secara berperingkat. Segala duit hasil aku menabung dan buat part time, aku simpan dalam 3 akaun bank yang berbeza. Setiap satu mempunyai fungsi yang tersendiri. Okay, bank pertama tu aku jadikan sebagai akaun simpanan kekal, di mana duit yang aku simpan dalam bank ni aku takkan sentuh. Dan simpanan ni penting untuk aku gunakan pada masa hadapan. Bank yang kedua aku jadikan sebagai akaun simpanan sementara. Untuk yang ini, aku akan pastikan sentiasa ada simpanan dalam akaun bank ni. Dan aku hanya akan guna simpanan aku sekiranya ada keperluan. Bank yang ketiga aku jadikan sebagai duit belanja aku untuk beli barang keperluan dan juga kehendak, bayar bil, sewa rumah dan sebagainya. Daripada situ, aku belajar urus kewanganku dengan baik dan syukur sampai sekarang aku tiada masalah kewangan yang kritikal walaupun terjejas dalam PKP disebabkan wabak COVID-19. Oh ya, sebelum aku terlupa, aku juga ambil langkah berjaga-jaga dengan mendaftar insurans dengan takaful. Sekiranya berlaku sebarang kemalangan terhadap diri aku, insurans ni dapat membantu meringankan kos pembiayaan perubatan dan sebagainya. Jadi sebelum aku undur diri, aku nak pesan dan ingatkan kepada kita semua, duit ni tidak boleh beli segalanya, tapi dengan duit segalanya boleh berubah jika tidak diurus dengan baik. Moga bermanfaat.
Life is always full of surprises. I am Nisa, and this is my Do It story. I was in my 3rd year for my engineering degree. I only have 1 year left to finish my studies, and I can't wait to graduate. That has been my dream for the past 5 years. And the journey I went through was hard, mentally and financially. On 19th December 2019, I received an email that shook me to the core and changed my life entirely. I was tired. Why now? Why me? I'm sad.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera kepada semua. Okay, kita sudah pun berada dalam sesi Sembang-Sembang Duit bersama saya Dr. Adam dan juga Puan Nafisah Amran. Alright. But sebelum tu, saya nak bagi tahu webinar ini dijalankan bersempena dengan Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 oleh Financial Education Network dan bertujuan untuk memberi panduan dan pendidikan kewangan bagi membantu anda semua menguruskan kewangan dengan baik, terutamanya dalam waktu yang sukar sekarang ini. Okay, and thank you very much. Kita bersiaran live di YouTube, di platform FEN, di Facebook page saya Dr. Adam Zubair dan juga di Instagram Puan Nafisah Amran, right? So tanpa melengahkan masa, Puan Nafisah, do you want to introduce yourself first before we, get to go? Sekejap, Puan Nafisah, minta maaf tak boleh dengar dekat ni, dekat Facebook. And also dekat ni. Kena pakai headphone kot. Sekejap. Tak dengar lagi. Dekat live, IG live dengar.
Boleh dengar?
Okay, sekarang boleh dengar. Awesome.
Okay, boleh dengar. Okay, minta maaf. Okay, so saya bermula dengan sharing tentang takaful dan ilmu-ilmu kewangan yang wanita perlu tahu. Okay, mula-mula untuk wanita, tapi sekarang saya dah share untuk secara umum tentang ilmu kewangan. Mostly sharing saya di Instagram. Saya dah share lama dah dan kemudian sekarang saya banyak share tentang cara uruskan gaji, cara uruskan cash flow, cara yang praktikal. Okay, so macam mana dengan gaji yang sama tapi ada baki? Macam mana dengan gaji yang sama kita nak adakan baki? Alright, so platform saya sekarang ni Instagram, tapi insyaAllah soon saya akan join Dr. Adam dekat YouTube lah. Okay, Dr. Adam, how about you?
Okay, so thank you very much Puan Nafisah for the introduction. So my name is Dr. Adam Zubair and nama saya Adam lah, tetapi di media sosial lebih dikenali sebagai Dr. Adam Zubair. You can tune in, okay, obviously from my YouTube channel, Instagram, dekat dalam Facebook pun ada. Dan basically I'm a financial or a wealth doctor. So before this I was a medical doctor, pernah berkhidmat di United Kingdom and then come back to Malaysia pada tahun 2017 dan bermulanya kerjaya saya dalam bidang kewangan. Okay, so I'm a licensed financial planner with Bank Negara Malaysia and also Securities Commission, and right now I share financial education to the public. Mostly kebanyakan ni dalam bahasa Melayu di semua platform saya, dan saya juga ada program-program kewangan lah untuk mendidik masyarakat kita tentang ilmu kewangan. Right? So, tanpa melengahkan masa let's ini pun sembang-sembang duit. So bagi mereka yang nak tanyakan sebarang persoalan, sila nyatakan soalan anda dekat dalam kat chat di bawah ini, okay, somewhere around this platform. So you might not be able to ask us dekat dalam Facebook ataupun dekat Instagram. So you want to join us dekat dalam the actual platform, Financial Education Network punya platform, right? So kita nak jawab for the first half, setengah jam yang pertama ni, kita nak jawab soalan-soalan yang telah ditanya, okay, daripada follower saya dan juga Puan Nafisah. Okay, so we will answer all those questions for the first half an hour, and after that kita akan jawab soalan-soalan anda yang anda tanya live during this sembang-sembang duit. Boleh Boleh Puan Nafisah? You ready?
Boleh.
Okay, so soalan pertama daripada HM. Okay, soalan pertama daripada HM ialah masalah belanja semasa dan tetap dan tiada simpanan bulanan. Interesting. What do you think, Puan Nafisah? If you want to answer this question.
Yes, soalan ni sebenarnya soalan paling famous lah yang kita terima dekat Instagram, everywhere. Soalan paling famous, macam mana simpanan tiada? Macam mana nak buat belanja tapi simpanan tiada? So saya sangat suka jawab soalan ni. Ini soalan yang favourite saya lah. So jawapan ni kalau kita nak jawab step by step panjang. Alright? Tapi jawapan pendek ni saya nak bagi satu kataan je, budgeting. Okay, budgeting ni apa? Budgeting ni maksud dia kita plan duit gaji kita nak guna untuk apa. Maksudnya dapat gaji, masuk, kita dah tahu kita nak kena bayar apa, kita nak belanja untuk apa dan berapakah sebenarnya baki yang kita ada. So bila kita uruskan gaji ini, kita panggil urus gaji lah, urus cash flow. Sebab bila kita urus gaji, biasanya kita akan ada baki. Mostly yang saya jumpa, dia kata dia tidak boleh buat simpanan sebab biasanya dia tidak menguruskan gaji dia. Maksud tak urus gaji ni maksudnya masuk gaji, bayar je. Apa yang perlu bayar tu bayar je. Nak belanja je. So kita tak ada pengurusan gaji, tak ada pengurusan cash flow. So dua ni berbeza ya. Dengan kita masuk gaji, kita bayar saja. Dengan masuk gaji, kita plan dulu, berbeza. So kalau nak buat simpanan memang kena uruslah, buat budgeting. So kalau kita, sebab bila kita buat budgeting, kita tahu duit kita pergi mana. Itu penting. Bila kita tahu duit kita pergi mana, bila masuk gaji je kita akan bayar bills, kita bayar itu ini, hujung bulan, kita takkan tertanya-tanya, mana pergi duit aku ni? Kenapa duit ni habis habis je duit ni. Kita selalu cakap macam tu. Tak tahulah mana pergi duit gaji ni, habis je. So baki zero, tak ada saving. So berbalik pada soalan tadi, kalau kita nak saving daripada gaji kita, tak kisahlah saving kita tu mungkin bermula sikit sahaja, kita kena plan duit gaji kita nak buat apa. Orang putih panggil budgeting. So plan ni simple lah, kan? Belanja wajib, belanja kehendak, saving. Tapi kalau kita buat budgeting, insya-Allah saya rasa soalan tadi, tiada saving tu kita boleh overcome. Along the way, sebab bila buat budgeting ni kita akan monitor perbelanjaan kita. Maksudnya kita tahu duit kita ni habis kat mana. Contohnya bila kita monitor, kita tahu kita ter-overspend dekat makan, ter-overspend dekat shopping. So yang amount ter-overspend ni, inilah duit yang sebenarnya kita nak saving. Betul tak Dr. Adam? What do you think?
Betul. Yep.
Alright. So saya rasa menjawab soalan kot
Yeah. I think that answers the question.
Okay, Dr. Adam. Okay, so next question. Apakah cara terbaik untuk melabur dan instrumen apa yang bagus untuk plan retire awal?
Okay, that's very interesting. So in terms of cara terbaik untuk melabur, okay, dia ada dua soalan kat sini. Cara terbaik untuk melabur itu yang pertama, dan instrumen apa yang bagus untuk melabur untuk nak plan retire awal. Okay, so ada dua soalan. Soalan yang pertama adalah cara untuk melabur dan soalan yang kedua adalah apakah instrumen yang bagus untuk kita melabur. So let me answer the first question first. The first question first. But before that, let me just plug this in sebab ada orang cakap echo. Sebab kita live kat semua tempat ni. So,
itulah hari ni.
Macam dekat TV pula. Okay. So I hope the audio doktor echo. Sekarang echo? Tak ada Sekarang dah tak echo. Okay, hopefully by now dah tak echo. Okay. Hello? Okay. So cara terbaik untuk melabur. Okay, cara terbaik untuk melabur ini adalah ramai orang ingat nak melabur ni bergantung kepada instrumen pelaburan kita. Apakah instrumen pelaburan yang kita nak gunakan? Okay. So ini adalah orang kata apa? Salah faham. Orang ingat kena melabur dekat dalam saham ataupun kena melabur dekat dalam hartanah ataupun kena melabur dekat dalam cryptocurrency. Okay? Tidak ada satu instrumen yang bagus sebenarnya. Tidak ada satu instrumen yang paling bagus ataupun yang tak bagus. Tak ada. Sebab apa? Sebab semua orang, kalau kita tengok dekat dalam dunia ini, ada semua instrumen ni ada jagohnya masing-masing. Ada orang yang hebat dalam pelaburan saham, ada orang yang hebat dalam pelaburan hartanah. Okay? So that's the thing. And in terms of cara terbaik melabur ni adalah dengan kita membina satu portfolio pelaburan. Okay? Satu portfolio pelaburan. Okay. Okay, so I think IG double. Okay. So you guys want to go to the session dekat dalam mungkin dekat dalam YouTube, okay? Mungkin anda boleh dengar suara dengan lebih jelas. Alright. But that's it's how to build a portfolio. Okay, portfolio pelaburan tu yang lebih penting. Bermaksud dalam pelaburan ini kita jangan fokus hanya pada instrumen yang berisiko tinggi sahaja. Saya selalu bagi analogi mudah, iaitu analogi main bola sepak. So kalau kita tengok dalam permainan bola sepak, kita ada apa? Kita ada goalkeeper, kita ada defender, kita ada midfielder dan kita ada attacker. So cara terbaik melabur adalah dengan kita memastikan setiap pemain ini ada pelaburan tertentu, pelaburan yang sesuai. So contohnya ada goalkeeper ni terdiri daripada contohnya takaful ataupun tabung kecemasan. Defender kita adalah tempat pelaburan yang berisiko rendah, bermaksud dalam bahasa lainnya dia tidak ada market volatility, tak ada naik dan tidak ada turun. Dan kita ada moderate risk, moderate high risk. Moderate high risk ni pula macam contohnya macam unit amanah, okey, ataupun REITs ataupun exchange traded fund, okey. Dan kita ada risiko yang high risk ataupun attacker kita. And attacker kita tak letak 2, 3, 4, 5 orang kat situ, betul tak? Kita hanya letak 2 orang sahaja. Bermaksud peratusannya rendah. So kalau kita bina portfolio pelaburan ini, barulah itulah cara terbaik untuk kita melabur. Dan soalan kedua tadi, apakah instrumen yang sesuai, okey, untuk kita laburkan supaya kita boleh bersara? Ini memang soalan apa orang kata apa? Soalan favorite lah. Orang suka nak tahu nak labur kat mana kan? So bagi saya, instrumen paling sesuai untuk anda melabur untuk retire awal adalah bergantung pada umur anda. Sebab kadang-kadang bila umur kita dah berusia, kita tak boleh nak letak kat tempat yang berisiko tinggi. Sebab apa? Sebab oleh market volatility, kenaikan market naik dan turun itu kadang-kadang akan membuatkan duit kita ini, capital ataupun modal kita ni boleh hilang begitu saja. Dan kita tak nak buat benda ni apabila kita dah berusia. Okay, so it's very dangerous for us to do that, and because of that, apa yang kita patut buat adalah bergantung pada umur kita. Kalau kita muda lagi, yes, kita boleh cuba instrumen-instrumen pelaburan yang berisiko tinggi seperti saham, seperti hartanah, seperti cryptocurrency. Tetapi bila kita dah nak menghampiri usia persaraan, amat tak digalakkanlah untuk anda buat bisnes. Sebab ramai kalangan masyarakat kita bila dah dapat duit EPF, lepas tu buat apa? Baru nak start bisnes. I mean, to me, ya, dia jadi macam trend kan. Ada duit banyak ni, banyak ni modal ni, 300,000, 400,000, cukup lah nak buat bisnes. That is the wrong move, because yes, if your business maju ataupun berjalan dengan lancar, then okay, you can make more money from it. But what if it doesn't go your way? What if kalau bisnes anda terpaksa tutup misalnya, dan apa akan jadi dengan tabung persaraan anda? So at the end of the day, knowing risiko, anda kena kenal pasti risiko anda terlebih dahulu. Dan sebab itu saya selalu kongsikan soccer analogy. Ingat, dalam permainan bola adanya goalkeeper, ada seorang goalkeeper, ada defender, ada midfielder dan juga ada attacker. Okay, so itu pendapat saya lah. Oh, betul. Sekejap, Puan Nafisah, you punya voice tak masuk dekat dalam Zoom juga. Kat Zoom tak masuk. Tak dengar. Dekat Zoom tak masuk. Ya. Okay, now dengar. Tak, tadi masuk. Tak, tadi masuk. Sekarang tak masuk dah. Tak. Tak dengar. Tak dengar. I think you it's either we have to IG okay, yeah, IG okay, tapi tadi cuba try no headphone. Tak dengar juga. There's something about your audio dekat dalam ni. Yeah. Okay? Alright, okay. So okay, so tak apa, kita akan settle a little bit about the technical glitch, but let's move on to the next question. Kita ada banyak soalan-soalan yang dah ditanya pun, okay, dekat dalam kita punya questionnaire sebelum ni, right? So next question is, salam doktor, apakah persediaan untuk student yang last semester untuk pergi ke alam pekerjaan dari segi financial? Alright, ni untuk student-student kat luar sana. Siapa sini student, say I. Cuba say I dekat dalam Facebook dan juga dekat dalam Instagram dan juga dalam platform FEN. Okay, so persediaan untuk anda student last sem, okay, sebelum pergi ke alam pekerjaan. So yang pertama, nombor satu adalah anda kena bina tabung kecemasan. Okay, anda kena bina tabung kecemasan. So me. Okay, so tabung kecemasan di sini bermaksud apa? Tabung kecemasan di sini bermaksud duit yang anda boleh gunakan jika anda mengambil masa yang lama untuk anda dapat pekerjaan. So, buat anggaran mudah. Bila anda nak mulakan pekerjaan nanti, berapakah perbelanjaan anda 1 bulan? So, misalnya 1 bulan perbelanjaan anda, let's say perbelanjaan anda buat anggaran, okay, duduk rumah sewa dan apa nama tu? Anda duduk rumah sewa, lepas tu anda kira jumlah kereta lah, berapalah kan, apa lagi, bil telefon lah, bil elektrik lah, bil air lah, lepas tu anda ada apa? Anda ada makan minum anda. So let's say lah, kira-kira anggaran dalam 1,500. Okay, fresh graduate kan, 1,500. So 1,500. The best tabung kecemasan adalah untuk anda ada 6 bulan daripada duit perbelanjaan anda. So let's say duit perbelanjaan 1,500 kali dengan 6, lebih kurang berapa? Lebih kurang 9,000. So anda kena bina tabung kecemasan anda during your last semester sebelum anda mulakan pekerjaan. The idea is simple. Mungkin anda akan nampak, oh saya student lagi, saya tak perlu nak bina tabung kecemasan sebab tidak ada komitmen. Yes, sebab tu nama dia tabung kecemasan. Tabung kecemasan ni adalah tujuannya adalah untuk melindungi anda. Okay, melindungi diri anda supaya jika anda mengambil masa yang lama untuk mendapatkan pekerjaan, at least anda tak terburu-buru dan anda tidak terpaksa untuk buat sesuatu benda yang anda tak suka. Contohnya, sambil anda tunggu, anda terpaksa buat benda-benda, contohnya buat bisnes sambilan, for example. Sometimes you're not focusing on your goal. Sebab tugas kita adalah untuk mendapat pekerjaan. So kalau kita tidak ada duit ketika itu, kita jadi terdesak. Bila kita terdesak, kadang-kadang kita akan membuat keputusan yang kurang cerdik sedikit. Okay, so that's the reason why it is very, very important to build your emergency fund. Itu yang pertama. Yang kedua, lepas dah bina tabung kecemasan, yang kedua, nasihat saya untuk bagi mereka yang berada pada sem terakhir adalah untuk tambahkan kemahiran ataupun ilmu kewangan. Sebab apa? Sebab kita perlu ada ilmu kewangan sebelum kita mulakan pekerjaan. Sebab ramai orang ingat, oh kita tak ada duit lagi, kita tak nak tambahkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam kewangan ataupun dalam pelaburan. Itu adalah pemikiran yang salah. Faham tak? Sebab benda ni sangat-sangat penting untuk anda bina tabiat menyimpan dan melabur seusia awal muda lagi sebelum anda mulakan alam pekerjaan. Sebab benda ni sangat-sangat penting sebab kita tak nak tersalah ambil tabiat yang salah. Faham tak? Maksudnya bila kita tengok kawan-kawan kita mula start kerja, terus beli kereta baru, terus beli gadget baru, terus pergi spend duit sana sini kan, macam jakun kan, tak dapat duit. Dan kita terikut-ikut sebab kita FOMO, tengok kawan-kawan kita buat benda yang tak sepatutnya, kita pun ikut-ikut dan benda ni yang akan jadi masalah. So saya bagi 2 nasihat saja. Yang pertama, bina tabung kecemasan anda. Yang kedua, tambahkan ilmu pengetahuan dalam kewangan dan bermula daripada FEN inilah, Financial Education Network. Kalau anda tengok dekat dalam platform ini ada macam-macam, macam-macam topik ataupun ilmu yang telah disusun oleh FEN, yang anda boleh akses, sama ada anda remaja, anda young adult ataupun anda dah nak menghampiri usia persaraan. Okay, so itu dia. Nafisa, are you still tak ada? Still tak ada
Tak boleh dengar ya?
Dah dengar.
Oh, dengar dah.
Dah dengar.
Alright,
okay. So mungkin kita tak boleh nak bersiaran di IG lah kot.
Yes, I off IG lah ya. Minta maaf, okay. Alright.
So let's move on to the next question. Wah, Puan Nafisa is already here. Okay. So next question is by Neil. again, I'm a student and I want to have side income stream sebab family tak mampu menampung perbelanjaan. Bagaimana nak jana pendapatan pasif sebagai seorang pelajar? Oh, very good question.
Yes, saya rasa sekarang ni banyak betul peluang pekerjaan tak kisah umur. Betul tak, Doktor?
Betul.
Because macam contohnya lah, ramai orang war-warkan boleh buat dropship, jadi Shopee ambassador, macam terlalu banyak. Saya rasa banyak dropship lah, especially sangat senang. And then dengan sama ada kita willing atau tak lah. Betul, willing atau tak. Macam sebab ramai sekarang orang work from home. So itu sebenarnya satu petanda yang baik untuk pelajar-pelajar yang nak extra income ni. Macam saya sendiri mencari orang yang boleh buat video. So maksudnya benda ni saya, dan kalau ada pelajar yang nak buat, maksudnya saya tak kisah. So sebenarnya peluang tu banyak di luar sana, kita kena cari. Dan kalau kita tak boleh fasi lah. Kan? Semua ni nanti insyaAllah one day dia akan bagi kita a good experience untuk letak dalam resume. Alright.
Yeah, so point there is that you just need to find, kena mencari dan kena tambahkan ilmu, kena belajar mula daripada kecil. Okay?
Yes.
Kan, betul tak? Sikit-sikit lama-lama jadi bukit. So you want to start having this. Ya, macam saya bersetujulah dengan Puan Nafisah. We live in kita hidup dalam zaman like yang di mana semua orang boleh buat duit.
Betul.
Betul tak? Semua orang boleh buat duit. So sama ada kita nak tak nak je.
Dr. Adam masa belajar dulu ada buat part time job ke?
Aduh, jangan tanya saya soalan tu.
Jangan tanya. Tak, saya jawab untuk saya lah boleh?
Tak. Saya boleh jawab. Tapi yalah, tapi rasa macam saya dulu, bila saya masa student lagi, masa saya belajar di universiti, mungkin Puan Nafisah ada pengalaman lain lah. Tapi saya kat universiti memang saya hanya fokus pada bidang perubatan saya. Saya tak buat apa-apa pun. Saya tak buat business pun. Which saya rasa macam rugilah. Tapi saya berada di UK at that time pun dapat scholarship kan. So money was not an issue lah to me at that time. What about you, Puan Nafisah?
Saya dulu belajar di Jepun. Dan saya buat part time job sebab actually same issue dengan yang soalan tadi lah. Kita nak ada extra income so boleh hantar rumah sebab saya dari family yang susah lah. So saya rasa pelajar sekarang lagi senang, lagi banyak opportunity. Okay, Doktor? Betul kan?
Betul.
Alright, so maybe kita boleh move ke next soalan kita?
Okay.
Alright. Saya sebenarnya tak boleh nak tekan apa-apa, takut hilang balik audio tadi.
Okay, alright. Okay. So never mind, I'll ask the question, alright? Okay, so soalan daripada Rose. Instrumen pelaburan yang boleh beri pulangan lebih daripada 5%. Okay. So you want me to take this?
Yes, Dr.
Okay.
Please.
So instrumen pelaburan yang boleh beri pulangan lebih daripada 5%. Okay, first thing first, kita kena tengok dulu di Malaysia ini. Okay, kalau di luar negara mungkin tak bernasib baik, kurang bernasib baik. Tapi di Malaysia ini ada banyak instrumen-instrumen pelaburan yang berisiko rendah, yang mampu memberi pulangan 4 ke 5%. Lebih kurang apa yang Ros tanyalah. Okay, so nombor satu adalah pelaburan macam ASB, okay, Amanah Saham Bumiputra ataupun Amanah Saham Malaysia. So this like I would consider is a very low risk. Maksudnya pelaburan yang berisiko rendah dan dia adalah bagi saya satu pelaburan instrumen yang berbentuk hybrid, bermaksud adanya elemen simpanan, adanya elemen pelaburan. Kenapa saya cakap ada elemen simpanan? Sebab bila kita letak duit dalam ASB misalnya ataupun ASM, duit kita fix, maksudnya duit kita takkan jatuh bawah. Duit kita maintain je. So kalau kita letak 10,000, duit kita confirm ada 10,000 balik.
Betul.
Dan adanya elemen pelaburan sebab setiap tahun duit kita akan bertambah sebab kita dapat dividen setiap bulan. Dan dividen dia alhamdulillah so far positif lah setiap tahun. Sampai yang terbaru ni pun 4.25% termasuk dengan bonus ehsan 0.75%. So about 5%. So memenuhi, which is already good, memenuhi kriteria Rose lah. Dan kita buka sedikit ke contohnya bagi mereka yang mungkin bukan Bumiputra ataupun anda dah tak boleh nak letak duit dekat dalam ASM sebab kuota dah penuh, anda boleh venture into apa yang saya namakan sebagai bond fund. Okay, bond fund adalah salah satu bentuk pelaburan unit amanah yang melabur ke dalam pelaburan bond atau pelaburan sukuk. Dan normally kalau anda tengok track record bond fund di luar sana, normally on average dia akan bagi return about 4, 5, 6, 7% pun ada setiap tahun. So it fits that criteria. It is a low risk investment. Yes, dia akan orang kata apa? Adanya market volatility, maksudnya boleh naik dan turun, tetapi on average kalau anda tengok kebanyakan bond fund yang bagus, okay, yang top lah, jangan ambil yang bawah. Yang top fund ni normally dia bagi kepada boleh bagi return 4, 5, 6%. Itu based on my own understanding, pulangan ataupun instrumen pelaburan yang boleh memberikan pulangan 4, 5, 6%. Yang selamat, yang berisiko rendah. Puan Nafisa, you want to add anything?
Tapi macam saya lah, saya suka kepada unit trust. Kan, unit trust. Dan recently saya, tapi of course lah, setiap pelaburan yang kita ambil tu kenalah approve under SC. Kan, selamat under SC. So selain daripada unit trust, saya juga suka invest di IPO.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Pada saya IPO adalah low risk tapi dia high return. Cuma chances nak dapat tu bergantung lah. Tapi why not venture lah? Mungkin Rose boleh venture IPO lah.
Yep. So IPO, that's another good one, right? IPO, kita invest, IPO, kita beli, and then terpulang pada strategi masing-masing sama ada macam Puan Nafisa, do you buy and hold ke you buy and sell?
Saya jual on first day.
Jual on first day. So and normally lah on average berapa return yang Puan Nafisa normally dapat?
So far banyak because return on first day ni dia shoot lah. So saya sangat suka investment IPO, tapi itulah boleh try ambil ilmu lah, kena ada ilmu lah. IPO ni kena ada ilmu.
And then you submit pakai apa? MITI lah.
Saya buat dua-dua, MITI dan public.
Okay,
MITI dan public. Yes.
Okay, alright. Thank you very much. Okay, so kita ada masa lagi untuk menjawab persoalan. Okay. Ada orang tanya pasal pasal soalan yang berkenaan dengan membeli. Okay, terutamanya zaman sekarang ni kita ada tu BNPL apa buy now pay later BNPL tu. Buy now pay later. Ramai betul orang tanya. Tak tahulah Puan Nafisa mungkin dapat soalan yang sama juga berkenaan dengan buy now pay later ni. Adakah benda ni satu instrumen yang orang kata apa yang dapat membantu masyarakat kita zaman sekarang ini, terutamanya bila bagi mereka yang kehilangan pekerjaan ataupun gaji mereka dipotong, ataupun adakah ia akan menjadi satu virus, virus dia jadi macam credit card. Kadang-kadang credit card ni bagus, sangat bagus. Saya memang pengamal menggunakan credit card saya to the maximum. Maksudnya saya gunakan semua kelebihan yang ada dalam credit card, tetapi saya tidak ada satu hutang pun dekat dalam credit card saya.
Bayar terus.
Saya memang akan clearkan credit card saya. In fact, saya clearkan sebelum statement keluar lagi sebab saya tak nak kacau sikris saya. So, apa pendapat Puan Nafisa lah dengan BNPL? I know this is
BNPL ni. Satu, saya rasa dia akan mengacau cash flow. Mengacau cash flow kita, dan sebenarnya benda yang kita BNPL tu betul-betul perlu ke tak perlu? Satu lagi kita kena tengok dari segi syariah compliance ke tak lah untuk Muslim kan. Itu satu hal lah. Tapi kemudian BNPL ni sepatutnya pada saya lah kita tak perlu ambil because dia akan kacau cash flow. Sangat mengacau cash flow sebab sebenarnya kalau kita nak beli guna BNPL sebenarnya kita tak ada duit tu. Dan sebenarnya most barang yang kita nak beli BNPL tu kita tak perlu. Itu pendapat saya lah. Yes.
So pendapat saya, I mean the thing about BNPL ni bagi mereka yang mungkin baru saja join, tak tahu apa benda BNPL ni, adakah ia satu jenis bentuk cryptocurrency bukan ataupun satu bentuk pelaburan? Tidak. So nama dia macam kan. But BNPL ni stands for BN, iaitu buy now, PL pay later. Buy now pay later. In fact kalau anda ada gunakan Grab misalnya, kan ada pay later
Yes, Grab. Pay later.
Pay later. Even my wife pun pernah gunakan that pay later function sebab dapat RM50. So
yes, actually dia
memang nak menggalakkan kita untuk memahami macam mana nak gunakan that feature. Okay, fine. Tetapi seperti apa yang Puan Nafisa cakap, ia akan kacau you punya cash flow sebab benda ni anda kena bayar setiap bulan. Dan bagi Muslim out there lagilah berkenaan dengan status syariahnya pun kita tak tahu. Kita tak tahu apa dia status syariahnya. Tapi bagi saya personally, kalau anda nak gunakan BNPL ni, BNPL sebab saya tahu zaman sekarang ni ramai orang yang memang affected greatly terkesan akibat daripada pandemik yang baru saja melanda dunia dan Malaysia dan satu dunia ini, dan kita baru nak recovery. Kita baru nak recovery. So a lot of the time some people, mereka tak mampu nak beli barang keperluan asas pun tak mampu. Kalau untuk orang-orang macam ni, anda boleh gunakan BNPL dan pastikan anda jaga cash flow anda. Sebab anda kena tengok tau. So let's say anda beli sesuatu barang itu, let's say setiap bulan anda kena bayar RM100. Anda kena tengok, RM100 ni komitmen yang anda kena bayar. So let's say gaji RM1,500, kena bayar RM100. Gaji yang anda ada, yang anda boleh gunakan RM1,400. Anda kena tengok. Anda jangan orang kata apa, over leverage to the BNPL. Dan gunakan untuk beli barang-barang keperluan, bukannya kemahuan. So saya memang sentiasa kongsikan benda ni. Kalau anda nak gunakan BNPL, gunakan untuk barang keperluan, maksudnya barang asasi. Tapi barang kemahuan itu bina simpanan terlebih dahulu. Simpanan kan.
Simpan dulu baru beli.
Ya, simpan dulu baru beli. Kalau anda tak mampu, maksudnya memang anda tak mampu. Maksudnya kalau duit tak cukup tu anda tak mampu nak beli kemahuan. Contohnya iPhone, contohnya MacBook. Benda-benda ni bagi saya it is a kemahuan.
Luxury items tak perlulah BNPL pada saya.
Okay. So jam pun dah menunjukkan 1.32 Ui, cepat masa berlalu kan. Saya rasa
adakah kita nak ambil soalan yang live Doktor?
Oh, nak ambil soalan last Okey, kita ambil soalan last lah. Okey, soalan last. Banyak ni soalan kan. Okey. Soalan yang orang tanya. Okey. Okay. I think kita jawab satu soalan berkenaan dengan takaful lah sikit. Okey tak?
Okey,
boleh. So, soalannya berbunyi begini. Macam okey. So ada dua soalan kalau saya nak gabungkan lah kedua-dua soalan ni. Soalan daripada Anonymous. Okey. Soalannya adalah berkaitan dengan takaful. Okey. Mana satu yang lebih utama? Adakah medical card ataupun takaful hayat? Itu soalan pertama. Soalan kedua, bolehkah claim ke atas TPD dan critical illness dibuat secara serentak? Dan soalan ketiga, banyak soalan ni kan?
Banyak soalan kelas takaful.
Soalan ketiga, sum covered yang mana lebih penting untuk golongan yang berumur 25 ke 30 tahun? Okay. So maybe Puan Hafizah nak jawab soalan pertama dulu lah. Medical card versus takaful hayat.
Okay, boleh. Saya rasa macam ni, situasi setiap orang ni berbeza. Sebab tu kita kena beli insurans takaful ni dengan financial planner sebab dia boleh assess kita punya situasi. So macam mana kita nak judge situasi kita ialah kita kena tahu which one is our bigger problem. So adakah kalau kita sakit, kita tiada dana hospital, that is our big problem, ataupun kalau kita kena pilih lah, ataupun kalau kita meninggal dunia, keluarga yang ditinggalkan langsung tiada income. Which one is our bigger problem? Kita boleh wait sebenarnya. Which one is our bigger problem? Kalau kita nak pilih antara salah satu lah. So lepas tu apakah option yang kita ada? Adakah kalau kita sebagai ketua keluarga yang bawa income masuk dalam family untuk menyara anak-anak, kalau kita tiada income kita stop. Apakah option lepas tu? Adakah kita ada aset lain? Ataupun kita mungkin, kalau kita langsung tak ada, then that is our big problem lah. Tapi untuk medical, mungkin kalau kita sakit, kita boleh pergi ke government hospital, which is government hospital kita sangat bagus. So, which one yang kita nak dahulukan? Which one is our bigger problem? Saya rasa, sebab saya nak jawab, kalau saya nak jawab yang ini lebih penting, mungkin situasi anda lain. So anda kena fikir which one is your bigger problem. Kalau anda macam contohnya anda ni seorang sahaja yang bekerja dalam keluarga dan your income is 100% memang guna untuk family, kalau tiada tak tahulah nak jadi apa. So maybe that is your bigger problem, so anda perlu ambil takaful hayat dahulu. Okay, so soalan yang CI dengan TPD.
So next question is, bolehkah claim ke atas TPD dan CI dibuat secara serentak?
Ini soalan ni general, so kena saya macam ni. Anda kena check anda punya polisi macam mana. Because critical illness dengan TPD dia ada dua benefit berbeza, tapi kita boleh beli pada rider yang sama. Some polisi dulu critical illness 25,000 tapi death benefit pun 25,000 dan it's the same rider. Accelerated. So kalau anda critical illness dulu, anda dah tak ada lah TPD atau death tu. Jadi anda kena tengok polisi anda. Macam mana dia stated dalam polisi. Okay, alright.
And next
Soalan
question
yang
is, sum covered yang mana lebih penting? Sum covered yang mana lebih penting untuk golongan yang berumur 25 ke 30 tahun?
25 hingga 30. Sum covered berapa ke maksudnya ya? So bergantung pada situasi anda. Kalau anda 25 tahun tapi anda dah ada family, so sum cover anda kena cover lah family expenses tu. Kalau generalnya kita kali 10 of annual income. Secara generalnya lah. Okay. Tapi apa-apa pun kena go back to your financial planner. Diorang pun ada jawapannya insyaAllah. Betul doktor? Kan?
Ya. Dan saya bersetuju dengan apa jawapan yang diberikan oleh Puan Nafisah. So that's why you need, that's why it is very important for you to seek professional advice. Bukan saja dengar, kan? Tujuan kita buat sembang-sembang duit ni adalah untuk memberi pendedahan kepada anda semua supaya anda tahu apa yang anda perlu buat, apa yang sepatutnya anda ada, apakah yang anda patut buat dengan kewangan anda. So I think it is.
Dalam booth FAN hari ni, My FAN Network ada booth financial planner. And diorang beri free consultation. Selalunya kena bayar professional financial planner ni. So why not anda pergi register dan boleh dapatkan advice daripada mereka.
You can get advice. And the thing about bila you dapat advice daripada financial planner ini, mereka bukan saja advice in terms of pelaburan anda saja. Mereka boleh memberi nasihat dari segi pelaburan anda, takaful anda, insurans anda, debt planning, hutang, pengurusan hutang, pengurusan harta pusaka dan macam-macam lagi. So, grab the opportunity guys. Okay, grab the opportunity dekat dalam this, orang kata apa, platform ini, klik dekat having a conversation, something like that lah, having a chat. Dan anda boleh chat dengan mana-mana financial planner yang free. Okay, semalam pun bila saya pergi masuk, saya nak je masuk kan, tapi tak apalah, kan bagi peluang kat orang lain. Banyak yang kosong. Okay, so gunakan tool yang ada. Okay, so sekarang ni pun dah 1.38. Jom kita jawab soalan-soalan live yang ditanya oleh orang-orang yang hadir live di sesi ini. Kita ada about 39 soalan. Dan kalau anda baca soalan-soalan yang ditanya oleh kawan-kawan anda, kalau anda nampak ada soalan yang best, klik butang like. Okay, klik butang like supaya soalan komen itu akan naik atas dan insyaAllah kami akan jawab soalan-soalan yang dapat like yang terbanyak. Okay? Okay. So soalan ni ditanya daripada Dom. Berapa kad kredit seseorang perlu ada? Saya mempunyai kad kredit dari 5 bank. Penggunaan dalam kawalan, tapi adakah ini akan impact scoring kredit?
Saya tiada kad kredit, doktor.
So you want me to answer this question?
Yes, sebab saya tak ada kredit kad.
So saya ada buat video pasal Secris ini dalam YouTube channel saya, tapi belum publish lagi lah. Saya ada beratus-ratus video tak publish lagi ni.
Wow.
Kena beratur, tunggu giliran. But anyway, tunggu turn. So untuk menjawab soalan Dom, okay, dekat dalam credit score Secris ini ataupun kita punya credit scoring ni, dia ada what you call it, monitor a few things. Okay, a few things lah yang dia monitor. One of the things adalah total credit anda. Okay, total credit anda, dan that's number one. And number 2 adalah berapa banyak loan baru yang anda buat tahun itu. So it will have an impact kalau anda ada banyak credit card, tetapi kalau anda ambil credit card, mungkin anda jarak-jarakkan dan penggunaan anda minima. Minima di sini bermaksud, walaupun anda buat hutang ataupun penggunaan dalam kawalan ke atas kad kredit anda, tetapi kalau anda tak bayar, bukan tak bayar, maksudnya anda tunggu dapat statement kan kadang-kadang kalau credit card ini anda akan dapat statement setiap bulan. Saya baru tahu benda ni. Saya baru tahu sebab saya dalam proses membeli rumah pelaburan. So saya baru tahu yang bank tengok kita punya jumlah hutang kad kredit kad kita. Walaupun kita bayar within the time frame, okay, maksudnya kita tak dikenakan apa-apa interest, tetapi hutang ke atas kad kredit kita akan reflected dekat Secris report kita.
The next month kan?
Yang 12 months lah. So Secris ada 12 months. Dia akan reflect jumlahnya. Jumlah ni 1 bulan je, tapi jumlah ni reflect and dia akan kacau kita punya loan, kalau kita nak buat loan baru, misalnya nak buat loan kereta ataupun loan rumah, dalam konteks saya ni nak beli rumah baru, so dia akan ambil minima tu, dia akan masukkan dekat dalam monthly commitment kita. Tak cantik lah kita punya loan eligibility tu, jadi tak cantik. So sekarang ini saya dekat kredit, tapi apa yang saya buat, saya bayar sehari sebelum credit card statement keluar. Maksudnya bila credit card statement saya keluar kosong ataupun ratus-ratus je. So cantik.
So scoring credit akan capture benda tu as kosong.
Yes, maksudnya berapa yang reflected dekat you punya credit card punya statement lah.
Yes,
so that is how I maintain or how I manage my credit card right now lah sekarang ni, sebab saya dalam proses nak membeli rumah pelaburan. But in your case, if you have 5 credit card from different bank, tetapi yes, you ada banyak credit card, tetapi you punya penggunaan credit card you minima, okay, bagi saya tak menjadi apa-apa masalah lah. Tetapi let's say you ambil 5 credit card dalam masa 1 tahun, then bank akan berfikiran yang anda ni mungkin aggressive borrower. Aggressive borrower ni, kenapa dia ni tiba-tiba buat macam-macam ni? Sampai nak buat apa-apa tak? Kan, tiba-tiba buat personal loan, buat car loan, buat rumah housing loan, betul ambil credit card lagi. Macam fishy lah. You rasa, kenapa you tiba-tiba kan ambil banyak ni, you nak, adakah you nak cash out semua dan you nak lari ke apa? So benda tu yang akan menjejaskan lah. I mean, logik akal lah. You tengok, apa dia ni nak buat 5 credit card, dia nak buat apa ni? So in my case, saya ambil credit card setahun sekali. Okay lah. Tapi banyak-banyak pun, saya sebenarnya nak kejar tu points, mileage points kan, cashback, itu yang saya nak.
Tapi cerita saya lah doktor, kenapa saya stop using credit card is because dulu saya ada hutang credit card dan personal loan dan saya tak ada good money habits. So in order saya nak restructure balik saya punya money habits tu, saya just stop dulu credit card for temporary lah. Until I get back on my feet, betul-betul money habits so okay, then I confident to take balik lah, sebab credit card ni actually a good tools. Cuma
dia macam dia macam double edged sword. A good tool or can be the worst nightmare.
So saya rasa pada orang yang belum pandai, yang macam tu lah, carry forward statement balance, should do something lah instead of kita fikir about scoring credit tu kan.
So I think betul lah apa yang Puan Nafisah cakap. The first thing is about your money habits. Your money habits kena betul. Macam in my case, alhamdulillah my money habits memang saya tak pernah saya walaupun sekarang ni saya boleh cakap saya masih lagi bebas hutang. Tak ada hutang lagi. You know, at this age, but you know, for someone like me, it's all about painting a good picture. Maksudnya kita nak jadikan kita ni scoring ni cantik. Kalau nak buat loan, confirm lulus. Dan bukan setakat confirm lulus, tetapi bank boleh bagi kita interest yang rendah. Maksudnya dia suka kita. Dia ni cantik kan. Dia credit scoring cantik kan. Income pun cantik, cash flow pun jaga. So bank lebih orang kata lagi berani nak bagi kita loan berbanding dengan orang yang memang cash flow pun tunggang langgang. Okay, so that's something that you want to ponder about.
Doktor, ada satu soalan ni dia naik sampai atas. Dari bawah tadi dia naik atas. Ada banyak like. So soalan dia, umur saya 30, berapakah simpanan atau pelaburan yang perlu ada? Maksudnya perlu buat lah kot sebagai panduan lifestyle saya about 6k per month termasuk komitmen. Berapa persen lah kot jawab soalan dia. Berapa persen of the income of the lifestyle?
Okay, so first thing first, I think in terms of simpanan yang anda perlu, saya normally umur 30 tahun, tak kisahlah umur anda berapa tahun pun, benda ni, formula ni boleh guna pakai untuk semua lapisan umur lah. So in this case, it all depends on, dia bergantung kepada perbelanjaan bulanan anda. So kalau in your case, okay, lifestyle, perbelanjaan anda 6,000 sebulan, okay, sekali dengan komitmen. So nasihat saya, first thing first is all about untuk anda bina tabung kecemasan terlebih dahulu. Kena ada tabung kecemasan. Saya harap anda semua dah merasai, semua orang dah melalui zaman krisis, okay? Iaitu pandemik wabak COVID-19 ini. Semua orang dah merasainya. Anda nampak keluarga anda, sanak saudara anda, kawan-kawan anda, ada yang dibuang kerja, ada yang dipotong gaji, ada yang bisnes kena tutup. Anda nampak dengan mata anda. So, saya nak anda semua sedar, benda yang paling penting adalah untuk bina tabung kecemasan terlebih dahulu. Dan saya punya formula adalah 6 bulan daripada perbelanjaan bulanan anda. So, let's say perbelanjaan anda 6,000 kali dengan 6 bersamaan dengan 36,000 simpanan wajib sebagai tabung kecemasan.
Emergency fund, ya.
Ya,
Betul, sama dengan formula saya. Saya tak buat salary, kita tak ambil salary as emergency fund. Sebaliknya kita ambil expenses bulanan kita.
Yes,
It's more accurate actually, doktor, kan?
Ya, sebab at the end of the day, kalau let's say gaji anda tak masuk dah, anda takkan tiba-tiba naikkan perbelanjaan anda, betul tak? Malah akan jadi lebih rendah. So, kalau anda gunakan gaji, problem dengan gunakan gaji ni kadang-kadang dia fluctuate tau. So, let's say kalau gaji kita 6,000, okay? Perbelanjaan kita 5,000. Tiba-tiba gaji kita turun jadi 4,000. Takkan anda naik ke 4,000 punya formula, sedangkan perbelanjaan kita RM5,000. So itu yang pertama lah. Dari segi pelaburan, Puan Nafisah, you ada apa-apa percentage yang Puan Nafisah nak kongsikan in terms of gaji yang masuk, berapa banyak yang anda laburkan?
Dia pada saya, kita starting minima is 10%. Tapi always trying to improve the savings rate. So macam saya memang kira savings rate saya dari awal tahun sehingga akhir tahun dan saya tengok ada tak perubahan. So contohnya macam moratorium sekarang. So kalau saya ambil murah, savings rate saya patut lebih, patut tinggi. So saya tak ada rate, doktor, tapi saya monitor yang saving saya sepatutnya, contohnya 20% of my income mesti saving, tapi bila saya ada extra, saving saya sepatutnya naik. Macam sekarang bila moratorium, saving saya sepatutnya naik sampai 40% macam tu. Sebab ada masa yang pelaburan kita akan turun. Maksudnya masa time yang expenses tinggi, bulan yang expenses tinggi, saving kita akan turun. Tapi that shouldn't demotivate us. Maksudnya masa kita tak guna, masa bukan expenses tinggi, sepatutnya saving masa tu kena naik. So pada saya, sorry doktor, maksudnya masa macam ni. Maksudnya savings rate kita ni kita boleh letak minima, contohnya 20%. Tapi pada bulan-bulan tertentu savings rate kita patut naik. Tapi minima tu tak boleh turun. Macam tu.
Maksudnya dia ada benchmark.
Yes, ada benchmark. Sorry.
Minima 20%. Let's say lah gaji masuk 10,000 kan. Mungkin komitmen 6,000, gaji 10,000. So minima 20% iaitu 4,000 20% is RM2,000 lah. So RM2,000 itu minima.
Saya tak berapa suka bagi figure because saya rasa ada orang gaji dia besar tapi expenses dia kecil. So dia boleh maximiskan saving dia lebih tinggi. Sebab contohnya kalau kita bagi you kena save 10%. Sebenarnya kalau kita tengok dia punya cash flow, dia boleh save 20%. So pendapat saya ialah you kena tulis your cash flow tadi. Macam saya cakap dari awal, bila you tulis budgeting, you boleh nampak sebenarnya you boleh maximize your saving up to 30%, 20%. Macam tu.
Tahu tak apa yang saya buat?
Yes.
Saya punya, betul lah apa yang Puan Nafisah cakap, tapi saya punya orang kata apa, approach untuk in terms of kita punya perbelanjaan ini lain sedikit, sebab saya tak ada specific percentage ke atas simpanan, sebab saya punya style, saya fixkan saya punya perbelanjaan setiap bulan.
Yes, betul. Sama.
So saya fix. Setiap bulan saya tahu, setiap bulan perbelanjaan saya maksimum RM5,000. Tak kisahlah income saya bulan tu masuk RM50,000 ke, masuk RM10,000 ke, ataupun cukup-cukup makan RM5,000 ke. Tapi saya tahu satu bulan saya punya perbelanjaan RM5,000, satu tahun perbelanjaan saya RM60,000. Income saya biar pi lah. Nak jadi apa pun jadilah, sebab itu saya ada banyak excess cash yang saya laburkan duit saya. Beli rumah, beli emas, beli pelaburan saham dan sebagainya.
Betul doktor, itu yang sebenarnya saya cerita kalau dekat IG saya, sebab tu saya suruh buat budgeting, urus cash flow. Sebab bila kita buat macam cara doktor tu lah sama, savings itu boleh naik.
Betul.
So especially orang yang rasa dia dah macam itulah, dia rasa dia dah 30, dia dah 40, dia dah terlambat. So inilah cara dia. Kita kena fixkan expenses kita, the balance kena save dan invest.
Okay, right. So hopefully menjawab soalan
betul.
daripada.
Hopefully menjawab
Okay, next question asked by Anonymous. Dapat 5 vote. When your unit trust consultant sudah MIA, should I just sell the shares and put them back with EPF? Been 4 years already. So you want me to answer this or you want to
Boleh Doktor, silakan.
ke Kak Amin Puan Nafisah ada soalan ke?
Saya pada pendapat saya lah, bila kita ejen kita ejen apa-apa pun dia hilang ke, dia MIA ke, kita sepatutnya jaga portfolio kita sendiri. So maksudnya it's been 4 years already. So sebenarnya dari awal lagi kalau kita tahu dia MIA, we should take action. Tak kisahlah action tu put back EPF ke, invest more ke. We shouldn't wait for anything. We shouldn't wait untuk maksudnya setiap portfolio kita ni kalau kita betul-betul jaga, kita tengok monitor every year, kita tahulah nak buat apa. So in this case kalau pendapat saya invest balik lah. Tapi letak balik kepada EPF pun tak salah sebab kita nak kena tengok your age sekarang berapa kan. Kita tak ada info yang lebih. Macam mana Doktor? Betul?
So nasihat saya untuk bagi mereka yang melabur dalam unit trust ataupun mana-mana instrumen pelaburan and then your agent MIA. Okay. First MIA kena tahulah sebab apa MIA kan. Kita tahu wallahualam kan. Kalau MIA tu sebab sama ada tukar bidang atau natural death ke kan. Kita tak tahu wallahualam. So find out, reach out to them. First thing first, reach out to them. It's always easier for you to reach out to them. Tanya, dah lama ni apa what's the case? That's number one. Nombor dua adalah walaupun anda ada ejen, tahukah anda sebagai pengguna, anda sebagai pelabur, anda boleh minta tukar kepada ejen lain. Anda boleh tukar kepada ejen lain. So tak ada masalah. So you can change to a different person, it's up to you. Sebab dalam FIMM sekalipun, sebab unit trust ni governed by FIMM, Federation Institute Managers of Malaysia, they go for investors' best interest. They always follow the investor's best interest. So let's say anda nak tukar kepada ejen lain, boleh, tak ada masalah. Sebab saya tak boleh nak bagi advice kat sini sebab saya tak tahu anda melabur kat dana apa nombor satu. Apa yang terjadi dengan dana anda. So let's say dana anda tengah negatif, tengah drop betul-betul bawah kan, and memang teruk lah in terms of ranking dekat Leaper Leaders punya ranking ataupun Morningstar punya ranking, or even ada banyak lah ranking yang anda boleh dapatkan dekat internet, dan fund yang anda invest tu adalah invest yang paling rendah. Maksudnya memang kalau anda biar lama pun the likelihood untuk dia naik memang lama, memang tak ada orang cakap apa, tak ada peluang, or even worse, dana anda dah pun suspended by EPF. So benda ni anda kena check, anda kena kenal pasti dulu. Kalau fund anda dah suspended, okay, let's say kalau anda tengah break even, nasihat saya anda jual sahaja. Sebab fund dah suspended pun, dah dikeluarkan daripada EPF. Kalau tengah loss, anda kena tanya diri anda boleh accept the losses ataupun tidak. Kalau anda boleh accept the losses, then you can sell it off. Tetapi janganlah pergi invest lagi sekali sebab memang tak boleh pun sebab fund dah suspended. So it's very difficult for me to give a straight answer right now. So the best way is to go and seek your agent. Kenapa dia MIA? So MIA ni mungkin dia ada tapi dia cuma tak contact you. You boleh contact dia. Betul tak? You ada nombor telefon dia. Itu yang pertama. Itu yang paling senang lah. Yang kedua, okay, kalau let's say betul-betul memang dia dah tak ada, dah tak berkhidmat ke apa, then you can always request to change to a different agent. Okay? And macam apa yang Puan Nafisah cakap, sebaik-baiknya adalah anda belajar macam mana nak menguruskan pelaburan anda sendiri. Sebab at the end of the day, the person who should take full responsibility over your own finance, maksudnya yang sepatutnya bertanggungjawab ke atas setiap pelaburan anda, tidak lain tidak bukan adalah anda sendiri. Okay? Alright, so okay, next.
Ada 5 minit lagi Doktor.
Wow, 5 minit lagi.
Satu soalan yang naik atas ni.
So guys, baca soalan, tengok soalan apa yang anda rasa anda betul-betul nak tanya. Kami mungkin ada masa untuk jawab 2 soalan saja. So click on that. Okay,
soalan yang naik atas ni, please give advice and tips on how to settle personal loan.
Yep.
Saya dah settle kan personal loan saya. Tapi actually masa tu is moratorium. So actually I use duit moratorium untuk settlekan personal loan dan memang lega. Sangat lega. Dan actually yes, sekarang saya tiada hutang, alhamdulillah. Tapi satu cara nak buat settle personal loan ni, kita boleh buat debt snowball. Maksudnya kita bayar extra. Walaupun it won't reflect dalam kita punya bank, dalam kita punya account, tapi at one point bila kita nak pergi selesaikan, bank akan bagi discount on interest. So kalau ikut pengalaman saya lah, saya letak je duit extra dekat personal loan tu, maksudnya saya bayar advance because saya takut saya terguna duit tu. Sebab kita memang kata sekarang kita nak settle personal loan, so kita put aside. Bila kita put aside the money, kita takut tiba-tiba kita terguna duit tu untuk benda lain. So kalau anda betul-betul nak settlekan personal loan, anda bayar advance. So bila amount lebih kurang nak tally, you can call the bank, tanya dia orang full settlement berapa dapat extra discount. Dan pump lah sikit duit untuk settle personal loan. Itu my own experience lah, doktor, how I do it.
Yep, yeah, I agree. Using that snowball, that would definitely help in terms of solving your any loan.
Any loans, yes.
Yeah, so dia macam ni lah. Macam bagi saya, okay, bagi mereka yang mungkin pandai mengawal kewangan anda sebaiknya daripada anda bayar lebih ke atas loan anda, duit itu instead of ada snowball ke atas loan anda snowball ke pelaburan yang berisiko rendah yang memberi pulangan, sebab duit anda bayar lebih kat personal loan pun dia takkan reflected on your bank, okay, on your baki terendah ini. So sebab kita laburkan duit tersebut, sebab bila kita labur duit tu akan naik dengan lebih cepat, and bila duit kita dah naik dengan lebih cepat, kita boleh gunakan lump sum tutup buat full settlement. Itu kalau bagi mereka yang macam apa,
orang yang kuat sikit lah, doktor.
Ya, macam Puan Nafisah cakap lah. Itu memang ideal world, memang that's the best case scenario. Ideal world. Tetapi dalam dunia sebenar, kalau kita tengok masyarakat kita sekarang ini, ramai daripada anda memang orang kata apa, orang kata apa, tewas ke atas duit yang ada. Kan, nampak duit dah banyak ni, aduh, rasa macam nak upgrade kereta baru lah kan. Habis, sudah jual kereta lama, beli kereta baru, tambah lagi loan baru. So, gunakan teknik apa yang dikongsikan oleh Puan Nafisah is better. Maksudnya you snowball dekat dalam personal loan. Walaupun tak dapat apa-apa return, tapi at least it's safe. At least you know that you will settle.
Loan tu settle awal.
Anda boleh settlekan loan anda secepat mungkin. Okay.
Siapa yang dah nekat lah ya. Siapa yang dah nekat kan. Boleh buat macam tu. Doktor, kita ada 3 minit lagi.
3 minit lagi ni.
Kita nak bagi tahu yang lepas ni ada quiz. Lepas ni ada quiz, boleh dapat hadiah cabutan bertuah. So keep going lah dengan My Fair Network ni. Ada quiz dan boleh menang hadiah. Hari ni actually last day.
Ya, so bagi mereka yang dah tonton sampai sekarang ini, bagi mereka yang mungkin tonton dekat dalam Facebook Live, saya dah ada bagi link, click on that link, join the FEN punya platform. Anda boleh ambil jawab quiz. Quiz ni mudah saja. Dapat peluang untuk dapat menangi hadiah yang menarik. Okay, so again, you want to grab the opportunity, peluang di depan mata anda, sama ada anda ambil atau tidak sahaja. Okay, so saya amat galakkan anda untuk jawab soalan, jawab kuis ni, test your knowledge, your financial knowledge. Manalah tahu rezeki anda dapat menang cabutan bertuah.
InsyaAllah.
So kita ada 2 minit.
Maybe kita boleh nak ambil lagi satu soalan, ataupun maybe kita boleh closing speech.
Ya, boleh. I think we should just close the speech lah. Okay. Bagi mereka yang mungkin ada lagi soalan-soalan lain, mungkin kami tak sempat nak jawab. Again, anda boleh follow Puan Nafisah Amran dekat dalam IG @nafisah_amran, betul?
Yes, betul.
Dan anda boleh jumpa saya di di YouTube, boleh di Facebook, di Instagram. Again, my handle is @Dr. Adam Zubir. Everywhere, Twitter ke, semuanya @Dr. Adam Zubir. Mudah untuk anda cari. Okay, anda boleh berhubung dengan kami. InsyaAllah kami akan jawab soalan-soalan anda, mungkin dalam IG story dan ataupun IG IG live. Okay, you want to end it? Give any closing tips?
Macam saya specifically dalam IG story saya everyday saya share about cara urus cash flow yang praktikal. Especially saya rasa mungkin more kepada wanita lah. Tapi boleh applicable for all. So saya share practical way urus cash flow, benda-benda groceries, cara simple. Tapi saya rasa ramai yang follow dan benda tu memang betul-betul praktikal. So mungkin sesuai untuk anda. So kalau anda struggle in your cash flow, why not cuba? Sebab dan dalam My Fair Network hari ni pun memang banyak info betul-betul info yang sangat-sangat berguna. Thank you to Bank Negara Malaysia, My Fair Network yang mengelolakan event ini. So that's all from me, Doctor.
Okay, and then from me again, financial literacy, financial education is very, very important to me. In fact, it's the most important thing. Because yes, money cannot buy happiness, but money can buy what's the word? It's called money cannot buy happiness, but money can buy convenience. Okay, convenience. Convenience di sini bermaksud, ya, let's say, aduh, anda nak pergi hospital kerajaan, kalau anda ada duit, anda boleh bayar je terus pergi VIP, masuk SJMC ataupun KPJ, tak ada masalah. So it buys convenience, right? And that convenience can sometimes be, can also be life and death punya situation. Bermaksud sebab anda ada masa itu, anda boleh, you can buy that convenience, right? So again, everything start from financial literacy. And again, thank you very much to Bank Negara kerana organize this wonderful event Sembang-Sembang Duit. Okay, terima kasih kepada anda semua yang menonton dan jangan lupa untuk sertai quiz. Okay, quiz sebaik saja habis sesi pada kali ini. Alright, itu saja daripada saya. Anda boleh jumpa saya.
Thank you, Dr.
Media sosial saya dan juga Puan Nafisah.
Thank you guys. Jumpa lagi.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan salam sejahtera.
Being financially literate empowers us to achieve our life goals and pursue our dreams. Money is part of our everyday life. Knowing how to manage money well is therefore an important life skill. Life is also filled with uncertainties. We do not know what will happen next year, what more in a decade.
As you prepare for your financial future, besides knowing what to do, you also need to know what to look out for. There is a Malay proverb, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Now this best summarizes the importance of financial planning.
The pandemic has been challenging for many people on multiple fronts. Not only did many suffer a significant and prolonged loss of income, getting help was difficult in the early stages due to movement restrictions.
While the low interest rate environment has drawn more investors to seek investment opportunities, there is always a concern that they are easily influenced by emotions, which can put them in a vulnerable position, particularly for first-time investors with little experience in investing.
A lot of our members faced a lot of troubles financially. There was problems with not having enough savings, there was loss of jobs, loss of incomes. So it has been a very challenging time.
Dengan adanya ilmu pengurusan kewangan, ianya dapat membantu meningkatkan keyakinan kita dalam membuat keputusan kewangan yang baik, terutamanya dalam memastikan kelangsungan hidup apabila pendapatan terjejas. Ini memerlukan satu tindakan yang bersepadu dalam membantu mereka yang terkesan menangani cabaran ini.
Bank Negara Malaysia coordinated the most extensive repayment assistance and financial relief programs in our history, working closely with agencies like AKPK, the Credit Guarantee Corporation and the financial industry. We continue to ensure that these programs remain available to borrowers that might still need help.
For EPF, what we have done, we provide some tools to our members to help them get through this time. We provide retirement advisory services, which gives free financial planning advice. We provide the Belanjawanku Guide, which helps our members budget their daily expenses. And we also provide a Money Matters Guide to help them in terms of addressing what their financial priorities are.
This investor education initiative, InvestSmart, seeks to create more informed investors who are self-reliant and capable of making sound investment decisions.
Bagi pihak PIDN, di samping inisiatif-inisiatif kesedaran awam PIDN, fokus kita kini adalah untuk bersama-sama dengan agensi yang lain untuk membantu orang ramai untuk membina daya tahan keuangan yang lebih kukuh untuk masa hadapan. Jaringan kerjasama ini telah memberi sumbangan pendapat dan peluang dalam berkoordinasi dan berkooperatif dalam melaksanakan pelbagai program dan aktiviti untuk mempromosikan
penyebaran pendidikan keuangan kepada murid, guru, ibu bapa dan komuniti setempat. Sentiasa kenal pasti matlamat keuangan anda, tetapkan objektifnya.
Be responsible with your finances because your financial troubles don't just affect you, they affect the people that you love the most.
Use your money wisely. The most important thing is your food for your children. This is where financial literacy will help you manage your money wisely.
Be financially literate so that you can take control of your money. As they say, knowledge is power.
Bank Negara bersama ahli dan rakan usaha sama FAN telah berganding bahu dalam memberi panduan dan mesej pendidikan kewangan. Usaha ini kita teruskan melalui Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 di mana pelbagai program pendidikan kewangan akan disediakan dalam membantu rakyat Malaysia di dalam fasa pemulihan.
Kemudi kewangan anda dengan bijak. Jom sertai kami di Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 pada Oktober ini yang dianjurkan khas untuk anda oleh Jaringan Pendidikan Kewangan FEN.
Tentukan hala tuju kewangan anda.
Mari bersama-sama kami
Join us.
Join us.
Join us
Join us
At the Financial
Literacy Month 2021.
Nama aku Arif. Inilah kisah aku. Hidup ni taklah seindah yang aku sangka. Aku kehilangan ibu bapaku di usia muda. Namun, walaupun aku hilang segalanya, aku tidak boleh lupa. Aku masih mempunyai masa depan. Dari situ aku sedar, walaupun duit bukan segalanya, tapi segalanya memerlukan duit. Tanpa permulaan, aku tidak akan sampai ke mana-mana kerana perjalanan 1000 batu itu bermula dari satu langkah. Aku harus berubah dan mula menjana pendapatan aku. Aku mengambil upah berbagai jenis kerja kampung. Walaupun hasilnya tidak lumayan, namun aku yakin selagi mana aku mencuba dan terus berusaha, selagi itulah aku akan peroleh apa yang aku jati. Semua kerja keras ini memerlukan ketabahan dan ketabahan memerlukan keyakinan. Keyakinan pula menentukan kejayaan dan kejayaan pula akan menentukan kebahagiaan aku. Menyimpan amatlah penting untuk masa depan aku. Kalau aku tidak menjana untuk sumber pendapatan aku, macam mana aku nak menyimpan? Jadi, aku harus menjana. Hasil mengambil upah aku jadikan sebagai modal perniagaan atas talian. Alhamdulillah, dengan kerja keras yang berterusan, perniagaan aku berjalan dengan lancar. Di samping itu, aku juga harus bijak menguruskan wang aku. Jadi, aku membuat bajet bulanan supaya kewangan aku tidak tersasar. Selain itu, segala pendapatan yang aku peroleh, sebahagiannya aku simpan dahulu. Dan selebihnya lagi, aku asingkan mengikut keperluan aku. Tanpa pengurusan wang yang bijak, mencari duit itu seperti mengorek pasir. Manakala menggunakan wang itu seperti mencurah air ke tanah. Segala usaha keras yang aku tabur jadi sia-sia lah kan kalau aku tidak menyimpan dengan bijak. Jadi, kita haruslah bijak menguruskan wang kita. Menyimpan memanglah satu perkara yang bijak, tapi menyimpan di rumah bukanlah satu perkara yang bijak. Bermacam perkara boleh terjadi seperti kecurian, kebakaran. Kalau begitu, simpanlah di bank kerana menyimpan di bank ni bukan saja selamat, tapi duit kita pun boleh mengembang walaupun sedikit. Dalam kita membeli, ada dua kategori barang di pasaran. Yang pertama adalah keperluan, manakala yang kedua pula adalah kehendak. Keperluan ni adalah kepentingan asas yang kita perlukan untuk teruskan kehidupan. Manakala kehendak pula adalah keinginan membeli barang untuk hidup dengan lebih selesa dan mewah. Tipulah kalau aku cakap aku tak ada kemahuan. Tapi aku kenalah letakkan kemahuan aku tu di bawah tapak kaki aku untuk aku capai cita-cita aku. Aku percaya bila aku sudah stabil dan berjaya nanti, aku pasti dapat memenuhi keinginan aku tanpa risaukan masalah kewangan aku. Sebenarnya, dah lama aku terfikir untuk nak melabur dan melindungi wang aku. Sebab pelaburan ni dapat mengembangkan harta aku dengan lebih cepat. Manakala perlindungan pula dapat melindungi harta aku jika berlaku apa-apa kemalangan. Alhamdulillah, pengurusan wang aku dan segala usaha aku telah membuahkan hasil yang begitu mantap.
Apalah kita nak makan esok Itu hari kau punya interview macam mana?
Interview aku tak pasti lah. Tak tahu lagi statusnya macam mana. Sampai sekarang lagi belum call. Kejap bang, kejap. Kejap bang Pintu. Ya bang. Oi. Bos. Ramainya bang sekali bawang semua dengan kayu apa semua.
Kau nak jadi apa? 3 bulan dah tak bayar sewa rumah. Ha?
Bang, bagi saya masa. Saya minta maaf bang. Bukan saya nak lambat-lambat nak bayarkan sewa rumah abang ni.
Itu bukan masalah aku. Kau selesaikan masalah kau. Yang aku nak duit aku balik.
Bos, ambil je lah barang ni bos.
Hidup kita ni umpama roda. Ada kala kita berada di atas, ada kalanya kita berada di bawah. Inilah realiti kehidupan yang terpaksa kita hadapi. Bila duit tak ada, tempat baru teduh pun hilang. Aku cuba pertahankan. Tapi hanya ada satu je cara. Dengan membayar segalanya dengan mengumpul duit. Tak ada siapa yang jangka. Semakin kita dewasa, kita boleh membali segalanya dengan duit apa yang kita mahu. Kalau tak kumpul, segalanya akan hilang. Aku tak boleh macam ni. Aku kena berubah. Aku kena mula mengumpul duit. Pertama sekali, aku kena pastikan aku berbelanja dengan betul. Aku kena mula berniaga. Itu saja buat masa ini cara yang paling mudah untuk jana duit sambil belajar ni. Aku kena mula mengambil mana-mana peluang pekerjaan yang ada. Aku kena buat kerja sambilan. Tak kisah walaupun panas,
atau memberi 1000 kepenatan, aku tetap berusaha sedaya upaya. Bila kita perlukan duit, segala urusan dipermudahkan. Kita tidak susahkan orang lain. Aku juga tidak lupa rezeki yang kita dapat perlu berkongsi bersama. Semaikan sikap mengumpul. Dengan itu, kita dapat membantu mereka yang lain.
Right now, I am successful. Right now, I am successful and built my own empire. Right now, I am successful and have the ability to create opportunities. Right now, I am successful and able to support my parents.
Okay, thank you.
Right now, I am successful and can finally utter the words, I made it.
Along.
Ya mak.
Mak nak bagi tahu sikit ni. Sebenarnya ayah kamu tu dah berhenti kerja. Mak dengan ayah pun tengah pening ni. Macam mana nak tanggung kos pengajian kamu? Mak pun dah tak niaga dah.
Tak apalah mak. Nanti Along boleh cari kerja ke apa. Itu senang sikit. It's time to stop relying on my parents. I need to grow up. I need to change now. But how? Alright, so first I need to create a mind map in order to see how I can reach my financial goals. First, I need to earn money. I need an active income and a passive income. And in this 21st century, where the internet is thriving and resources are abundant, I can look into stocks and be an affiliate marketer for my passive income. For an active income, I can just be an e-hailing driver and provide delivery services. Now, with all this hard-earned money, I need a way to manage and save it. There are 3 main expenses that I need to consider: my food and necessities, my wants, and my savings. So, I'll need to divide each of these expenses according to the highest priority. But first, I need to allocate 20% of my income at least for my savings, so I don't have the urge to spend it later on. 50% should go to my food and necessities, and 30% should go to my wants. Once I get the capital I need, I can start looking for ways to grow my money.
But still one of the best.
Looking at the course of Bitcoin, this is an opportunity for me to invest all of my money at its ask price before it gets any higher. It has the potential to become even more valuable.
NANI?!
Good afternoon and welcome to all audience who have tuned in for today. Welcome to the final session of our Financial Literacy Month. We are the last webinars, but they say save the best for last. So today's session, we're going to talk about mental health and what we're going to do in terms of mental health. And let me first introduce our esteemed panelists and set the tone for this session. So the first person I'm going to introduce is Puan Intan Shahira Muhammad Shahru. She is the head of HR Airlines, Group COE, or Organizational Effectiveness and Rewards at AirAsia. Airlines is a sector under one of the worst hit industry during the pandemic, and that is tourism. The second person I'm going to introduce is Dr. Amanda Ali. She is a medical officer with Kementerian Kesihatan Malaysia, one of our brave, bold, and dedicated frontliners during the pandemic. And last but not least, Encik Muhammad Mafhin Mokna, Head of Research Department, AKPK, another aspect of frontliners from the financial stress angle. And of course, AKPK is always supported by licensed financial planner in reaching out to financially stretched public. So let me set the tone for today's session. What we are going to talk about is a little bit of background statistics for your info. Why? So that you know that mental issues are not just yourself, if you happen to be one of them, but other people face the same thing as well. In 2019, the suicide rates were 609. In 2020, it has gone up to 631. In 2021, from January to May, the numbers is 468, more than half of that in 2020 already. Well, let's look at domestic abuse. Domestic abuse in 2019 is 5,657. In 2020, it's come down a little bit to 5,260. But oh my goodness, in 2021, from January to August only, we are looking at 4,905. So as you can see, to a large extent, the pandemic has actually affected us in one way or another mentally. And us panelists are no stranger to it. It's just the way we manage it, maybe a little bit different. And that's why your fellow panelists are here to share their secrets of managing stress. So prolonged lockdown results in economic challenges as well as mental challenges. Mental challenges faced by Malaysians range from domestic abuse, crimes, and suicides. As I've shown you, the suicide rates I've just reported shortly. And one of the things that hit fellow Malaysians the most, okay, one of the three main reasons behind suicide rates, the other two were troubled financial stress. The other two were troubled family relationships and emotional pressure. Studies also have proven that being financially distressed is inherently connected to mental well-being. However, financial distress or mental health are not subjects that are openly discussed in our society. So with that, I'd like to open my first question to all my panelists to share their thoughts on this. I would like to start with Dr. Amanda, because she's the frontliner, she sees most of it. Please share your thoughts on this.
Hey Lynette, thank you so much. Thank you BNM Financial Literacy Month for having me, myself, Dr. Amanda, aka Dr. Unicorn on Instagram. But I suppose, when we talk about mental distress, mental distress is basically the root word is stress. So we feel stressed out when things are sort of out of our control, yeah? So mental distress is when our minds go out of control. So the problem with that is that, our minds are actually the soul of our body, right? Our minds control our body. It tells our body, okay, time to eat. So they will release this hormones called ghrelin, and then you start eating. But if your mind doesn't do that, then you won't eat. So it's as simple as that, which is why mental health is really, really important because it controls everything. So, for instance, if you're in a state of mental distress, little stress is actually good, right? It gets the job going. If you're too relaxed, also, you'll pass all of the assignment deadlines, right? So, what happens when we are in a state of stress or mental distress? Okay, your brain starts to tell your heart, okay, time to pump faster. Tells your lungs, okay, time to breathe faster. And then it tells our stomach, okay, stomach, no blood flow to you, less blood flow to you. Why? Because when you're in that state of distress, you're not gonna go eat or anything, right? You're just gonna go run, go do something, you're full anger, full swing. But I mean, in a short period of time, it's good because it gets things going. But over a long period of time, I don't think it's good. If your heart keeps pumping at that rate, we can actually fall and possibly die of a heart attack anytime soon, right? So that is bad. So that is why knowing the early signs of mental distress is really, really important. The thing is, in our society, it will be like, oh no, I don't have mental distress. I choose to be oblivious to the early signs. The thing is, when we have these signs, it doesn't mean that we have mental disorders, okay? It doesn't mean that we require a psychiatric referral. No. It's just early signs that we can actually detect, not only for ourselves, but for the people around us, people that we love. So, without wasting more time, I'm just going to elaborate on the 9 points that we use in Klinik Kesihatan. It's called the Patient Health Questionnaire that we use to grade, mental distress signs. So number 1, we have simple things, like unable to concentrate. Say you're reading a paper online, but you're not actually reading the paper, you're thinking of something else. Or maybe appetite, you're just eating so much nonstop, can't hold yourself. Or maybe not eating at all because you know what, not important enough, so I'm just going to skip it. And then easy things like just being tired, being fatigued for no reason. It's not like, you finished a 5-kilometer marathon, no, but you're just, that's it, you give up. And then even after being tired at night, this is already the 4th point, you can't sleep, yeah? Well, maybe you can sleep for the first 2 to 3 hours, but then suddenly, you find yourself awakened at night and you don't know why. And then your heart races and then you start having sweats. Or you just sleep all day. Yeah? You just sleep all day and you don't feel like waking up. And then things like just having no motivation or no drive because you don't see tomorrow, you don't see, And then, of course, point number 7 would be more on blaming ourselves. We feel that it's because of us things happen this way. Or we've done our best at work, but we still feel like, oh no, I still haven't done my best. My bosses and my colleagues will still be disappointed in me. And this self-blaming sort of attitude. And then we have the more dangerous form, which is when we feel like, oh no, you know what? I feel like if I don't exist, it'll be better for everyone. What if I die today? Would I take off the load for the people next to me or my family, my friends? Would it be better? So those are all early warning signs. But again, disclaimer, the last point that I just said, which is point number 9, is actually a real warning sign that must be seen by the doctor ASAP within the hour, within the same day, and needs a psychiatric referral. But again, these are just points in the patient health questionnaire that KKM uses. It doesn't mean that, okay, maybe you don't feel like eating for maybe 1 or 2 days. It doesn't mean that, you're in a state of mental distress, maybe you're just trying to cut back on the carbs, maybe you're just on diet or something, but it becomes a problem when you don't want to eat every day, then it becomes a problem, okay? So with regards to the questionnaire, there are actually points, okay? So everything, actually mental health signs can actually be quantified, right? Yeah, so you don't just jump and say, he's loco, you just don't name people like that, that's bad. So if you just if you cannot sleep maybe for 3 days, okay, I'm just giving you a scenario, maybe for 3 days, and then you know, because you have something, you know, you have to submit something, or maybe the rent's due, okay, but then after you've paid the rent, or even, you know, just 3 days unable to sleep, and then you're okay, then you only score like 2 points, so that doesn't count. So no intervention needed. But however, if you score say around 5 points to 11 points, then yeah, maybe we can refer you to counseling. And the thing about counselors is that they're great, they're awesome, they're amazing. Because when you talk about counselors, people keep on thinking like, oh no, you know, they're just gonna talk to me, nothing's gonna be done. No. There are so many services under KKM's counseling. You know, we've got the sleep hygiene technique, anger management, time management, stress management, you know, even like eating management also they have, you know, so that you can actually control your diet, or we can just refer you to a dietitian. Yeah. So there are loads of services under Ministry of Health. It's just the matter of us coming forward or not. Okay, if it's a more
which we will circle around and come back to that, because it's very interesting about what can be done. Dr. Amanda, great. I think that's very good. And also from, sorry, I just chimed in a little bit, because one of the things that I noticed is you were, just to recap, that you said different people react differently to stress and do different things from your last one. Could I just recap with you that suicidal tendencies will warrant professional attention? Is that what you were trying to say?
Yes, definitely, yeah. Definitely, most definitely. You can either just walk into the clinic, or if your family members feel that, you know, that there's something wrong there, that's obviously, you know, it's just a phone call away. You can go with 999, or you can go with Talian Kasih, which we will talk about later.
Okay, very good. I think that's very interesting, because you have just given us a very clear signs of what to look for, and what are the things that will warrant professional help, what are things that we can manage it ourselves. I think that's excellent. And I would like to save your further explanation how we can help ourselves for my second question, if you don't mind.
No problem.
All right, great. Then my next question, then we will move on to In, maybe you can share with us, because what are the things that came out from AKPK, because yours is from the financial distress aspect that gives mental stress. So could you just share a little bit, and then we'll move on to Intan after that to share what are the things that she sees, because I think her experience is from as a HR person would actually help a lot. So over to you, In.
Thank you, Lynette. Thank you very much. Thank you, FEN. Thank you for FLM for having me as one of the panelists and AKPK to support, to provide awareness to society on the financial matters. With regard to Lynette's questions, looking from the financial perspective, financial distress perspective, I think there are quite many cases that we can cite and disclose to the public, where, you know, those who have financial difficulties will have then, you know, low mental well-being, not really a mental well-being, but not really a mental illness, because I think echoing what Dr. Amanda is saying, the low level of mental well-being maybe is not really translate to whether you have a mental illness or not, you know. So you might have stress, you might have problems, and you might have something, you know, low self-esteem, but it's not necessary to have a mental illness. So from the financial perspective, I think maybe if participants is actually following the webinars, because I also following a few webinars before this, there's quite a few cases that have been presented. But if I may bring attention to the principle or the philosophical of the financial stress, looking at the spectrum from your financial knowledge translate into a good financial behavior, right? When you have a good financial behavior, then of course, maybe you will enjoy a good financial well-being, because when you have a good financial behavior, you save, you behave in terms of your spending, you really not doing impulsive buying, you really plan. Then after that, you at the end of the day, you will have a savings. Then you get a good financial well-being. And having a good financial well-being, it will then result to a good mental well-being. So this is the equation that I would establish looking from the financial perspective with regards to your mental well-being. Because we did a research on how financial education, financial knowledge will influence your financial behavior. Then after that, how that financial behavior translates to good financial well-being. And finally, financial well-being, of course, will translate to your good mental well-being. Like for example, one of the items, if you're having a good financial well-being, meaning you have a good savings, then if you come across any emergencies, like for example, if you have 3 or 6 months salary savings, then if you will be retrenched, then you will not really stressed in terms of financial. So talking about the financial problems is good, among others, stem from having insufficient income, inability to keep up with the cost of living, low purchasing power, or over-indebtedness. So I think, however, with the current situation, we understand that some of us are still struggling due to the unexpected and unprecedented COVID-19. Because I was approached by one of the friends by the name of someone, maybe I can just put Joe as my proxy. So Joe said that, I have savings in, but when I was retrenched, I cannot be able to get another employment after the next 8 months. So I have run out of my savings, and I now is actually in a financial distress. So in the equation just now that I put it, good financial behavior will translate to good financial well-being, but there is a mediating factors that unprecedented case like COVID-19, we also need to factor in our financial management. So financial problem leads to financial stress, which in turn reduce the overall quality of life and compromises the level of mental well-being. Feeling beaten down by the financial problems and having a low ability to cope with stress can leave individual feeling shame and fearful, which is not good for your life. So they often report stress symptoms such as experiencing exacerbated pain and mood swings. So I think this is very good part of discussion, Lynette. So I am honored to be part of the discussion and hope to provide Malaysians the solutions in addressing financial well-being and mental well-being. So that's my perspective. Over to you,
just a quick check with you. Look, because you have been tracking people under financial distress. In comparison to before the pandemic, did you all see an increase of people coming to AKPK for financial counseling?
In terms of numbers, we still cannot see. I mean, counseling, because MCO is actually restricted us to go out and see people, right? And we changed our modus operandi to do online form where you can put your online details, and we will go back and return your call. But technology also gives something that influence people. Some people are not really into putting their problems in their online, but they are actually prefer to go and come forward and see people, right? But I think the numbers are not really telling us the real situation, because MCO somehow giving a structure for people to go and seek advice from AKPK. But in terms of a registration on the form, you can see some numbers, but it's not really high because people are actually having moratorium. They are still having repayment assistance, and some, most of the people culturally, they are not really go into phone call. They are actually prefer to come forward, and hopefully when we open our branches, now we are currently open the branches, so hopefully people are come forward and we try to help people. Yeah,
this is an interesting point to note, because what you are sharing with us is that whilst you believe that there's an increase in cases, it's just that people are not forthcoming because they're not comfortable either doing a online, which is what you're offering, or neither are they comfortable, dropping you an email or something like that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. People actually prefer to face-to-face, and people are prefer to call, So yeah, but we are there to help people with our online form. Yeah.
It will be interesting to see what happens when you start opening up your office. All right, thank you so much. I think that was very interesting from the financial stress aspect. I'd like to move on to the next question to Dr. to Intan. You know, she has a whole nationwide of staff to handle, and I'm sure there's a lot of what she has to share, because financial problems can adversely affect our mental health. I think there was a study by Thomas Garman to say that financial stress also affect people at work, employees, in terms of being present, in terms of work productivity, and to some extent, even fidelity, financial fidelity. Maybe it may not apply to AirAsia, but in many, especially those consumer goods companies, they see pilferage of goods because they want to take things out to sell to get extra money. But nevertheless, it becomes a vicious cycle. So Intan, as HR head at AA, maybe you can share with us what are the common things that you see, because there are people who have no job, they are not flying like what you said. Share with us what are the real situation on the ground. Go ahead.
Thanks, yeah. Thanks, Lynette. Thanks, Mangar, and thanks, everybody. I think you guys summarize a lot of things in terms of what's been happening, right? From a financial health perspective, from a mental health perspective. And like you rightly said, Lynette, I think the airlines industry is the one that's one of the biggest hit industry ever, right? So I think we're only starting to fly again. So if you can see on Instagram and all that, everybody's flying to Langkawi, right? So I'm very happy to see everybody's flying again. So that's one. But in terms of what we've done so far and what I've seen so far, right, I think financial health is one thing. People can actually talk about it, and it's been helped, right? So for example, like, you know, Ken was saying about AKPK, and the banks are providing moratorium and all that. But I think the biggest concern for me when it comes to our all-stars and employees are actually mental health, right? Because, you know, financial indirectly leads to mental health as well. And nobody wants to talk about it, right? Because, you know, for me, for once, right, I actually went through a breakdown, right? So, and I didn't even talk about it until much later on. And I didn't realize that I was actually going through some form of anxiety and stress, right? And I didn't realize it until like people around me are asking me like, hey, Intan, are you okay? Right? Because, you know, it's a very stressful environment that everybody's in, right? Because at the end of the day, you know, some people are, you need to stay at home. So that's one thing. You have no connection to the outside life. And your life for the past 12 to 18 months has been literally facing the computer, right? And that's one. And it takes a toll on you, right? And the other thing is people think when you work from home, you have a lot of ample time. It's actually the total opposite, because there's no fine line, yeah? Like, you know, people will just start blocking your calendars because they know, hey, Intan is actually in front of the screen, right? I can block a calendar right after her next meeting, which is 1, ends at 1:30. I can block it at 1:35, right? But, you know, people need to know humans need a break. Humans needs to actually go sit down, enjoy their lunch, enjoy their dinner and all that, right? And people are working around the clock. So basically, when you talk about mental health, it's actually still a taboo, maybe in Asia as well. So nobody wants to talk about it, right? So it is why I think, you know, we didn't realize until much later into the crisis where we realized, oh my God, we need to actually resolve this matter, right? Because a lot of people are breaking down. We are seeing a lot of issues, right? It's not even when we talk about financial health issues, it's a lot of mental, right? Even having kids at home, right? About parenting while working with having kids at home, it's an issue as well, right? So which is why we started to actually, hey, you know what? We need to actually resort to a lot of measures and interventions as well, right? So I think, and you know, Kim, you're right as well, and Amanda, because you're saying that, hey, people don't really like go out openly and say like, I have a problem, right? So what we do is we actually have a lot of channels to allow people to actually go and seek help. That's one. The other one is we are also training people. We're training our internal all-stars by a professional specialist as well to actually, you know, provide the coaching, provide the mentoring as well. You know, if somebody wants to go and talk to you, they're open to actually go and talk to this group of people, right? And you can actually select and nominate anyone that you want to talk to based on this group of mentors and peers that they have, right? So they're comfortable talking about it. Because I think it's not comfortable to talk in an open group, but we actually have that counseling sessions. We have an app that allows you to actually, you know, even at night, if you feel like, hey, you know what, I have a problem, you can just, you know, go on the app and actually just talk to someone, right? So we do have that, right? Financial health, like I said, I think we're working closely with, you know, a lot of the government bodies, for example, like AKPK, you know, Bank Negara. So we always invite AKPK to actually give talks, right? Because sometimes they don't know where to go to, right? In terms of seeking help. Yes, the bank provides moratorium, but how do you go ahead with it? How do you deal with it, right? So, you know, every single day we actually provide on our workplace avenues to allow people to understand and socialize and educate when it comes to financial health, well-being, mental well-being, and other areas as well. So people can just, you know, because sometimes people are just not aware, right? Like, you know, I have a problem, I don't know where to go, right? So we're actually allowing different kinds of interventions as well for people to actually go through, whether it's talking to people, whether it's going through an app, or, you know, whether just talking to some peer counseling, right? So it's this kind of avenues that we allow people in AirAsia. Yeah.
Intan, do you actually have people staff coming up to you and sharing their problems? Do you have that sort of avenue to and maybe you can share with us what are the common issues amongst your staff that you see?
So basically the common issue of people are burnt out. So
burnt out, okay.
Yeah, one is burnt out. Of course, financial issue is one because I think everybody knows, right? You know, tourism industry, airline industry, we've gone through a lot. So we have people that are on salary cuts, you know, previously, you know, we put people on furlough and all that, right? So financial issues is one, right? The other one is, of course, mental health, right? So people are stressed. So people are stressed and they feel like, you know what, no matter what, I'm just going to put this back on the back burner and just continuously work. And you don't realize it, right? Some people like just start to eat a lot. Some people just over exercise like me, right? Hence why I lost 15 kilos in the past 1 year. So, and I didn't realize that until, you know, towards the end, I'm like, oh my God, I lost so much weight, right? Because that was my outlet for me when it comes to stress. And some people, when I look at it, like, you know, some have gained so much weight as well, right? So it's different avenues and different channels that people go through, but it's a lot of dealing with stress and anxiety. And, you know, people are burnt out, right? And, you know, there is the great resignations now because you know what? For the past 12 to 18 months, people have been working like crazy nonstop. And you know what? If you notice nowadays, people just say, I don't care, I'm just going to quit without having a job, yeah? And they decided, you know what? This is not worth it. This is not worth it for my mental health. This is not worth it for my, you know, for medically, it's not worth it. So they said, I'm just going to quit. I don't care. I don't have a job. I just need time off. And that's been happening right now, Lynette. So I think we just realized this and it's more of like, you know, rather than let people quit, you know, let's give them time, you know, to actually rest and rejuvenate or, you know, ask them to go on sabbatical leave. Or right now, right, people can actually work from anywhere. If you choose to like work from, let's say on a beach for 2 weeks, as long as you're logged in and you're working, for us, it's fine. Because we've gone through so much, right? And people are home for 12 months and they were literally working nonstop. So now we'll provide the flexibility when it comes to, you know, working. Yeah.
Apparently, what you shared just now about people quitting without a job, it's not just in your industry, it's been reported out already. That's happening. People are losing good people because they're burnt out.
Yeah.
So, okay, I'm going to hold on to, you have some very fantastic suggestions of what you have done. But before that, I want to circle back to Dr. Amanda because I want her to share, because you see, before a person is able to help themselves and make use of what's available, they need to, I think, settle their mental issues first. So Dr. Amanda, could you just help us, what are the things that KKM has prepared for people who have mental stress and what they can do for themselves?
Well, I suppose if you want to ask me on what we can do for ourselves, I think we need another hour. That's more on stress management tips. But with regards to KKM, with regards to Ministry of Health, you can actually just walk in to any klinik kesihatan facility. If you can scan the QR code, you have your fancy phones, then no problem, scan the QR code and then just fill up the form. If you don't want to come also can, again, we can just scan the QR code online, no problem. But I do agree what In said, memang we prefer tangible stuff, we feel more confident when we talk to somebody face to face. It just gives that sort of relief. So yes, do walk in, come. Walk in, we give you the form, you can manually fill it, and then on the spot, the doctor would see, just a regular doctor like me, I'm no psychiatrist, and then I'll calculate your scores, I'll quantify your scores, and if it needs, if it's urgent, then I would see it immediately, or I refer it to my specialist, or if not, then we can go straight for psychiatric referral. So it's very, very easy and straightforward, but unfortunately, not many people realize this. That is if again you have the courage, if you know that you actually are in a state of mental distress. But again, like Intan said earlier, the whole taboo stigma thing, sorry lah, well, Asians, right, it's better like like if in the Malay society it'll be like, oh, kena santau or some witchcraft. I suppose in Lynette's society, I think it's more like hiti, just drink 280 and then you're done lah. No need to talk about it, just sweep it under the rug. So that's kind of wrong. It's very unfortunate, like the our movie industry. So sometimes when they portray mental health illness, they always associate it with ghosts. Why? Too bad. Why do you do that? People keep thinking, oh, if I have like stress a bit, oh no, doctor's going to come go inject me with a cocktail of medications, all, then tie my hands in a knot, kurung me in a cage. It's not like that, kan? You can just walk into klinik kesihatan and see Dr. Unicorn, so can, no problem, or any other doctor. Okay, it doesn't have to be a psychiatrist. So that is from the clinic, the primary care, the first line. Or you can skip all of this, say maybe like around 10 p.m. at night, you don't feel good, right? You need to talk to somebody, you can always call Talian Kasih, which is 15999. Okay, and I'm being truthful to you guys. I actually called the line yesterday. I actually checked on them, and I spoke to Miss Isha. And Miss Isha was like, I'm so sorry, my name is Dr. Amanda from Klinik Kesihatan Dr. Rahmat. I just want to see how you're doing, like, can you actually refer a case for counselling at 10 p.m? And she said, what? Yes, doctor, boleh, no problem. That is how amazing Talian Kasih is, 15999, where you can call anytime. If you have, if you're in a state of distress, you need counselling or any form of emergencies. If it's a medical emergency, then drop the 15, like just call 999 lah, or head to your emergency department. That's basically it. It's very, very straightforward.
And for those that are not so serious, as you were saying earlier, that if you those are just they start seeing signs of their stress already. What can they do for themselves?
Like I said, I'm going to need an hour, but what we can try in the meantime, while I'm here, is that I think what helps me most is when I'm stressed, is to just take a deep breath, hold it for 5 seconds, pause, and then only I release. Because when you do that, you actually allow yourself to give oxygen to all parts of your body, and then it calms everything down. And then of course, drink loads and loads of water. I've been drinking this the whole time, so sorry. If on screen, you drink loads of water, it's actually really good. 60% of your body is made out of water. Apart from drinking water, people just think, drink water and so what? But you can actually curb your hunger. Why? Very important point. Everybody must listen. When we are stressed, the hormone called cortisol starts shooting up, hitting our brain, telling us, ghrelin, makan. So you go for the very salty, very sweet kind of food, So before your brain does that, quick drink water. Habis cerita, then you can stop that. Okay, but these are just some of the tips. We have loads of other areas, like happy hormones, things that we get. Like Intan, for example, why does she keep on exercising? Because when she exercises, she has this hormone kick. It's called the painkiller hormone called endorphin. So it just numbs everything down. It feels good. You just crush everything. So good for you, Intan. I wish I can be like you and lose some weight also. But that's the thing, so different people, they release their stress differently. But this is just what I can say in a very concise manner.
What about listening to music?
Oh, of course, for sure. Listening to music is my thing. Yeah. I like to listen to music. I like to look outside at the sceneries. One thing that you can do actually, when you look outside at your green trees and whatsoever, try to focus on long distance object. Why? Because when you're in front of the screen, you're dealing with the screen 24/7 kan, macam Intan said earlier. The nano, that light, that very short wavelength light, blue light, it actually enters your eyes, very high energy. So this is very short distance. So instead, pause for a while, look outside your window. You can do this from everywhere. Okay, in pun you can just boleh bangun, go to the window, look outside, focus on the clouds, focus on the trees like miles away or any bukit or any bangunan lah. Okay, so that you actually rest your short distance eyesight. So that is good as well. It actually takes your mind off for a while.
Hey, thank you so much. I think those are very good tips. and I would now like to move into I think last year you all did a fantastic survey. I know the survey results are not ready to be printed, but could we have a sneak preview and share with us what you think and what was working well? Over to you.
Thanks, Lynette, and thanks also Dr. Amanda. You're talking about people stress and eat is actually I am one of them. So, go to question from Lynette on the survey. We did a survey. We did a survey on money and mental well-being among Malaysian working adults in Malaysia, and the study was to get insights on the impact of financial well-being and mental health, which is often described as intimate and complicated. So we did a 2-round of survey. We conducted to collect empirical evidence before and during the first control movement order imposed due to emergence of COVID-19 in 2020. And the first round of survey involving about more than 3,000 respondents established that there is a significant impact on the level of financial well-being and the level of one's mental well-being. Conversely, low financial well-being leads to poor mental well-being, and affects job performance, often resulting in low productivity, as mentioned by Intan just now. So the result of the second round of the survey carried out in April last year established the impact of the first wave of COVID-19 pandemic on financial stress was substantial. So we found that the level of financial stress among Malaysian working adults increased by 35% during the first MCO as compared to before the pandemic was come to Malaysia. And the most affected are self-employed and those who are working in the private sector. In particularly, maybe aviation is one of the sectors that very badly hit during that time. So due to massive business disruption, also many were unprepared to manage the unprecedented crisis. And this led to the surge in financial stress. In the research, apart from understanding financial stress, we also try to understand how people cope with the financial stress. So another findings and lesson learned that we got from the survey that, people with more savings are more likely to have a lower financial stress and have a better coping ability to handle financial stress. We're talking about savings since, childhood. I think savings, the terms of savings itself, they have been mentioned over the years. Since when? Since the world is inception of the world, people are talking about savings. And lesson learned from the pandemic, we can see that those who have savings having a better coping ability with the financial stress. I think this is not, if you don't really, research, we can also know. But this research found that only 23% of the respondents are very confident on their coping ability, and this 20% actually majority of them having savings. So meaning the savings is actually a best tools to make people having a coping ability. So from that is actually from empirical evidence that we got from the findings, and also apart from the findings, research also which I found that this is actually a reality and the lesson learned that we record in the report, and this is also lesson learned for the future, and it serves the purpose of the research that not only reveal what is actually currently happening, empirically, and it's also to serve and find proactive measures to help nations to get back on their feet. So Lynette and all the participants, I would like to bring attention to whatever your financial stress level is. We have to make sure that we could be able to detect earlier on financial problem, because like I mentioned, my friend by the name of Joe, you know, he has savings, but unfortunately when he cannot find another job to find a replacement for earnings and run out from savings, and it's actually giving a bad hit on his life. And luckily when moratorium is given by the government, it's actually really helpful, and repayment assistance, so this is actually giving assistance to our nation society to have a better coping ability. And we also can see those who about a majority of those who stress is actually say that I would able to handle the stress with certain assistance. So meaning the assistance that given by the government is actually very significant. They can reduce the level of stress, but at the same time, the individual also need to to try to look into find replacement income and whatnot. And AKPK is one of the agency that could help them into giving them assistance on the debt management program and financial education management. To add on a stigma, please also avoid stigma that if you come to AKPK, you will be blacklisted, and the actual fact is not. We don't have the ability to blacklist people. What's more, to make people bankrupt. So no, please take note that AKPK will not blacklist and not make people bankrupt. So from the research that we found, we urge people to forthcoming to us, to any of measures or redress avenue that have it available, from the Ministry of Health, Bank Negara, AKPK, and everyone is actually giving their consent to help people to back on their feet in this challenging time. So please come forward and seek help earlier. So that's yeah.
How do people reach out to AKPK? Maybe you can tell the audience.
I mean, we have a general line, but I believe that the general line might be quite high traffic, but you can reach AKPK 0326167766, and also you can look at our online platform form that I mentioned just now. You can go to your, you can type services.akpk.org.my. So I repeat, services, services.akpk.org.my, where you can give you can choose what are the solutions that you may applicable for you, and try to put all your details, and we will contact you for solutions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Amanda. Yes, and I would like to echo what you said about having savings, because last year we had financial planners who actually came forward with their clients who have financial plan to say that, well, with a financial plan which they did before the pandemic, they felt better to cope with the pandemic, because they know what to do and how to adjust their financial plan, because they had emergency savings. So yes, we are with you as well. All right, so I like this. Now I want to very quickly, because we are going to go into taking public questions, but before that, Intan, share what are the things that you all have done to help you have shared a little bit. I know there's more to go. Maybe you want to show some of your slides.
Yes, okay, hold on, let me just quickly share.
Yeah, yes, because I think these are things that maybe if their employers are in the group, they may find this useful. And yeah,
you guys can see my slides, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's just a quick one, guys. I think we've been talking about it, and I've also spoke about it. So just sharing what we AirAsia have been doing, not just in Malaysia, but in other countries across. So for example, we've got like offices in Indonesia, in Thailand, in Philippines, and different areas, right? So basically overview, we actually have an all-star peer support program as well, right? Like I said, we actually train 156 volunteers from the group, right? And I think to date, we've actually helped about 600 plus all-stars in 10 different languages as well. So what we do is we also cater to the different language in different countries, and it's not English, right? Because some people, for example, at the lower levels are, they prefer to speak in their mother tongue, especially in Thailand, right? So if we have a peer support that speaks English, they can't relate. So which is why we have it in different languages as well, right? We do have workshop and webinars that it's ongoing right now. I think we work closely with AKPK, Bank Negara, and EPF as well. So we do have mental and financial health topics that we talk about, right? So far today, about 45 workshops. We've got over 250,000 viewers by the All-Stars. We do have social engagement as well. So like I said, I actually started this workout as well. So yoga, HIIT class, the pantry, we do have song dedication every Friday. If you'd like to dedicate song, like, Dr. Amanda loves, music. So you can dedicate songs if you want to people. We do have karaoke night last week as well. We did have cooking shows. So we've got people, we've got cabin crews that are so good in cooking, right? So we do have cooking shows as well, where people can just log in and they make like pad thai and different types of food as well, which is very interesting and fun, right? And people can actually talk at the same time as well. We are actually working closely with Naluri, our professional support app, right? So it's actually just downloaded on your phone, and so it actually provides all the necessary support that you want. It's within a few clicks already. If you want mental health support, if you want financial support, it's there, right? We also work closely with Arena Oasis, right? So basically, if it's really critical when it comes to certain people, we actually channel them up to Arena Oasis, because if they really need a proper guide or coach or mentor or counseling sessions, then we actually channel them out to Arena Oasis, right? So basically this is the overview of it. Hold on, there's a lot of slides. This is the All-Star Peer Support Team in terms of what we have across the different countries. Yeah. Some of the overall cases, which is not coming out, but hold on. It's quite slow, guys. Yeah, so this one is the Naluri app. So what we do is we just actually have this everywhere, right? On our workplace, in the offices and all that. So people, if they want to just download the app, you can just QR code it, and you can just sign up, right? And we can actually provide with different types of counseling sessions, mental health, fitness coaching, dietitian, like if you need a dietitian, you can just log on to it, medical advisors, pharmacists, some people require certain medicine as well. So we do have that kind of support as well, and financial coaching as well. So we have that on our app. Let me show you this one. Yes. So we work closely with our support system, with our external providers as well. And, this one, kudos goes out to my team, which is the culture team as well, and the business partners that's working in different countries to make this work, right? So these are all the different types of, programs that we've been doing so far over the past 18 months, right? From buddy talk, from dealing with stress with parenting during lockdown, looking at engaging with empathy. So, when you're a manager, sometimes you don't know how to deal with your team members via a screen, right? Because sometimes your emotional cues get misconstrued differently. And it does, even for me, it does, right? So we do have sessions with the manager as well, in terms of managing this. We've got the All-Star Health Coach Get Back on Track when people are gaining weight. We've got Rocking the Virtual Culture. We've got, different weekly people and culture updates from the different countries. And, we have different talks that's coming in from the different providers as well, right? To manage anxiety and stress. So basically, these are the things that's been ongoing, right? It's fantastic, guys, for me, and kudos to my team. Like I said, they did such a fantastic job, because we know that, no matter what, we need to deal with it, right? At first, we didn't really know what was happening, but then we realized that people are breaking down, right? We don't know why. So, and then we realize that it's different sorts of reasons, right? Could be financial, could be mental, could be other things happening at home as well, right? So could be work. So, there's a lot of things that people deal with and we don't know. And, what we practice in AirAsia is it's okay to not be okay. It's fine. It's not a taboo. You talk about it. If you need help, come to us or reach out to anybody, the peer support, your managers, whoever that you're comfortable with, as long as, there's an avenue for you to talk it out, right? Whether it's via an app, through another person and all that. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Intan. That's a lot of things that you are doing for your people, and I think that's good. I think most of it is something that Dr. Amanda and In has been sharing with also. The key takeaways we have here is about awareness of, because we're going to go into questions from the public, but let's have a quick takeaway: awareness of effect of mental health, learn how to identify it, importance of acknowledging it. We have seen real life experience from Intan in regards to that, and how to get help from where are the places you can get help. And for those besides the Talian Kasih, you can also go to Befrienders. I know Befrienders do refer cases to AKPK as well. And I think that's fantastic. And of course, you have that the subscribed one, which AirAsia is taking, which is also good. So there are many channels to help. So now I would like to just ask, are there any questions that the public may want to ask? Please type it into your chat, and we will. And if there's a particular panelist that you want to address your question, just put the name after your question, and we will refer that question. So do we have any questions? Either John or Sarina? And while we're waiting for people to type in their questions, I believe that mental health is something, and I agree that you said that it's okay to be not okay. I like that. I think we all have to be able to take it, to be able to acknowledge. And we were just talking about this before the session start, about some of us do comfort eating, how we put on weight, how we've lost weight. We're all human beings. We're all human beings. I comfort eat as well. And I've put on fat internally by looking at my cholesterol. It went sky high, although I don't put on weight, unfortunately, which is bad, So yeah, you just don't feel good, These are things that I have to identify. But yes, I think these are things that we never prepared for the pandemic. We never knew that it was going to be so long drawn, and that's why we have so much issues like this. So do we have any questions from the public? If not, then I would want to go one round with my panelists to give their best message that they would like to go out to the audience before we sign off. Let's start with the gentleman first, because he's the only gentleman among us ladies. So In, what is your best message that you want to send out to the public during this time?
I would like to shout about awareness on AKPK. We provide end-to-end financial management solutions from individual to SMEs, from treasury and to workforce until retirement, from prevention to cure if you have any problem. So we have financial education. Please take note, if you want to learn about online learning, please go to power.akpk.org.ny, power.akpk.org.ny. If you have curiosity and want to talk about financial management, please come forward to come to our financial advisory. And you have a cash flow problem that leads to difficulties to manage your debt repayment, please come forward and do our debt management program, where you can go and put your details on the services.akpk.org.ny. And last but not least, I would like to give you 4 A's as a takeaways before we sign out. 1 A is acknowledge. You have to acknowledge that you have a financial problem. If you have a please acknowledge that earlier. Number 2 is analyze. You have to analyze your cash flow, you analyze your financial position. Then the number 3 is you have to act. Don't keep it to yourself. at least talk to people, and maybe talk to people, talk to friends, talk to your family members, and talk about it and seek solutions. Last but not least, if you have any problem that you cannot solve your problem, debt management, please come to 4th A, which is AKPK. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please remember 4As. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And over to you, Dr. Amanda, your power message before we sign off.
My power message would be just to live your life to the fullest, I think. Yeah, just enjoy the little things in life. I mean, work must go on, but life must go on too, just as Intans have said before. Just remember that now, because we're in the endemic phase, so the focus now more is on healthy living. So don't disregard that. Also, just because our dual vaccination rates has passed 95%, doesn't mean that you can just go around without your mask, without social distance, and then jump into any crowded place. Don't do that. We need to fly, man. We need to travel, so you have to take care of that also, okay? All right, so that's it from Dr. Unicorn. Thank you, Lynette.
Very good, thank you. And Intan, what do you have to share? Your power message.
So for me, because I personally went through it as well, and I've seen other people gone through the worst during the pandemic, right? So for me, it's actually to acknowledge that, if you are seeing some kind of signs that we just talked about for the past 1 hour, it's okay to talk about it. And I think it's better for you to talk about it than keep it in, right? Because, at the end of the day, like learning to cope with stress and anxiety, right? It actually not only helps you, it also helps people that are around you, right? Your loved ones at home, the people that you work with, your team members, your peers, and everybody else, right? So if you are at peace with yourself, if you can cope with your stress, it will reflect into the way that you actually manage others as well, right? So I think it's, just acknowledging that signs that if you feel like, you're going through something, it's okay. And, it's okay to acknowledge it, and it's okay to just talk about it, right? It helps you to be more resilient, and it helps people around you to be more resilient, right? Yeah, so that's for me.
Thank you. All the wonderful statement. And last but not least, let me end by, we have the financial advisory clinic that's ongoing. So if after listening to this session and you say, hey, I want to talk to someone now, just head on to the financial advisory clinic within the financial literacy month, FLM 2021. It's a walk-in, you don't have to make an appointment. You see a table, you just go and sit down, because there'll be a licensed financial planner to talk to you and help you with your whatever situation that you are having in terms of your finances. So with that, we've come to an end of our session. Thank you, Dr. Amanda, Intan, and In, and to Bank Negara and FLM. We hope you have a good session. Have a good, wonderful Sunday, and we hope to see you next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Being financially literate empowers us to achieve our life goals and pursue our dreams. Money is part of our everyday life. Knowing how to manage money well is therefore an important life skill. Life is also filled with uncertainties. We do not know what will happen next year, what more in a decade.
As you prepare for your financial future, besides knowing what to do, you also need to know what to look out for. There is a Malay proverb, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Now this best summarizes the importance of financial planning.
The pandemic has been challenging for many people on multiple fronts. Not only did many suffer a significant and prolonged loss of income, getting help was difficult in the early stages due to movement restrictions.
While the low interest rate environment has drawn more investors, to seek investment opportunities, there is always a concern that they are easily influenced by emotions, which can put them in a vulnerable position, particularly for first-time investors with little experience in investing.
A lot of our members faced a lot of troubles financially. There was problems with not having enough savings, there was loss of jobs, loss of incomes. So it has been a very challenging time.
Dengan adanya ilmu pengurusan kewangan, ianya dapat membantu meningkatkan keyakinan kita dalam membuat keputusan kewangan yang baik, terutamanya dalam memastikan kelangsungan hidup apabila pendapatan terjejas. Ini memerlukan satu tindakan yang bersepadu dalam membantu mereka yang terkesan menangani cabaran ini.
Bank Negara Malaysia coordinated the most extensive repayment assistance and financial relief programs in our history, working closely with agencies like AKPK, the Credit Guarantee Corporation and the financial industry. We continue to ensure that these programs remain available to borrowers that might still need help.
For EPF, what we have done, we provide some tools to our members to help them get through this time. We provide retirement advisory services, which gives free financial planning advice. We provide the Belanjawanku Guide, which helps our members budget their daily expenses. And we also provide a money matters guide to help them in terms of addressing what their financial priorities are.
This investor education initiative, InvestSmart, seeks to create more informed investors who are self-reliant and capable of making sound investment decisions.
Bagi pihak PIDN, di samping inisiatif-inisiatif kesedaran awam PIDN, fokus kita kini adalah untuk bersama-sama dengan agensi yang lain untuk membantu orang ramai untuk membina daya tahan keuangan yang lebih kukuh untuk masa hadapan.
Jaringan kerjasama ini telah memberi sumbangan, pendapat dan peluang dalam berkoordinasi dan berkooperatif dalam melaksanakan pelbagai program dan aktiviti untuk mempromosikan penyebaran pendidikan keuangan kepada murid, guru, ibu bapa dan komuniti setempat.
Sentiasa kenal pasti matlamat keuangan anda, tetapkan objektifnya.
Be responsible with your finances, because your financial troubles don't just affect you, they affect the people that you love the most.
Use your money wisely. The most important thing is your food for your children. This is where financial literacy will help you manage your money wisely.
Be financially literate so that you can take control of your money. As they say, knowledge is power.
Bank Negara bersama ahli dan rakan usaha sama FAN telah berganding bahu dalam memberi panduan dan mesej pendidikan kewangan. Usaha ini kita teruskan melalui Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 di mana pelbagai program pendidikan kewangan akan disediakan dalam membantu rakyat Malaysia di dalam fasa pemulihan.
Kemudi kewangan anda dengan bijak. Jom sertai kami di Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 pada Oktober ini yang dianjurkan khas untuk anda oleh Jaringan Pendidikan Kewangan FEN.
Tentukan hala tuju kewangan anda.
Mari bersama-sama kami
Join us.
Join us.
Join us.
Join us
At the Financial
Literacy Month
2021.
Hi, I'm Nandini and we're the School of Accounting and Finance Club of Neil Lyons from Neil University.
So what are your desires and wants?
Being a young adult definitely has loads of perks. You get to enjoy more freedom, lots of new stuff, as you're about to start your own new independent life. But it's also no escape from having loads of pressure, especially when dealing with things that you don't know much about, like finance. Having to see all your friends buy these new stuffs, it's tempting, right? Which might end up in you over-purchasing sometimes. So have you heard of the Malay proverb, ukur baju di badan sendiri? It's a simple proverb, but many people fail to understand its true meaning.
It actually means we should spend within our own needs and not just buy whatever we want.
Most people, especially young adults like us, tend to buy of what we want instead of what we need. So why does that happen? Well, peer pressure is there, and that's kind of strong. Anything that you've seen maybe your classmates, study mates, friends, or even same-age neighbors bought could likely influence you and trigger you to purchase it. But this will end up leaving an impact on your financial spending, and you might end up buying things that can be used towards saving for your own future. So how do we change this behavior and take charge of our personal finance? 4 tips and tricks that we are going to share with you so you can manage your money like a boss. First things first, prepare a budget. It can be physically or electronically, but this will definitely help keep track of your own purchases and even guide you on how much more you can save. By doing so, you can ensure that you are able to manage your money efficiently and effectively. Secondly, set a savings target. Similar to what you did in wanting to purchase something, apply the same method here. This time you will be challenging yourself to have a savings target for your own self that can benefit you in the future. Start by setting a small target and gradually increase this. It may seem hard and not really benefiting you right now, but it will definitely help you in the future, especially against uncertainties. Next step is to eliminate the bugs.
Bugs in here mean unnecessary purchases. Upon doing the budget, make sure at the end of each month you're keeping track by checking what you spent, the trends, and observe whether you're able to achieve your savings goals or not.
If yes, congratulations, and maintain your current purchasing style and keep observing it for future months' budgets so you can keep achieving your target. If no, it's okay, don't worry. Try to reduce your unnecessary purchases that you've already made and try to be humble when spending. The most important thing is you need to be able to recognize your needs from your wants. Don't go yet. Here's one last tip for you.
Last but not least, keep going and never give up in achieving your savings target. After all, consistency is the key to succeeding.
Welcome to #MyRichStory. My name is Yiling and I'm from University Utara, Malaysia. Today, I'm going to discuss with you about my money management. The first one is earn. As a full-time degree student, earn is a difficult part in money management, especially generating active income. For example, is a full-time student and she also do a full-time work from home job because all classes are announced to be online. This is her routine as a full-time student and full-time work from home employee. And turn out to be she's exhausted. She's not even focused in class and get a bad score in course assessment. At the same time, she's not doing well in her job too. So, the only active income that I'm able to generate is during my sand break. I put effort in chari part-time job in Facebook, WhatsApp, and blah blah blah. And normally work as a promoter and work for 10 hours and get a 90 ringgit pay each day. And that's how I generate my active income during my sand break. You might say, why don't you earn some passive income from investment or anything else? Yep, you are right. I have my passive income from my investment. I put part of my saving and part-time job pay in my unit trust portfolio regularly. Unit trust is suitable for people who, like me, have no investment knowledge, have no time to review a market investment, and have only little and small budget for investment. So basically, I will earn about 8% to 14% return per annum. I would say it's not a lot, but it's suitable to my risk appetite. Tips for investment! First, understand your risk appetite. Are you a risk taker, risk neutral, or risk averse? And then decide you want to invest your money in fixed deposit, stock, bond, unit trust, and so on. Secondly, establish establishing investment goal and determine the time frame for investment. Thirdly, learn investment from trusted people, senior or authorized classes. Next, I will tell you about save. As a risk management student, I always be told that the earlier you start saving, the easier you accumulate your wealth, as your saving have plenty of time to earn interest for you. And that's why I always save what I earn instead of spend all of them. My saving goal is just simple and good. In my saving goal, I will plan what I really want, such as education, travel, settle loan, and purchase a house. I always using the time value money concept to know the present value or the future value. And I'm clear with how much should I earn and save to achieve my saving goal. For example, I want to travel after 3 years and the travel package costs 2,500 ringgit and I have returned 8% per annum from my investment. Therefore, the future value is 2,500 ringgit, rate of return is 8% and the number of period is 3. Using the PV formula, what I need is 1,985 ringgit now, then only I have 2,500 after 3 years to travel. Time value money concept is too important for us to understand because 10 ringgit today is worth more than 10 ringgit promised in the future due to inflation. So, to learn about time value of money concept and save money now, otherwise you're going to run out of time. Lastly, I will be discuss about manage. I use 6-jar money management to manage my money. Basically, it split your money up into 6 different accounts and you can set up your own different accounts such as necessity, saving, education, entertainment, sharing, and financial freedom. This management system is suitable for everyone because it's flexibility and also it emphasizes on habit that always ignored by most people. After I have my own 6-jar money management, I use money management apps to record my income and expenses because it's easy to use and also easy for me to track my expense and budget regularly. Come to the end of the video, I would like to say, live and learn. It's never too late to learn. You are responsible for your own money management. No excuse for it.
Dah bang, hang beli barang apa banyak-banyak kat tu? PKP ni berjimat dah sama, tak duk baziak sangat.
Alah, sekali-sekala, bukannya selalu. Dari hang duk beletiak kat aku popek. Baik hang pergi buat ayak. Dah gah ni hang tahu.
Tak. Tu buat ayak tak? Pada.
Nah.
Bang, kopi hang ni. Aku buat kau. Ada masalah apa nak ni bang? Cuba kita main. Dah semalam ni aku tengok hang macam tak okey. Masalah apa?
Aku ni Adin kena buang kerja. Sebab tu aku tak ada mood.
Oh, kerja ni bang ada kat mana-mana bang. Rezeki taklah tulis bang. Burung-burung ni ada juga rezeki depa. Kita manusia ada juga rezeki kita bang. Banyak je peluang kerja yang kita boleh buat bang.
Main dengan PKP ni, kerja apa yang kita boleh buat?
Macam ni bang. Apa kata kita teruskan warisan mak kita buat kopi kampung. Macam mana?
Hei, aku mana reti buat kopi kampung. Mak tak ajak aku dulu.
Allah boleh abang. Mak dah ajak dah kat aku. Macam mana cara nak buat dia. Masa kat you dulu, mak dah ajak aku daripada A sampai Z. Kan? Lagi satu bang. Kita buat kopi kampung ni, kita boleh jana pendapatan kita bang. Kan? Orang kata apa? Benda ni dia akan jadi pendapatan at least kita lah kan. Walaupun orang kata pendapatan kita tak tetap, at least kita ada usaha juga bang. Kan tak ada usaha dia. Kita boleh je promote kat Facebook, WhatsApp, Instagram, kan, Twitter. Ikut hang abang. Kan? Lusa juga kita start bang. Macam mana?
Esok kita start.
Aku setuju dengan hang. Esok kita start.
Mantap. lepas snap ni, promo ah. Malu wah.
Lah, hang nak malu-malu buat apa bang? Hang promote je lah ni. Ni bang, lagi satu nak pesan kat hang bang. Lah ni hang dah kena ada matlamat kewangan hang bang. So aku boleh saja kat hang guna kaedah SMART. S ni spesifik. Hang kena fokus kepada sesuatu benda yang hang nak tu secara spesifik. Lepas tu M, measurable. Adakah matlamat hang tu boleh diukur bang? Kan? Lepas tu A, attainable. Boleh ke tak hang nak capai matlamat hang tu bang? Lepas tu R, realistic. Adakah hang boleh merealisasikan matlamat hang tu bang? Last sekali, time ni bang. Adakah matlamat hang tu boleh capai dalam masa yang tertentu bang? Lah ni hang dah ada matlamat bang?
Ya, apa dah? Kira macam matlamat aku ni, aku nak buat satu kafe, toko kopi.
Matlamat dah cun tu bang. So dah ni kita kena berjimat cermat lah bang. Ikut bajet. Sesuai ke tak dengan orang tu apa kedudukan kewangan kita lah ni. Kan. Berbelanja tu pula dengan ikut kehendak sangat. Kan. Memang kalau kita nak kira kehendak bang Fu, macam-macam nak beli bang. Kan.
Habis dah duk beli aku. Amboi sakan oh. Dah. Yang cakap banyak aku nak share. Oh dia Azim, order masuk. Orang pakai duk order. Ramai juga kita kopi kampung.
Tu lah. Kan. Alhamdulillah lah orang kata rezeki kita bang. Kan. Lagi satu orang kata dalam berniaga ni kita kena yakin, lepas tu kita kena berani ambil risiko dalam berniaga.
Satu hari nanti aku akan buka toko kopi aku sendiri.
InsyaAllah bang, boleh bang. Hang nak buat kedai kopi ke, hang nak buka warung ke, kafe ke, ikut hang lah. Tapi kau nak besar, duit yang hang duk COD ni kalau boleh simpan elok bang. Hang bahagi, hang bajet elok pada ni. Tahu? Loh, nak pergi mana pula tu?
Aku nak pergi simpan duit COD je. Aku ada visi dan misi aku sendiri. Hang tahu? Jangan dia cakap banyak. Buka barang-barang. Mantap.
Ikut hang.
Alhamdulillah, sesuatu kejayaan itu tidak akan datang secara bergolak. Kini aku berjaya membuka sebuah toko kopi yang aku impikan.
Hi, I'm Nandini and we're the School of Accounting and Finance Club of the Alliance from the University.
So what are your desires and wants?
Being a young adult definitely has loads of perks. You get to enjoy more freedom, lots of new stuff, as you're about to start your own new independent life. But it's also no escape from having loads of pressure, especially when dealing with things that you don't know much about, like finance. Having to see all your friends buy these new stuffs, it's tempting, right? Which might end up in you over-purchasing sometimes.
So have you heard of the Malay proverb, ukur baju di badan sendiri? It's a simple proverb, but many people fail to understand its true meaning.
It actually means we should spend within our own needs and not just buy whatever we want.
Most people, especially young adults like us, tend to buy of what we want instead of what we need. So why
Good afternoon, everyone, especially to our eager parents who wants to know how to raise money smart kid in a fun way at home. I like to extend a very, very warm welcome to our distinguished speakers and parents on behalf of Financial Education Network. Firstly, I'd like to thank you all the parents and participants for spending this afternoon with us. I am Gunasilan Kannan, your moderator for today. I am a certified financial planner representing Financial Planning Association of Malaysia. Today, our webinar topic, how to raise money smart kid in a fun way at home. Without further delay, I'm going to introduce our three speakers. Our first speaker, Ms. Alina Amir. Alina Amir is an educator and co-founder of a social enterprise, Arus Academy. Under Arus Academy, Alina leads a financial education program called Fund for Life, which conducted for free in partnership with FWD Takaful. The program aims to educate and guide teachers, students, and parents to improve money management skills. The program includes live interactive programs such as financial camps, career programs, certification courses for teachers, webinars for parents, and money-making quiz competition. Fund for Life also shares financial tips in the form of infographics, quizzes, videos, and games to students, teachers, and parents through a bilingual portal at www.fundfor.life. Since its launched in 2019, the program has empowered more than 25,000 Malaysians with financial knowledge. The Fund for Life program is in support of the Financial Education Network and is in line with the National Financial Literacy Strategy 2019 to 2023 to improve the financial well-being of nations. Alina holds a degree in actuarial science and has a diploma in education. Our second speaker, Mr. Eric Wang. Eric Wang, Chief Customer and Marketing Officer of Prudential Malaysia Insurance. Eric has a wide-ranging responsibility for Prudential, but today he is here to talk about the work Prudential do in helping students and youth learn and embrace financial literacy, a key pillar of Prudential's community investment effort. We look forward to hearing him talk about the flagship programs Prudential run for primary and secondary school. And last not least, our third speaker, Ms. Nina Othman. Nina Othman was an entrepreneur for 12 years, building and testing over 13 different ventures before being introduced to the concept of social entrepreneurship. Currently based in Kota Kinabalu, Sabah, Malaysia, she runs two social enterprise, Grow the Goose financial empowerment programs for children to help them attain financial wisdom entering adulthood, and Borneo Cocoa, empowering small cocoa growers in Borneo with the knowledge and skill to create their own cocoa-based products and earn better incomes through ethical and sustainable cocoa farming and production. Marvelous. Nina is an alumna of the SE Forum Outreach Accelerator in Sweden by SIDA and the IVLP, International Visitors Leadership Program by the US State Department. She is currently the Vice President of CSED Malaysia, Chamber of Social Entrepreneur Development. Fantastic lineup of speakers we have today. Without further ado, let's go to the first question. Modern family life sometimes can be stressful. However, as parents, we still want the best for our children, which can help lead to better outcome for our children. Why financial literacy is so important among children in today's world? Maybe, Alina, you can take the first question.
Thank you, Guna. Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me today.
I think this question is really interesting because financial literacy has always been important, even before today and in our modern world. But it's increasingly becoming even more important as we go into a future that is very much automated. If we were to think about how we were raised when we were young, we were taught about putting our money into a tabung and then bringing that tabung to a bank. And then, putting it into a savings account. But today there's so many different options. I can't really remember the last time I actually visited a bank. And so the way we were raised about money is very different for children today. There are so many different options out there. When it comes to digital money, for example, kids don't even see cash anymore. And so starting young is very important because we know that our belief and our relationship with money starts when we're actually still a child. So a lot of people don't think that children understand money, but they're very observant. They see how we create transactions. They see how we use our cards to pay. They see how we put in our click around with our phones, and the next day they get something in front of the door. And so it's really, really important for our children to understand how money works, how transaction works, what is a positive relationship with money, only because it's constantly changing, more so in this modern world.
Thank you, Alina. Maybe Nina, you can add on with Alina's comments.
Thank you, Guna. Echoing what Alina said, yes, everything is changing. So I think it's important to keep up with the trends. Now we got crypto and things like that. When I run our programs, I've got like 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds already trading with crypto, and I'm like, wow, so terror, these kids. But yeah, it's interesting. But having said that, because it's always changing, I think what's more important is keeping to the basics, which is the habits. And why it's important is because if they know how to ask for things, then they must know how to work for it lah. Because that's what my mom taught me. My mom was like, if you want anything, go find your own money. So that stuck with me, and then that's what I shared with my kids, and that's how it rolled down to how we started our program. So basically what I tell other parents, if your kids already can start to ask for money, then they need to know how to make that money. So that's why I think it's important, because if you know how to take, then you must know how to make. It's as simple as that. That will be
just
my
to
answer.
add in, Nina, if you tell your kids that if you can ask for money, you must know how to make the money. How do the kids are taking the answer?
Well, that's how Grow the Goose started. That's exactly what I told my boys when they were 4 and 6. My boys were 4 and 6 when I was in confinement with my third child, and they came to me and said that they wanted to buy roller shoes. And I said, I don't have money, go find your own money. That time I didn't know I was having postnatal depression lah. But that aside, what I'm saying is kids, they don't give up. They either roll on the floor crying, wanting what they want, or they make a very sad face with Puss in Boots eyes, like, oh, so kesian like that, until they get what they want. They're very persistent. So, but once you throw a challenge to them, usually, I mean, we've done so many, Alina has done so many, I think Mr. Eric also done so many programs. For kids, usually we throw them something, it gets done. If you do it in an age where it's like later teens or even youth or even adults, wow, so many excuses, man. But with kids, not an issue. You just tell them what needs to be done and get it done. So having said that, my own boys actually started selling healthy sausages when they were 4 and 6. Of course, my husband helped to go and deliver lah, but they actually counted their money. And after 2 weeks, they got what they wanted. And that's actually how Grow the Goose started, because people started asking, can you teach kids too? Can you teach my kids how to learn what you taught your kids also? So
that's
basically
great.
That's how it started. I'm not a certified financial planner like you lah, Mr. Guna. I'm coming from an angle of a mom who thinks that enough of spoon feeding. I think we have enough brats in this world. So I think we need to be raising more financially responsible kids. And I don't necessarily like to use the word financial literacy, because literacy for me is you just know lah. So I usually emphasize on financial empowerment as well, meaning you need to be literate and then you need to use that information and empower yourself. So I also push a lot on financial empowerment.
Understand. So maybe Eric, you can add in into Nina's answer.
Thank you, Guna. I certainly can. I think for me, I just wanted to share some statistics which to me are quite alarming. So between the years of 2017 to 2021, and this is from the Malaysia Department of Insolvency, we have close to 60,000 bankruptcy cases reported, and more alarmingly, about 61% of them involve people between the age of 18 and 44, meaning youth. And the low financial literacy rate is commonly a factor that contributed to this. And it's quite worrying that this is a trend that actually involves the youth as well. So some examples of very common debt are personal loans, housing loan, car loan, and credit card debt as well. And we also work together with Agency Counseling and Pengurusan Credit, AKPK. They have some stats to share with us, and it's quite alarming as well. 38% of youth actually have personal loan take up. They also have high credit card borrowings as well. And these are some of the things that we need to address, right? And we need to start when the kids are young, so that they learn money matters. They learn how to be financially independent or aware. And that's why it's very important that we need to improve financial literacy among the young people before they step into the working world, as well as before they start a family. So I just want to talk a little bit about Prudential's mission in elevating financial literacy. We do a lot of work in this area. Financial education is in fact a pillar that we support within our community investment. This is a huge pillar. We see our role as being able to help Malaysians become more independent financially. And since 2014, we started our journey. We've reached out to 193,000 students from schools nationwide. And the program that we run are twofold, one for primary students. The program is called Chaching, and one for secondary students called Do It Right. And I'll talk a little bit more about them a little bit later. It is really our honor and privilege to be working with Financial Education Network to talk and promote financial literacy, because it's such an important topic. I just want to spend some time talking about the program that we run called Chaching. It's developed for primary students. We run it with Standard 5 students. It's been run in almost close to 1,000 schools. Earlier I said that it's impacted close to 193,000 students. So Chaching is actually a Prudential Foundation program. Prudence Foundation is actually our community investment arm. And we developed this program together with Cartoon Network. And the aim is to teach financial education in a fun and engaging way. And Chaching is not a worm, by the way. It is the sound of the cash register, and it really helps children relate to money. In Chaching, students learn 4 simple money management concepts, and that's earn, save, spend, and donate. And we do this in a very fun, engaging way, as I was saying, through music videos, activities. And Do It Right is the program for secondary students. Apart from the 4 components I've just mentioned, we've added investment, insurance, and debt management to the curriculum for secondary students. So those are the programs we run. And yes, financial awareness, literacy, they are very important.
Now, just to add in, Eric, so how do the students are taking the financial literacy program? Are they excited? Are they enjoying the program? What is the behavioral of students actually?
So as Alina and Nina alluded to earlier as well, you need to make it engaging and fun, right? Because students, they are hyper energetic, and you know, you throw things at them, they take the challenge, and they often participate in a way that actually surprise you. So in our case, the way the program is being designed is, for example, you've got a take-home module, right, where you can take work back and discuss with your parents. So just to give you an example, we've got a segment where we say, have you ever wondered how your parents earn money and pay for some of the expenses in your household? So the take-home work is, in fact, the items in the kitchen. When you go to the kitchen, look at the items, establish how much they cost, and ask your parents how they have actually been able to buy these items in the kitchen to help with your livelihood. So that's just an example of keeping it engaging. So they talk to their parents and they return back after the module is completed to the next module, and they share their learnings. And you can see people are very excited to share what they've learned. In fact, some have actually also applied their own creativity as well. They have actually done videos on their own kitchen and to show it to the other students as well. So that's just an example of how you can, you know, keep it very relevant and exciting for the students.
That's interesting, Eric. I feel I want to join also. Okay, just another question adding in on that, Nina. Nina, do you think the financial literacy program, it should be a short-term or it's a long-term program? Is 1 or 2 days program is going to be effective for the students, or it's going to take a longer period, a 1 year, 2 year program? What is your opinion, Nina?
Oh, okay. So our program DNA is 7 to 17 lah for Grow the Goose. It's not enough. You do 1 day, half day, 2 days, what are you going to do? They get excited, and then when they go back, their parents don't understand anything. And the parents are, yeah, excited for a while, and then after that, it just fizzles out. And for me, I think that is a sad thing lah to happen to the child, because the child is all excited. So we definitely push for longer term programs. So whatever programs that we usually do is the workshop or the boot camp, followed by continued coaching. So how we do it at Grow the Goose is we always pair it with social entrepreneurship or entrepreneurship for kids, because we feel that if it's just savings, how are they going to earn? They can't work, right? And also for us, household chores is not meant to be given money, because that's a responsibility. So that's our angle at least. I know different players have different different organizations run it differently, but for us, we always advise parents household chores to responsibility, not to give upah or whatever. Once in a while can lah, but not to make it a habit. But what would be interesting is for them to actually scout around the house and sell pre-loved toys or pre-loved clothes, or come up with their own products. So we usually pair entrepreneurship to the money habits, the savings habits, so that they're similar to what Mr. Eric was saying about Cha-Ching's program. We also have 4 jars, which is the Goose jar, the Learn jar, the Fun jar, and the Help jar. And ours is all 25%. Then later they'll play with the percentages later lah, as they grow up. So we introduce the simple jars, but in order for them to fill up the jars, there needs to be multiple source of incomes per se, right? So one of them would be to actually earn your own money via entrepreneurship. So with that, kids are able to actually put to practice what they learn in that short boot camp or half day boot camp. So we continue with the entrepreneurship. So it's longer term lah. But usually sometimes some of them, like after 1 year, they realize really they like or don't like. Then they okay lah, I can continue with the savings habits, but I don't do the entrepreneurship part. But some get excited, they continue with both. And there's some where the parents are not interested, then a bit sayang because the kids are excited. But we really push for long term lah. The short term, how lah? It's like you take driver's license, you go for a while, and after that you don't practice. Cannot, right? So yeah, that's basically.
So in nutshell, we can say that financial literacy is very important, and we need to start when they are young. And financial literacy is not a short-term process; it's a lifelong journey. If you ask me, I'm still learning on a lot of things in finance. Okay, let's move on to the second question. On another note, some research show that financial-related education is the least discussed topic between parent and child. About 81% of parents don't explain financial difficulties to their children, while 76% do not discuss investment topics. Only 12% of parents have family finance discussion with their children. In your opinion, how can we encourage parents to discuss financial related topics with children? Maybe Eric, you can start.
Sure. Yeah. I want to address this question that you asked about why parents haven't taken it upon themselves to talk about this topic. It could be various reasons, right? It could be a cultural reason. The parents themselves haven't had this kind of conversation with their own parents, right? Going back one generation behind. And that could be one factor. The other factor is maybe underestimating the child's ability to understand, because sometimes parents make decisions for their children. And as we were talking about earlier, children sometimes can surprise you in many ways, right? The ability to learn is very quick. The third reason could be that the parents themselves are not equipped, not confident to speak about the topic of financial, literacy and money management. And that could be a big reason, right? Because in one of the FEN report that I've seen, 1 in 3 Malaysians actually said that they actually have a very low level of financial knowledge. So if they have this low level of financial knowledge, how can they bring up the topic with their children? So for me, I think one key component is really about the confidence of the parents, right? And I want to veer back to Cha-Ching, where when we run the program, there is actually a module where I earlier on talked about the take-home program. So it's encouraging the children to have a dialogue with their parents around, how money is used in the household, how can they save, how can they, in fact, donate or help other people out. So the modules, actually each of the modules has got a take-home component where we're already starting to get children to engage with their parents. On top of that, Cha-Ching also has resource for parents to look at, right? Is to help parents engage and have a dialogue with their children as well. And that's also a big component when we develop Cha-Ching. So there is a website for Cha-Ching where parents can go in and download resources to help them talk about the 4 components: earn, save, spend, and donate. And these are the areas where we're trying to help parents start that topic. But in fact, for parents to start, I think always for me, you start small, right? Whenever you're having a meal with the children, have you ever considered having the children actually ask for the bill, check the bill and see what items they've ordered, how much they cost, and to see whether, in fact, the order matches with the bill that comes afterwards. And then to have the children kind of, look at paying the bill, right? So that they learn topics like this. The second thing is, simple things like when you're having a family time, right? You can bring in topics such as investment. You can talk about, how each company have got their shares floated for public to buy into. These are topics that you can start introducing. Personally, I've done it with the kids. And like Nina said, it's a long-term thing, right? You can't do it one time, but you do it over time and you keep repeating the topic. Then you instill this belief that you can do it, and you can further ask questions and do the engagement. And that's how you start small, right?
So Eric, that means we need to give the avenue. Without the avenue, it's very difficult for them to grab the importance of financial literacy. That's what we said. I'll come back to you with the cultural. I want to share later my personal experience. Before that, we go to Alina. Alina, can you share your experience?
I think there's this unspoken rule in our culture where talking about money is very disrespectful, especially if it comes from a child. You're too young to be talking about money, for example. Money is a adult issue. Don't be involved in this. So there is that unspoken rule in our culture itself. However, we must acknowledge that children are able to understand what money is, what value is, at a very young age. In fact, there is already a research from University of Wisconsin that says a 3-year-old is able to understand what delayed gratification is. So oftentimes when we talk about managing our money, we tend to think, if I want to teach money to my children, I must also make sure they understand mathematics. I must make sure they know how to count. I must make sure they know how to divide. But in financial management, one of the most important thing is habits, is understanding that you can wait or you must wait. Understanding that what delayed gratification can do for you. And all of this doesn't necessarily require you to know a lot of mathematics, for example, but consistent, healthy behavior when it comes to money. We can teach our kids to be patient rather than telling them, you cannot have this because I don't want you to buy this. Oftentimes, children are not able to understand why a parent refuses to buy them something. But if parents take this as a teaching opportunity, they can actually talk about what that money can do for them if they don't buy something. If I refuse to buy you something, why is that reason? Beyond that, parents need to take the time to explain this to the children, because children will understand if we take the time to do that. And I think I just want to really emphasize, especially for parents who are watching, when we talk about financial management, it really is about creating a healthy mindset when it comes to managing your money. You want your children to have a healthy relationship with money. So it's not just a matter of whether I can count my money, whether I have a lot of money. It's a matter of when you go out, what goes through your mind before you spend or before you decide to spend? What goes through your mind when you decide to save, or when you're about to invest in something or save in something? I think that is essential in building that early on in a child's life.
Yeah. Now, looking at both answers, Alina and Eric, I think we need to build the ecosystem, the culture, the mindset, the environment to actually build the relationship with the money. I think Nina, you can add on what Alina and Eric to say just now.
Yeah, I totally agree with Alina about the habits part lah, definitely. And mine was a fluke lah, let's just say, because at that time again, I was having my undetected postnatal depression where I just blurted out to them, say, go and find your own money. But it worked. And then I tested out it again, and I tested out on other people's kids, and it worked. So clearly that was an indication that if you can get the children to be focused on a goal and it's a financial goal and tied to how much they have and how they want to get there, it's really fast. I can't say much about other people who hasn't joined the program, but for those who have, we had a lot of interesting stories. For example, my own kids, they want first there's the roller shoes. Then after that, they wanted bicycle. I said, okay lah, bicycle, and they only got it 8 months later. Selling more sausages and kumpul duit raya and everything. Okay, that's the a bicycle. Then after that, they said, wanted a phone. So okay lah. So my eldest, who was 11, he actually saved up, and then he started another business when we moved here to KK, which is a chocolate business, worked with the cocoa farmers, and he has a mini chocolate factory. And then he got his phone. After that, now he wants a PC. Okay lah. So once I think you set that blueprint, that's why I think it's very important, not just financial literacy.
Nina, just to add in, they have this, they call this Maslow theory. One need is satisfied, they have another need.
Yes,
continuously.
Correct.
Okay, you can continue.
But of course, you must settle the basics lah before you go to the transcendence part lah, But having said that, so that there is a journey to this, and they get excited because now they know they have a goal that they have focused on. That's why the financial literacy has to be partnered with financial empowerment. Financial empowerment to me simply means that you know what the money is for. You know when it's enough. When it's enough for your goal, then you can work on the other goal. Else, you'll just be chasing the money with no, I mean, like, you know, people say, oh, you need money for this. But I think the child also needs to understand, and the parents also needs to understand that the child is able to process this. That's why it's very important to really, for me, how I think we could be able to raise better, financially independent, aware kids, it's by tying in goals. What do they want to achieve with this money that they say they want? So if they want a cheap toy that they see at Mr. DIY or something, for what? I always ask my 6-year-old daughter, what do you need it for? You already have your own toys. For fun. I said, then you have to get rid of some toys, give it to other kids, you know, other kids who don't have toys so that they can have fun, so that you can have your fun. A bit like military like that, but it works. For me, it works. And she gets it. So she now understands at 6 that if she wanted to get more toys, she would need to give away some. So there needs to be that balance. Yeah.
They go through some tough time, I think.
Who, my kids?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. But well, you know, so far it's
sometimes they need to go through that, correct, Nina?
Yeah, they do, I guess. And then that sort of rippled. And so now those people around us know that they shouldn't be giving for free or giving away. I said, give it to others that may not have it. So that's how we tie in with the gift jar and everything like that.
I just want to chime in and say that whatever Nina is doing is really great, because it teaches the children the value of money. A lot of times, children think because their parents are always doing the transaction that their parents are always having money, and they don't understand the value of money. And so when Nina, for example, make her children work for it, they know that nothing comes for free, that they would actually have to work for this. And that's an essential skill and belief to have when you're raising a financially literate child.
Okay. Just another question, Alina. So now we already know that cultural barrier is one of the reasons why financial topics is not discussed at home. So what is your opinion, Alina? How can we break this cultural barrier? Because I myself actually brought up in a family situation where my father is the leader of the house. My mother actually, she's an independent woman. She works and then she takes the salary, she gives to my father, and my father will give the money for household expenses. So that's how the hierarchy works. And how can we break this this jargon or this dogma of a cultural barrier, and we can openly discuss about financial matters with children, with among spouse? What is your opinion, Alina?
Okay, so I think my opinion is that the first step for as parents is to acknowledge that this is happening to you and this is happening in your family. And I think building a consistent culture within your family is very important. And it doesn't really matter what it is. There's no right or wrong to it. You could, for example, my family, for example, where everybody must have a tabung. Okay, and whenever you get money from Hari Raya or Chinese New Year, the first thing you do is put some in the tabung first. That could be a culture in itself. Or it could be a culture where the entire family has one tabung where everybody puts in money whenever. So me as a mom, for example, I can come back from shopping and say, oh, I got extra 5 ringgit after shopping just now, Baki. I'm going to put it inside the tabung. I say it out loud. And that becomes a culture. I'm going to put my money inside this tabung. And at the end of the month, at the end of the week, make it a culture and say, what do you want to do with our money in this tabung? Do you want to eat KFC, ice cream? So it becomes this positive family culture where you're saving together, not as individual, but together as a family. That's one thing. The other thing I really want to encourage parents to try out is to create your family budget together with your child. And it doesn't have to be like super complicated, buy a new house budget or whatever. No, very simple ones. So for example, if you have a son or a daughter that goes up to you and say, I want a new bicycle, or I want a new rollerblades, can you buy me this? And if you think you don't want to spend this money, you explain to the child and say, you know what? I have this much money. I was planning to take you out for lunch, to take the family to Port Dickson, for example. So if you want that bicycle, I can spend it, but which one would you want to give up? The Port Dickson one or the lunch one? So at least they know that they can also have a say in how we spend our money as a family. It's not just a straight, no, you cannot have that bicycle, but no, I don't think I want to give up that family trip to Port Dickson. I don't think I want to give up that lounge outside with my parents for a bicycle, maybe next time. So at least they understand that. And another thing I really want to share with parents out there is that whatever we say about money in the presence of our children matters. So sometimes some culture, I personally grew up in this, where whenever money comes into play, it's always go ask your dad. Go ask your dad. So you grow up thinking that money is a daddy issue. It's your only papa issue. Mama doesn't deal with money issue. It's not very healthy to grow up in that environment. There's also research shows that girls grow up not being able to talk about money confidently because parents tend to not talk about money to girls. And so however we speak and communicate about money in the presence of our children is very important, and we must be very aware of how we do this. And money is a shared responsibility. So both parents and mommy and daddy must be able to talk about money together.
Oh, that's great. A lot of input you gave, Alina. And I love the first one, you know, the family tabung. You have a family tabung. It's actually, we let the children get involved. The involvement is the key thing actually to motivate them, I think, personally. Okay, thanks for the ideas, Alina. So let's move on to the third question. Since financial education is not emphasized in school, it's up to parents to make sure their children learn the basic personal finance at home. How we can play our role in increasing the financial literacy of our children? Maybe you can share your personal story at home, Eric.
Yeah, so first off, I really agree with what Alina said earlier. So personal story for me, when you're planning a holiday, I often involve the children as well, right? And we normally start with kind of like we have a budget for the holiday, right? So if you're going to a holiday in Europe, for example, right, to Paris, right, how are you going to prioritize your spend, right? Because we don't have all the money in the world. And actually, why we prioritize certain activities and not the others? What value do you gain from those activities? And that's how I have started with my children as well, because to me, it's a shared responsibility, right? It's not like Alina said, it's not a papa issue or a mama issue, it's everyone's issue. So that's how you start. And actually, when you're not really planning for holiday, you, what I said earlier also apply, right? Simple things like when you are having a chat in the family hall, you start these topics, right? So parents, you can certainly start inviting your children to participate in conversations that has got the elements of money management, right? And encourage them to share stories about how they think about their access, as well as how they think about how they want to be saving up for something and whether that actually brings value to them, right? These topics are very important. Instead of shying away from them, I think it's innate between parents that you start, right? And for me, the encouragement, it starts from within. And if parents want to start having this conversation, they are likely going to be the one to have to take the first move, to start speaking to your children and encourage them. So, you know, budgeting you can do as a family. Earlier on, I alluded to very simple things for younger children. When you're dining out, you know, get them to look at the bill, get them to check that whatever they have ordered, the bill is commensurating with that, and actually also get them to pay, right? So that you can actually learn about transactions and the value of money, right? So those are the few tips that I have and personally I've done with my family.
Alina, any activities? Maybe you can share some activities. I know I heard some some families do gamification. They play games, Monopoly, cash flow games. Is there anything that excites children, Alina?
So I personally only have one child, and he's only 3 years old. But we talk about money all the time, and with my 3-year-old boy, whenever he sees coins or money on the floor, he would immediately rush to it because he knows those are precious. And this is something that is very important for parents. Sometimes when we have small changes, we just leave it everywhere on the table, on the floor, we don't really pick it up. It shows that we don't really value the money. So parents try not to leave money everywhere, even if it's small change, you know. And so when my boy knows this, mommy is very particular about where money is. So whenever he sees it like on the floor, or even outside when we're taking a walk, he sees a coin, he will rush to it and just keep it. Mommy, this is a treasure. I need to put it in my tabung. So just starting really young with them. And sometimes, right, I see him taking paper and putting the paper into the drawer. And then when I say, what are you doing? Oh, I'm paying my bills. Because he keeps seeing us putting the card into the machine, right, to pay for something. When he does the same. So you take that opportunity to talk about, really, how much are you paying? What are you paying for? So he can talk to you about it. So even simple things like, mommy, let's play, you know, at the market, I'm going to sell you something. I highly encourage the moment your child asks you to play jual beli, shopping, you go for it because that's how they know. And you make sure you play properly, not just play my mind, because you make sure you play. I'm gonna give you this, you better give me my baki. So you sort of have this conversation casually with them as you play with them. So as a parent of a 3-year-old, that's what I do. That's as much as I do.
Maybe Nina, you can share your experience. Nina, how old is your children, Nina?
So I have a 12-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 6-year-old.
You can share a lot of experience then.
So my methods, some people say are extreme, but for me, I think it's just going back to basics and just getting them to understand. And I think, well, I like the movie Bad Moms. Maybe that's why. If anyone has watched it, it's just challenging the current way parents are behaving. They feel that they just because they had it tough, they want to make sure that their kids don't get it tough, and they just tend to, I think, look at it a different way. And so instead of empowering a child, you're actually weakening a child. I'm sorry I have to say this because I've done so many programs for youth as well, and it's scary. And even Mr. Eric was sharing the statistics just now. The only reason why we're in that bracket, 60,000 bankruptcy cases lah within ages 18 to 34 ke 44 ke semua, 1 in 3 Malaysians don't have a savings account. So many things, whatever statistic that we look at, is because I feel that they were not taught when they were younger, and then suddenly have a culture shock when they go into university and college and they get a whole lump of PTPTN money. I have so many stories of this before I go to my own family. So I've got like these kids, this youth who just came out from their kampong and things like that, and then they get a big lump of money, student loans, and their surrounding says, oh, you need to go and get an iPhone 7 and a MacBook. And they do it, they follow because they had no exposure before. And then, you know, hujung bulan makan Maggi kerat 3, you know. I get these stories all the time and I'm like, what? It's scary. And then Eric was also sharing the different types of loans. We also have personal loans to get married. Don't forget about that one. Personal loans to get married, and then you got lifestyle loans some more. Just because they work for a couple of months and then they got the payslip, then they apply for a loan. They want to go to Europe for 3 weeks so they can take photos and gram it. That is happening now. Balik kampung naik Alphard, sewa. Sebab nak show off. You know, there's so many things and it's scary. So having witnessed all this, I try and balance it out with my own family. So Alina mentioned about the habits with the coins and everything. Yes, my kids do that as well. But I also translate it into other daily things. For example, if we go out, dining out, if they see me ordering just plain water, they ask me why. I said, no, I just want to save my money so that we can go, so that I can spend more on something else. Because I show them like Milo is 3 ringgit, this one is only 20 cents. Like this was when the first one was like 6. Sometimes I do that because I had a goal. Going back to the goal, I had a goal for that month. I wanted to save money so that I can have more in my spend jar or entertainment jar or shopping jar or fun jar. so that I can go for a spa or whatever. So he has been seeing that, and then like how I share my food, because I'm a small eater, and sometimes we go, you have such huge portions, we always share the food. So that sort of, went down to the second one, and then also me. So now if we go out, 5 of us go out, we only usually buy three plates, 3 meals. We usually only order 3, because I would share with my daughter, the sons will share, and then of course my husband's on his own lah. But if they're hungry, then they order some more. Because I've always exposed them to food waste. Like I show them, like when we go to restaurants, they say, look, ayo, so baze, so baze, and so the thing sticks, I guess. So that works in my household at least. And they save a lot more, and then they get to buy what they want based on the list that they've written lah, based on the small savings that they've done, instead of buying ice blended or whatever it is, not regularly. Of course, they can have it once a month or once in a week, whatever they decide. By now, they already know already. They know this whole delayed gratification format or whatever you want to call it. They know. It's gonna be later for them to get there, because the blueprint has been set that if you want something, you have to work for your money, and this goal means you need this much. And another thing for my 6-year-old, even when she was 3 years old, she likes to go to toy shops or whatever. How I manage her tantrums or manage her wants is I tell her, so jahat lah me, but this is my style. You know, like how you have the dot and then 00, right? Whatever the thing. So I tell her it can only be 3 digits before the dot 00, which is the cents lah. So meaning the maximum would be 9 ringgit lah if she wants to go buy anything at Pasar Malam, whatever. Because if it's 4 digits, go up to 99 ringgit, right? So I said, cannot. Then this one, so she sort of got it. Maximum 2 digits, maximum, depending lah the price tag at that shop is ada the dot 00 or not. But yeah, you have to break it down so small like that so they get it. Say, oh, you mean kalau macam ni tak boleh? Boleh, tapi yang ni kena tunggu lama sikit. Yang ni kena tunggu a few months. If you want something now, it's going to be yang ada 3 numbers je. Yang ada 3 numbers je boleh. Oh, okay, mommy. Then they can process it. It's interesting because what she really wanted, somehow it just vanishes. And then the third thing that I always do with my kids, if they want something, I hold it for at least 2 weeks. I see whether in the next 2 weeks they still want the same thing, because kids change their mind all the time. So I see how consistent they are for the next 2 weeks before taking that want to put it into the list. And then we really work as a family for them to get what they want. Like, how do we get there? Okay, I'll give some of this, daddy will give this much. The balance you have to find yourself. Either you go and, I don't know, like certain chores, like washing cars, that one is not a daily responsibility, then no lah. Then that means that one we will give upah lah. But the normal stuff like sweeping and washing dishes and folding the clothes and drying the clothes, that one too bad, so sad. You boy or you girl, you have to do it. My 6-year-old have to fold her own clothes and keep. So that's what we do at home, and these are some of the habits to save that we put in as well.
Yeah, one thing I learned from you, Nina, I think as parents, first we need to be a role model. Before we tell our children, please have a budget, I think we as a parent, we need to have a personal budget. When they see us, then they will, I think, start developing their own budget. So whatever we teach them, we need to be as a role model, Nina. That's what I always do. What I try to implement in myself, I advise to my daughter. I have a 8-year-old daughter and a 6-month-old son. Okay, so let's go to the final question. Family values define what is meaningful to the family, as they are beliefs and ideas that bind the family together for a common goal. How you guys think how family value can be embedded into family financial planning. So I give you an example. I usually say our family motto. We have a tagline. We call Simply City. Not the Simply City Norazili Rawan. This is our Simply City. So this is what I say. Whenever we are out of track, we go back to our tagline. Go back to our culture. This is our family financial culture. So is there anything you guys can share? Maybe Alina.
I think what I would want my family to have is when it comes to values is don't try to keep up with the Kardashians lah. Don't try to keep up with your neighbors, because the way we spend our money for each family is very personal, and it's very important, especially in this time and day where children are growing up surrounded by social media, surrounded by instant gratification, very media-driven culture. It's very important that they're not comparing their life with other people, because we know a lot of that affects your money behavior as well. And I think I will try to make sure that my child grows up in a world where he doesn't feel like he has to keep up with the Kardashians.
Nina, anything to add on?
Yeah, pretty much what I said earlier. To have the goals. In this family, you say what you want, you write down your lists. Even it's for your birthday, you write it in advance, then you keep it and you put it up, or then the rest we'll see lah. Sometimes you get it as a present, sometimes it's a reward for the work that you've done. But it's also well, it's a Grow the Goose punya tagline, which obviously started from the family, which is learn to earn and live to give. So that's what we do. You need to learn how to earn your own money, and then you need to live and give accordingly. So many things that the kids do is based on what they see around them. Recently, so my 12-year-old son is an alumni of Grow the Goose, obviously, and he has his own business called Coco Loco. So just to share like how I think a result of this motto that we've been practicing for the past 5-6 years, just during the pandemic, they saw a long line outside of the masjid, which we can see from our apartment, and they were like, why are they lining up? And I said, oh, this one is they're waiting to get the food basket. And they didn't understand that. And then I explained, and they were like, okay, we need to do something. And so that's how they came up with the idea. So whatever chocolate products that they were selling, the cocoa-based products, whatever that he was selling, 10% of the profits goes to the food bank. And he's been giving away rice bags to the masjid for the past 2.5 months now. But for me, it's like the concepts have been there, like, I didn't create this Grow the Goose out of thin air. It's been concepts that's been around for centuries.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Nina. Thank you, Alina. Thank you, Eric. So much of information you guys provided to our parents. I think we are coming to the end of the session. I would like to thank our speakers for taking time of their busy schedules to share their nuggets of wisdom with us. Time and tide waits for no man. Hence, let's start this very moment to bring positive changes into our life. Thank you, everyone, for your time. Till we meet again in another insightful session. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat sejahtera. Selamat datang dan terima kasih diucapkan atas kesudian tuan-tuan dan puan-puan meluangkan masa untuk bersama kami dalam majlis penutupan Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Saya, Liza, pengacara majlis pada hari ini, amat berbesar hati kerana diberikan peluang untuk bersama-sama dengan anda sepanjang majlis ini berlangsung. Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 akan melabuhkan tirainya pada hari ini setelah berlangsung selama 1 bulan lamanya. Sepanjang bulan ini, pelbagai aktiviti telah dianjurkan secara maya mahupun melalui media tradisional seperti radio, televisyen dan akhbar bagi meningkatkan kesedaran kewangan, memberi pendidikan dan juga nasihat untuk membina kesejahteraan kewangan dalam kalangan rakyat Malaysia tanpa mengira latar belakang. Hari ini, kita berasa amat bertuah di atas kesudian Yang Berhormat Tuan Muhammad Shahar bin Abdullah, Timbalan Menteri Kewangan 1 untuk menyempurnakan majlis penutupan Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Tanpa melengahkan masa, marilah kita dengar ucapan penutupan Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 oleh Yang Berhormat Timbalan Menteri Kewangan 1. Dengan segala hormatnya, dipersilakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam keluarga Malaysia. Saudara-saudari sekalian, sungguh cepat masa berlalu dan kini kita sudah berada di penghujung bulan Oktober 2021. Ini juga bermaksud berakhirlah Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Sepanjang bulan ini, ahli-ahli dan rakan-rakan strategi Jaringan Pendidikan Kewangan atau FEN telah meneroka pelbagai cara walaupun secara maya untuk memperdalamkan ilmu pengetahuan kepada seluruh rakyat Malaysia pada semua peringkat umur. Penganjuran Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 atau FLM 2021 bagi tahun kedua ini banyak memberikan penekanan terhadap khidmat nasihat kewangan dan panduan kepada rakyat, terutamanya yang masih terkesan akibat COVID-19. Ini termasuk khidmat nasihat kewangan secara maya oleh 22 bank bagi menyediakan panduan berkenaan bantuan balik pinjaman dan platform untuk rakyat mendapatkan akses kepada informasi berkaitan program pengurusan ketahanan kewangan atau yang dikenali sebagai URUS yang telah dilancarkan oleh Yang Amat Berhormat Perdana Menteri baru-baru ini. Sesungguhnya penekanan pada aspek ini amat berdepatan dengan usaha untuk membantu rakyat terutamanya dalam fasa pemulihan ini. Saudara dan saudari sekalian, alhamdulillah sektor ekonomi kita telah kembali beroperasi secara berangsur-angsur dan rakyat sudah mula menyesuaikan diri dengan peralihan ke arah fasa endemik COVID-19. Dalam berhadapan dengan realiti kehidupan yang baru ini, kita perlu mengubah pendekatan dalam urusan seharian, termasuk aspek pengurusan kewangan. Sebagai contoh, urus niaga secara digital yang berkembang pesat sepanjang tempoh pandemik memerlukan kita mempertingkatkan literasi kewangan digital serta melindungi diri kita daripada penipuan kewangan. Pendekatan ekonomi gig pula mengubah pendekatan sumber pendapatan rakyat kepada bekerja sendiri dan sememangnya memerlukan cara berbeza dalam pengurusan kewangan harian jangka masa panjang. Persaraan mahupun perlindungan buat orang tersayang sekiranya berlaku sebarang kemalangan yang tidak diingini. Saya berharap ilmu pengurusan wang yang dikongsi semasa FLM 2021 ini akan menjadi panduan dan pedoman berharga untuk rakyat membuat pilihan dalam keputusan kewangan. Saudara-saudari sekalian, kerajaan amat serius dalam menjayakan agenda literasi kewangan rakyat kerana ia merupakan kunci utama dalam peningkatan sosio-ekonomi rakyat. Menyedari hakikat ini, kerajaan telah menggariskan hala tuju literasi kewangan sebagai salah satu daripada keutamaan di dalam rancangan Malaysia ke-12 ataupun RMK-12. Ini dizahirkan berpandukan strategi literasi kewangan 2019-2023 yang dibangunkan oleh FEN. Dalam usaha kerajaan menyediakan pelbagai inisiatif berkaitan peningkatan kemahiran dan kebolehpasaran serta menambah baik program kebajikan sosial bagi isi rumah miskin tegar dan miskin. Peningkatan sosial ekonomi rakyat perlu hadir bersama dengan ilmu kewangan yang betul. Maka dalam merangka agenda peningkatan kewangan ini, ia memerlukan pendekatan yang holistik dan perancangan yang rapi bagi memastikan keberkesanan inisiatif yang dijalankan. Dengan ini, saya berasa amat teruja apabila pendekatan FLM 2021 kali ini adalah lebih bersepadu. Bukan sahaja melibatkan akses kepada pengetahuan kewangan, tetapi akses kepada program peningkatan kemahiran yang disediakan oleh kerajaan serta peluang penjanaan pendapatan melalui platform digital. Saya juga menyambut baik inisiatif FLM 2021 kali ini dalam memperdepankan inisiatif kerajaan berkaitan jaringan keselamatan kepada golongan B40 dan pekerja gig seperti voucher perlindungan tenang dan penjana gig yang merupakan sebahagian daripada aspek pengurusan risiko kewangan yang sangat penting. Syabas saya ucapkan kepada FEN dalam mengorak langkah terawal dalam menyahut visi RMK 12 ke arah Malaysia yang makmur, inklusif dan mampan. Dengan langkah bersepadu ini, insya-Allah kita dapat menjadikan keluarga Malaysia sebagai sebuah keluarga yang tinggi tahap literasi kewangan demi membina daya tahan kewangan dalam realiti baru. Seterusnya melonjakkan negara kita sebagai sebuah negara yang berpendapatan tinggi. Saya ingin menekankan bahawa agenda literasi kewangan ini merupakan usaha yang berterusan dengan hala tuju yang jelas disertai dengan penilaian secara jujur terhadap literasi kewangan rakyat. Sehubungan itu, saya dimaklumkan satu kaji sidik literasi dan rangkuman kewangan sedang dijalankan di seluruh negara untuk menilai tahap literasi kewangan rakyat. Hasil dapatan kajian sidik ini saya jangka akan menceritakan situasi sebenar kesejahteraan kewangan rakyat di penghujung wabak COVID-19 ini. Dapatan ini juga perlu untuk kita mengatur semula langkah untuk kita meningkatkan literasi kewangan rakyat, terutamanya keperluan literasi kewangan digital, perlindungan sosial serta penekanan terhadap perancangan persaraan memandangkan perubahan demografi rakyat Malaysia selepas pandemik ini. Saudara-saudari sekalian, usaha pendidikan kewangan perlu diadakan secara berterusan dengan pelbagai pendekatan yang kreatif dan menarik. Pada tahun lepas, saya telah dijemput untuk melancarkan pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story. Ini satu program yang saya amat gembira kerana ia merupakan satu inisiatif pendidikan kewangan anjuran FEM yang bertujuan meningkatkan kesedaran belia tentang kepentingan pengurusan kewangan peribadi dalam kehidupan seharian. Malah saya juga dijemput untuk merakamkan kisah wang saya sendiri, My Duit Story saya punya sendiri, dan saya amat berbangga kerana setakat ini video saya telah mendapat 22,000 views dan 1,400 likes melalui laman Facebook My Duit Story. Ini adalah satu pencapaian yang sangat menggalakkan. Apa yang lebih membanggakan saya, pertandingan ini secara keseluruhannya telah menarik 180 penyertaan daripada pelajar-pelajar institusi pengajian tinggi di seluruh negara dengan lebih 1 juta orang berinteraksi secara maya. Hadiahnya juga lumayan. Selain itu, bersempena FLM 2021, Bank Simpanan Nasional bersama-sama Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia turut menganjurkan pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story Junior khususnya untuk murid sekolah. Pertandingan My Duit Story Junior ini mendapat sambutan amat menggalakkan dengan penyertaan daripada murid-murid sekolah di seluruh negara. Apa yang penting, penganjuran pertandingan sebegini dapat menarik anak-anak kita untuk menyerlahkan kreativiti dan dalam masa yang sama meningkatkan kesedaran tentang kepentingan pengurusan kewangan peribadi. Berikutan sambutan yang menggalakkan pada hari ini, saya ingin melancarkan siri kedua pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story. Berbeza dengan pertandingan sebelumnya, pertandingan kali ini akan memberi fokus khas kepada pengurusan risiko kewangan peribadi melalui perlindungan insurans dan takaful. Tema ini amat bersesuaian dengan usaha kerajaan yang baru melancarkan voucher perlindungan tenang untuk menggalakkan rakyat membudayakan pengurusan risiko melalui perlindungan insurans dan takaful. kepada pelajar-pelajar institusi pengajian tinggi, ayuh serta serlahkanlah kreativiti anda semua dengan menyertai pertandingan video pendek My Duit Story ini. Adakah saya akan muncul lagi dengan kisah wang saya? Sama-samalah kita nantikan. Bagi mengakhiri ucapan saya sekali lagi ingin mengucapkan tahniah dan syabas kepada FEN dan rakan strategiknya yang telah berjaya menganjurkan Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Besarlah harapan saya agar usaha pendidikan kewangan ini dapat diperluaskan lagi, terutamanya di kawasan luar bandar, dalam membina kesejahteraan kewangan keluarga Malaysia. Dengan ini, dengan lafaz Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, saya menutup Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 dengan serangkap pantun. Tuai padi antara masak, esok jangan layu-layuan. Jaga diri, bertindak bijak, bentuk hala tuju kewangan. Sekian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Tuai padi antara masak, esok jangan layu-layuan. Tengah berduit, belanjulah beragak-agak. Dah habis esok, jangan pula meroyan. Sekejap betul rasa. Tahu-tahu kita dah dekat ujung bulan literasi keuangan, atau dalam bahasa orang putihnya Financial Literacy Month. Cik Yah tak adalah pandai mana orang putih, setakat nyebut ikut skrip depan mata ni boleh lah. Sementara ada kesempatan ni, Cik Yah nak ucap terima kasih kepada Timbalan Menteri Keuangan 1, YB Shah Abdullah, atas ucapan penutup program ini. Itu hari, sempat jugalah Cik Yah ngintai-ngintai tengok Datuk Seri Tengku Zaprul, Menteri Keuangan kita, buat ucapan perasmian. Cik Yah sebenarnya nak ucapkan tahniah kepada Jaringan Pendidikan Keuangan atau FEN kerana menganjurkan Bulan Literasi Keuangan tahun ini 2021. Bagi Cik Yah lah kan, ini satu inisiatif yang terbaik untuk bantu rakyat, untuk didik rakyat pasal ilmu keuangan. Iyalah, lagi-lagi zaman pandemik corona ni banyak yang terjejas pendapatan. Sebab itu pentingnya pendidikan keuangan supaya keuangan kita dalam musim pandemik ni masih terkawal, masih selamat kata orang. Supaya kita ni cerdik sikit. Bab keluar masuk duit ni. Ni asyik keluar panjang. Lepas tu hujung bulan sengkek. Nangis di katil. Buat apa? Ni Cik Yah tadi dari websitenya FEN lah. Seronok. Ada klinik keuangan online. Ada seminar online. Ada sudut khas untuk kanak-kanak juga. Ada tempat bergambar. Macam-macam lah. Semua secara online. Tak payah nak bersesak-sesak, buang tenaga, cari parking. Kamu terbaring, terbongkang pun boleh join. Tapi itulah, sedar tak sedar, kita dah di penghujung Bulan Literasi Keuangan 2021. Korang itu hari sempat tak join? Mesti ada yang tak join kan? Inilah yang saya geram ni si kawan kita. Dah ada peluang, tak nak ngambil. Bila dah ada masalah keuangan, hutang dah keliling tenggang, nanti barulah tak senang duduk. Tapi tak apa, anda boleh berhubung dengan bank anda. Kalau terlepas program tahun ini, bolehlah join tahun depan. Tunggulah kau sampai tahun depan. Sebelum Cik Yah terlupa, kepada semua pelajar universiti dan guru-guru pelatih, ni ada pertandingan buat video pendek My Duit Story. Ajaklah kawan kamu join. Alah, buat video pendek aja pasal insurans, pasal takaful. Bolehlah selit-selit sekali pelindungan tenang yang kerajaan lancarkan itu hari. Melopong. Tak tahulah tu. Pasal pelindungan tenang. Itulah budak sekarang. Tak cakna keadaan semasa. Rajin-rajinkanlah sikit diri tu. Pergi cari, buat bacaan pasal pelindungan tenang dekat internet. Dan kalau nak tahu lebih lanjut pasal pertandingan video pendek ni, boleh ke laman web myduitstory.my. Kalau ada rezeki menang, dapat wang tunai tau. Oh, apa lagi dah dapat duit tu, boleh lo open table, ajak Cik Yah. Cik Yah gurau aja. Apa-apa pun, kita kena disiplinkan diri kita bila bab-bab duit ni. Orang kata, sediakan payung sebelum hujan. Jangan bila dah terantuk, baru nak tengadah. Kan? Sekian saja dari Cik Yah. Jaga diri semua, patuhi SOP dan salam keluarga Malaysia.
Terima kasih yang berhormat atas ucapan yang secara rasminya melabuhkan tirai Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Di kesempatan ini, saya bagi pihak Jaringan Pendidikan Kewangan atau Financial Education Network ingin menyampaikan setinggi-tinggi penghargaan kepada ahli-ahli kami serta rakan strategik kami yang telah melaksanakan pelbagai inisiatif bagi merealisasikan Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021. Kami berharap agar program yang telah dilaksanakan dapat memberi manfaat dan peluang kepada semua rakyat untuk meningkatkan tahap literasi kewangan. Terima kasih kepada semua rakyat Malaysia yang telah bersama kami sepanjang Bulan Literasi Kewangan 2021 berlangsung. Saya akhiri majlis pada hari ini dengan serangkap pantun. Bijak kewangan amalan mulia, diterapkan seawal usia muda. Salam perpisahan untuk semua. Semoga berjumpa di lain masa. Sekian. Terima kasih dan salam hormat.